All right, let me show you a story about a kid who goes from the clan's punching bag to its absolute worst nightmare. He was supposed to be a young master, but because of his mother's past, everyone treated him like trash. Every single day, his own clan members would beat him down with cruel, twisted pleasure. They didn't just beat him half to death, they used his body to test out their new poisons. After they were done, they'd just leave him for dead in the pouring rain. But here's the thing, they didn't count on that little poison cocktail accidentally unlocked his past life. Turns out this weak kid used to be the freaking sword god who dominated the martial world. The next day, those same idiots were back at it, plotting another way to humiliate him. Only this time he just stared at them with a blank expression, which made them furious. The girl, Tang Lingling, figured the poison just wasn't strong enough yesterday. So this time she decides to up the dose. Yeah, this kid's a real piece of work. The leader, Tang Yeon-myeong, decided to teach him a lesson. But before his fist could even connect, Tang Yeon-myeong sent him face first into the dirt. He was so fast, the other two didn't even see him move. The silver-haired one, Tang Yeon-myeong, screamed it was just a lucky shot and charged in with a knife. To make things fair. And for his troubles, Tang Yeon-myeong snapped every single bone in his arm before the blade even got close, making him howl in agony. 5 minutes later, he's just dragging Tang Lingling by the hair straight to the clan's elder council. Inside, a bunch of old geezers were literally talking about how to kick Tang Yeon-myeong and his mom out, calling them a burden. Just then, Tang Yeon-myeong kicks the door open, shocking the hell out of him. Seeing Tang Lingling all beat up, the great elder loses his mind, asking him if he knows what he's doing. But our boy doesn't even flinch. He shoves the girl in front of the elder and declares that after all the crap he's endured, he's done being their punching bag starting today. The elder council explodes, accusing him of attacking his own kin, and this is where Tang Yeon-myeong just shuts them all down. He calmly says he's just following the clan's own rule. Repay kindness twice, but repay your enemies 10 times over. He points out that when he was being tortured daily, none of the elders were anywhere to be found. Cornered, the great elder can only declare that Tang Yeon-myeong will replace Tang Lingling in the upcoming competition to decide the next clan head, since she's in no condition to fight. But, he warns, if Tang Yeon-myeong fails to become the head, he'll pay for today's actions. He has 1 month. Later, he tells his mother, who's just overjoyed to see her son finally standing up for himself. And so, Tang Yeon-myeong begins his solo training montage, leveling up his strength with proper nutrition and a sensible rest schedule. His progress is insane. In just a month, he's already taller and stronger. Finally, the day of the tournament arrives. The venue, the Dark King Hall. Tang Yeon-myeong is just chilling on the side, eating a breakfast bun, when some new thugs roll up asking if he's the one who injured Tang Wenkwan. Before the guy can even finish his sentence, Tang Yeon-myeong shoves his half-eaten bun right into his mouth. The whole gang is stunned. Outnumbered, and he still pulls a move like that? Pure alpha. He just waves a hand telling these pigs to stop squealing and come get some if they want it. That, of course, triggers them into a blind rage. Okay, I know what you're thinking. A big fight? Nope. 2 minutes later, they're all on the ground, beaten senseless. Soon after, all the contestants have gathered. The host, Tang Shihui of the Dark King Hall, steps up to announce the rules. This year, it's a goo poison battle. That's a brutal method where you lock a bunch of powerful venomous creatures in a jar and let them kill each other until only one survivor remains. The plan was a 1-versus-1 tournament originally, but since Tang Yeon-myeong took out a contestant, they're short on people. Now everyone participating hates his guts. He's assigned to Group 7 with 4 members per team. His teammates are number 27, Tang Yiquan, and number 26, Tang Meili. The group also has a guide, a guy named Zhuge Kangshan. Tang Meili immediately gives Tang Yeon-myeong the side eye, blaming him for making the test harder. Our boy just ignores her completely, which only makes her even more furious. Meili thinks to herself that if this kid causes any more trouble, she'll personally deal with him. She trained way too hard for this day. Distracted by her thoughts, Meili walks straight into a glass wall. Turns out, their guide, Zhuge Kangshan, has completely vanished. While his 3 teammates are panicking, Tang Yeon-myeong is just bored. He already knows this is Zhuge Kangshan's little scheme, the legendary 7-lock illusion array. It's a top-tier formation from the Zhuge clan, impossible to escape without the caster's help. Turns out, the old man secretly teamed up with the Great Elder to eliminate Tang Yeon-myeong. Too bad for him, Tang Yeon-myeong shatters the inescapable array in seconds. He then plays dumb, asking the old man, "Hey, what are you doing?" Juge Kangshin starts sweating, quickly explaining it was just a test of their abilities. Internally, he's screaming, wondering what kind of monster this kid is. Refusing to believe it, he activates the array one more time and vanishes again. The supervisor for Group 7, Tang Yeon-myeong, sees only Juge Kangshin arrive and asks where the others are. The old man lies, saying they never showed up, probably got eaten by mountain beasts. "What a shame," he says. "But accidents happen. Guess you'll just have to disqualify Group 7 this year." But before he can finish, cracks in space appear behind him. Tang Yeon-myeong broke the legendary array. Again. Seeing the four of them, Zhu Kangshin panics, realizing he was just caught in a massive lie. Tang Yeon-myeong, however, doesn't expose him. He just says it was all a misunderstanding. Seeing his opening, Zhu Kangshin gets the hell out of there. Now alone, their supervisor, Tang Yeon-myeong, introduces himself. He's from the Wind Guard, and he'll be in charge of their training for the official competition. Hearing the name Wind Guard, Mei is shocked. They're the most elite armed force established by the previous head of the Tang Clan. Every single one of their members is as strong as a division chief. Tang Yeon-myeong, hearing this, continues to casually pick his nose, completely unimpressed. After flicking away a booger, he asks Tang Yeon-myeong why a Wind Guard member isn't at the main clan house. The man explains that over 10 years ago, the Tang Clan was defeated in a bloody war with the Demon Lord. Back then, the Wind Guard failed to protect their master, so now they live as sinners. Anyway, he continues. Time to explain the rules of the contest. The team members can train together or go solo. Luli asks about food and shelter and gets a cold, hard dose of reality. You get nothing. Eat and sleep in the forest or just die. And you and I both know for our main character, that's just another Tuesday. All right, let's kick things off with our main character asking for a comfy bed because, and I quote, "Sleep is crucial for development." For a rookie, adapting to rough conditions is apparently unnecessary. Hearing this, Duong Vientiane's face darkens while the three newbies look on in terror. Talking back to the Wind Guard, this kid has guts. Vientiane then remembers him. The young man his three whiny guild members were complaining about. But surprisingly, Vientiane agrees. If our boy passes, he gets a private room, but if he fails, he faces punishment. The rules are simple. Guild members will throw daggers at him. If he blocks or dodges them within 5 steps, it's over. The test begins, and our main character has to wear a blindfold. Then, from every single direction, the Wind Guard starts launching their weapons. Without even looking, he senses 167 throwing stars flying right at him. That might be a problem for a normal person, but for him, it's nothing. With a single knife, he effortlessly deflects every last one. You and I are about to see the exact moment they realize this kid is not even human. He then takes off the blindfold and casually asks, "So, did I pass the test?" With no other choice, Vientiane declares he's qualified, thinking to himself that a true monster has shown up this year. But Lemmy gets right in his face, asking if he's really ditching his team for a comfy room. He just smiles without saying a word. Her question was its own answer. Lemmy's face turns purple. She's furious, but can't do a thing about it. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a pack of wolves are enjoying their meal. Suddenly, the entire wolf pack starts showing strange symptoms. They cough violently, trying to spit everything out. A few seconds later, they all collapse, passed out cold. With the coast clear, Detone's group emerges from the shadows to finish off the wolves as night begins to fall. In the mountains, the three of them are laughing, glad the poison they prepared worked so well. Detone says, "See, we just need to do this from now on." Lemmy keeps praising Detone's talent for poisons, while he humbly replies that her dagger skills are the impressive thing. Suddenly, they all go quiet, staring at the meat. It's been 4 months. Why did our first opponent have to be a bear? With nothing to hunt, they had to survive by chewing on tree roots. When they finally succeeded on their first real hunt, everyone cried their eyes out. Snapping back to their hard times, Luli brings up our main character. "I bet he's living comfortably right now, huh?" Lemmy snaps back, "Don't even mention his name." Seeing her furious face, Detone gets a little scared. The fire of hatred in her eyes is burning bright. "He's probably just eating and lazing around, what else?" she swears. "Just you wait, when I get to the manor, I'll crush him instantly." Detone just forces a laugh, but he's thinking he was already a monster back then. Just how strong is he now? And yeah, we're about to find out. While they're talking, Lemmy suddenly notices, hey, wait a minute, where did all the meat go? Lemmy and Ditoan slowly turn their heads towards Lu Li. They find her passed out on the ground with a round belly, still muttering so full. And Lu Li is just chilling. Hey guys, you're blocking the firelight. Can you move a bit? Huh? Why are you looking at me like that? A blood-curdling scream rips through the night. You have to ask, you pig. Back at the manor, inside the 7-star illusion array, a group of people surround our main character. His expression is solid steel, not a hint of fear. They all hold their daggers, ready to strike. After Vian Chan gives a signal to begin, 2 soldiers immediately rush forward. Our MC quickly leans back, dodging the attack as 2 more leap in. He shows off his insane flexibility, leaning to the side and catching them off guard. Then, he uses his leg to land a powerful kick right in a soldier's face. Realizing he's a tough opponent, the entire group attacks at once. In a flash, he's surrounded by nothing but the sharp points of their daggers. Suddenly, a cloud of debris explodes outwards. At the same time, our MC vanishes, leaving the squad completely stunned. Turns out, he'd already leaped high into the air. He pulls out a handful of small throwing knives, fanning them out between his fingers. Good, he says with a grin. Time to test a new move. His eyes flash with killing intent. He's ready to test his new skill. Everyone starts to panic. It's coming! He swings his arm, sending the projectiles flying everywhere, scattering them into the void. The blades zip towards their targets. Isn't that just throwing them randomly? The moment he says that, his comrade gets grazed by a projectile. The wound is so bad, the guy falls backward. He shouts in a panic, "What is this?" Before he can even finish his sentence, he gets slashed twice by more projectiles. The blades are too fast to track with the naked eye. Get back, he commands, using his circling dance of blades to injure the entire squad. Vian Chan is speechless. These are trained members of the guard, defeated in an instant. What's more, that wide-range attack was perfectly controlled to only break their skin. Vian Chan approaches and asks, "Did you create that technique yourself?" Our boy answers honestly, "Yes." Vian Chan looks at his projectiles. Once you're caught, it's not easy to escape. Truly an excellent technique. May I ask what it's called? Our main character replies, "I call it the circling dance of turbulent blades." Vian Chan is fascinated. I see. Using that technique must consume a lot of internal energy. How did you manage that? He explains, "A few days ago, I asked for books on eye techniques." Vian Chan remembers. Yes, the heaven-piercing eye and the flowing gaze eye. The flowing gaze was incomplete, so I recommended the other one. And then our MC drops the bombshell. Trust me, this is where it gets insane. "I've fully mastered the flowing gaze eye." Vian Chan is floored. "You what?" This is the oldest eye technique of the Tang family, but its core principles were lost. How? Our boy explains. Even with missing parts, I could see it was a supreme martial art. If you throw a weapon at a weakness revealed by the flowing gaze eye, you can hit your target precisely, even with very little internal energy. Vian Chan is speechless, witnessing something impossible. So you're saying you figured out and completed the missing principles yourself? All right, let's jump in. Vian Chan gets serious, saying it's time Tang Yeon-myeong knew the truth. In 2 months, his old teammates are coming for the exact same test under the same conditions. Tang Yeon-myeong just smiles and says, "Oh, really? I look forward to it. I wonder just how strong my old friends have become." He turns and walks away, and as Vian Chan watches him go, he thinks to himself, he's actually worried about his teammates, isn't he? Too bad Tang Yeon-myeong has no idea those little brats have been using him as a target for their training. He looks up at the sky. Destiny, huh? But now, he's actually managed to build real connections with people. He thinks, isn't this what a normal life is supposed to feel like? I don't know why, he thinks, but I want to see them soon. Cut to the trio, and Lemmy is still screaming, "You ate everything!" Lu Li just laughs nervously. Sorry. I just kept eating without thinking." Seeing the tension, Ditoan steps in. "That's enough. In 2 months, we'll be at the same manor as Tang Yeon-myeong." Lemmy absolutely loses it. "I told you never to mention that bastard's name." The next morning, the mood is just as tense. When the training first started, we were just monkeys. But now, our power is on a completely different level than back then. The hatred in Lemmy just keeps growing. Tang Yeon-myeong, that little brat, The thought of seeing him again, I can't wait. Lu Li is just as bloodthirsty. I'll split his head in two. And now, watch this. D-Tone tries to copy his teammates as all three of them scream their new slogan, "Down with Tang Yeon-myeong, Team 7 for the win." The guards at the gate are terrified by their murderous aura. What is going on with them? This is seriously scary. Stomping into the main hall, Lemie screams, "Tang Yeon-myeong, get out here right now." She glances around the empty room, looking confused. Why is it so quiet? Did he run away? Lu Li scoffs. Too bad. I was going to smash his head in. Lemie turns to D-Tone. Why haven't you said a single word? And then they both freeze, jaws on the floor, seeing D-Tone standing right next to Tang Yeon-myeong. Tang Yeon-myeong smiles at them. I was hiding to surprise you. You were going to do what to my head now? He leans in close to Lemie and Lu Li with a twisted grin. So cute. The moment they see Tang Yeon-myeong, both Lemie and Lu Li are frozen solid, unable to say a word. What's the matter? Weren't you going to smash my skull? Aren't you going to show me the results of your training from the past half year? Lemie and Lu Li immediately switch up, frantically denying everything. No, we were just kidding. It was just a joke. Lemie feels a cold dread creep in. Before he turned around, I didn't sense his presence at all, even though my senses have gotten sharper from living in the forest. Suddenly, Tang Yeon-myeong places a hand on Lu Li's shoulder, making her jump. Lemie can't stop wondering, is the power gap really this huge? What has he been doing all this time? Plus, he got taller, and his face. Lemie's cheeks suddenly flush red. What am I thinking? Is it because I've only seen animals in the forest, so seeing a person now feels different? Tang Yeon-myeong speaks up, encouraging them. Don't be too discouraged. From what I can tell, you're all much stronger than before. It's just that your spotlight gets a little dim when I'm around. Tang Yeon-myeong's insane confidence leaves all three of them speechless. Lemie thinks. So his arrogant personality hasn't changed one bit. Night falls. In another room, the voice of Zhuge Thuong then rings out. Is everyone gathered? Everyone turns to look at him. You've returned, my lord. It's only been 6 months, but you look exhausted. Thuong then cuts to the chase. Let's get straight to business. Now pay attention, because this is where the real game is being played. Is there anyone in your groups worth using? An official quickly replies, there's a noteworthy participant showing incredible growth more than the others. It's like he's driven by a powerful hatred for someone. It seems that number 2 is using that emotion as his motivation. Another official confidently adds, if we're talking about a winner, we can't rule out number 10. He passed the master's test in only 1 month. Thuong then sits in deep thought. Number 2 and number 10 are definitely talented. The others continue their discussion. Any other candidates? My group has number 18, but after seeing number 28, they both seem pretty average. Breaking the formation and getting out was surprising enough. But seeing the chaos he caused, it was just unbelievable. Number 28 showed skills that even seasoned masters couldn't pull off. However, trying to recruit him is just too risky. He's probably already figured out that we're watching him. While Thuong Than is lost in thought, someone calls out, my lord, you don't look well. Are you all right? Thuong Than thinks, there's no point in bringing this up without a reason. So he forces a smile and makes an excuse. It's nothing. It's just that there were no remarkable children on my side. Thuong Than silently forms a plan. Let's remove number 28 from the discussion. What we need is a puppet we can control. And with that, he makes his decision. We'll recruit number 2. I'll introduce him to my granddaughter. She's quite famous. I heard number 2's face was disfigured by an injury. Winning the heart of a child like that will be difficult. If we help that boy win the competition and become the young master, then have him marry my granddaughter and produce an heir, the Zhuge family will officially be related to the Tang family's master. We'll have the right to intervene in their affairs. Our influence in the Tang family will grow, and eventually we'll merge our 2 houses. This is why we support the Tang family's competition. So, in short, that's the plan. Meeting adjourned. As everyone leaves, Thuong then thinks to himself, it's a shame to miss out on number 28's talent. If he survives this competition, I'll use revenge as bait to lure him in, or I could adopt him and give him the position of young master of the Zhuge family. Wouldn't that kill 2 birds with 1 stone? The mere thought of it makes Thuong then laugh out loud with delight. The scene shifts back to Lemi and Luli, both training intensely. Lemi throws her daggers with perfect accuracy, hitting the bullseye on the post every single time. She praises herself, perfect. Living at the manor means we can train even harder. She then turns to Luli. Are Ditoan and Tang Yeon-myeong in the alchemy room again today? Luli replies, yeah. That brat Ditoan went in there gritting his teeth saying he was definitely going to kill him. Hearing this, Lemi's face pales. Is that okay? Ditoan is the best at concocting poisons. Inside the alchemy room, Ditoan proudly declares to Tang Yeon-myeong, see this? This is a poison I poured my entire heart and soul into making. With this, you can't look down on me anymore, but when Tang Yeon-myeong picks up the bowl of poison, Ditoan freaks out, asking, what are you doing? And trust me, you are not ready for what happens next. All right, you and I are about to watch our MC treat deadly poison like a morning smoothie. Dear Tuan is terrified, screaming, why did you drink that, you lunatic? He rushes over, shaking him. Spit it out, now. You're going to die! Tang Yeon-myeong clutches his cheek, his face slowly turning green, and Dear Tuan panics even more. Is the poison really working this fast? But then Tang Yeon-myeong just opens his mouth, and a cloud of poison gas calmly billows out. He stands there completely unfazed. Why are you shaking me? Meanwhile, Dear Tuan collapses, writhing on the ground. A twisted, knowing smile spreads across Tang Yeon-myeong's face. He looks down at him. Hey, this poison is weaker than I thought. Dear Tuan is just a blubbering mess, crying, what are you talking about? That stuff is supposed to melt your organs. But Tang Yeon-myeong's creepy smile never fades. Let's see. Wasn't your poison supposed to be devastating? All Dear Tuan can do is scream, why won't you just die? Lermir and Luli are just watching from the sidelines. They have no idea what's going on, but they know it can't be good. Luli agrees. Definitely not good. Inside, Dear Tuan pleads helplessly, don't drink my poison like it's a glass of wine. In a flash, Tang Yeon-myeong has downed the entire pot, all gone. Huh, I don't feel any different. Dear Tuan is furious. There's nothing left for you to eat, you bastard. Damn it, why isn't it working? Are you completely immune to all poisons or something? Tang Yeon-myeong thinks to himself, it's a little different from just being immune. The poison demon transformation art is both a family secret and a technique everyone in the Tang family possesses. It's an internal energy martial art that uses poison, but strangely, even the user can be poisoned by it. The goal of a poison user is to absorb the toxins. And here's the absolutely broken part of his ability. Just as he predicted, the poison entering his body is converting directly into internal energy, getting stored for later use. Within certain limits, poison is no different than a divine elixir to him. But this is a level of mastery that takes immense skill to achieve. People who just see poison as a weapon could never pull this off just by hearing an explanation. At this point, weak toxins like this won't increase his power anymore. He needs something stronger. Before he can live a peaceful life again, there are still a lot of villains he needs to eliminate. He could take out those clan elders anytime he wanted now. But Huk Ta Lian or Ma Kwang-thin, if he fought either of them, he couldn't guarantee a win. He has a bitter history with Huk Ta Lian, and the guy's strong enough to split the province in two. He can't be underestimated. The clan lord has already destroyed 3 of the 9 major sects. They call him a rare genius. His past self could have handled him, but his current self? Not a chance. He has to become as strong as he was in his past life to live like a real human being again. If only Dear Tuan could concoct a poison several times stronger than this. Tang Yeon-myeong asks him straight up, what are the 10 great poisons of the Tang family? Dear Tuan snaps back annoyed. You're the previous family, head's own flesh and blood. What the hell do you even know? It refers to the 10 strongest poisons passed down through generations. From the first poison to the 10th, the higher the number, the deadlier it is. But I heard the recipes for most of them have been lost. They say the 10th poison is a toxic gas that can kill even the mightiest masters of the Hwagyong realm. The remaining poisons are currently managed by the elders of the branch families. Tang Yeon-myeong is stunned by this news. It can take down even Hwagyong masters the realm of body reconstruction. A look of pure hunger appears on his face. That's exactly the kind of poison he wants. He turns to Dear Tuan. So you can't make the 10 great poisons? Dear Tuan replies helplessly. If everyone could make them, they wouldn't be legendary, would they? I already told you the methods were lost. Tang Yeon-myeong just scoffs. What a shame. The poison you make now doesn't even give me a buzz anymore. Dear Tuan trembles with rage at the insult. This guy. The bottom line is, the 10 great poisons are so dangerous their use is normally forbidden. Even for a Tang family member, drinking one is a death sentence. All right, scene change to a dark forest, and you and I are about to meet the real threat. Number 2 is being choked out by some random thug, his face contorted in rage. What the hell are you doing? The moment the words leave his mouth, Number 2 drills a fist into his gut so hard it makes him spit fire. Number 2 stands over him. Say that again. What's wrong with my face? The man suddenly screams, fire erupting from his eyes and nose. He lunges at Number 2, but before he can do anything, his body turns to stone and crumbles into dust. Number 2 is a little surprised himself, watching this gruesome scene unfold. In an instant, only ashes remain. So this is the power of the poison I received from grandfather. This is one of the 10 great poisons of the Tang family. Number 2 covers one side of his face and lets out a low chuckle. The suffering I endured that day. I can never forget it. I will unleash all of this anger and agony in the goo poison battle. Just wait, Tang Yeon-myeong. On a beautiful morning at the manor, Viren addresses the students. It has been half a year. You've been training in the forest for a long time now. Of course, you've all made great progress, but you still need more experience to perfect your martial arts. After this training session, I will select a team leader to facilitate training and management. Mir and Lu Lai ask in unison, "You're choosing a team leader, sir?" Viren nods. "For now, when you're more mature, we'll assign official captains. This is just for easier management. Though it's temporary, it's very important. Soon, in the poison tournament, you will have to send your leader as a representative to compete. This is an honor, but also a challenge for all of you. The battles in the poison tournament are extremely dangerous. But if you win or show great talent, you will catch the eye of the higher-ups in the Tang family. Understand?" Lu Lai asks, looking confused. "So that means each group sends only one member, the team captain. The best one. Not the whole team, right?" "That's right. If we sent every member, who would be left to carry on the family line?" Mir, standing beside her, chimes in. Obviously, the person with the best chance of winning this competition is number 28, Tang Yeon-myeong. He's easily the strongest among us. Dear Tuan, standing behind Tang Yeon-myeong, adds, "You're not just a team leader, you could be a candidate for the championship title in this poison tournament." Hearing this, Viren shares his thoughts. "All right, this is just a temporary arrangement for now. You're all still young and haven't fully developed your talents. We'll talk again when you're older." Number 28, Tang Yeon-myeong, will be the team leader. Any objections? All 4 of them stand in dead silence. Seeing this, Viren continues. "Since no one objects, number 28, step forward. This is a medicinal pill. Take it." Tang Yeon-myeong asks, stunned, "A pill, sir?" Viren confirms, "Yes, a high-grade pill from our Tang family. It is the Heavenly Heart Pill. The Heavenly Heart Pill is an elixir only the Tang family can create. It's made from many herbs, but its most important ingredient is the root of a ginseng plant that is several hundred years old. When this elixir is consumed, the user will absorb its medicinal power, and their internal force will increase by 2 to 3 levels. And trust me, he's going to need every last drop of power for what comes next." Detone, the me are absolutely floored. How could he possibly be given such a precious pill for increasing inner strength? Viren explains that, of course, Tang Yeon-myeong is the team leader. The clan's future depends on the next generation, on people like him. Let's pause for a second because Viren is thinking about what he saw in the previous trials. He's putting a lot of faith in Tang Yeon-myeong. Viren carefully instructs him to only use the Heavenly Heart Pill when his spirit is in its peak state to maximize his inner power. But Tang Yeon-myeong asks an unexpected question. Does the team leader get any other rewards? Viren is caught off guard by the question. What Tang Yeon-myeong says it plainly. The upcoming contest is dangerous, so he's just wondering if there are any other rewards to help them out. He says this pill might boost his power a bit, but he's young and has room to grow naturally, so he wants to know what else is on the table. Dito fumes, thinking Tang Yeon-myeong is totally finished now. Lu Li's jaw just drops. Does he think these power-boosting pills are something you get every day? Why would he just dismiss it? Lamai sees her chance and chimes in. Hey, if you don't want it, I'll happily take it off your hands. Even Vientian finds this weird. He doesn't want the spirit heart pill, a treasure every martial artist dreams of, and he's just rejecting it flat out. After a moment, Vientian asks, all right, I understand. So what is it you want? Tang Yeon-myeong doesn't hesitate. He wants hidden weapons and poison. The 10 poisons of the Tang clan. That's what I desire. A full set of weapons is laid out on the table. It's one of the 2 pillars of the Tang clan, but not the one he asked for. Lamai, standing behind him, says the master gave him the hidden weapons he requested. But the 10 poisons? Probably not happening. Tang Yeon-myeong just casually replies that it was worth a shot. Now pay attention here, because the 10 poisons are a top-tier secret of the Tang clan. A bunch of rookies like them would never get their hands on it. So for now, he'll settle for the hidden weapons. Better than nothing, right? Lamai suddenly throws a punch straight at Tang Yeon-myeong, but he sees it coming and easily dodges to the side. She's losing control, her words and actions becoming reckless. You'd pass up a rare power-up pill for a bunch of hidden weapons you can buy at the market? What is wrong with you? Lu Li tries to calm her down. Hey, he's the team leader. He's risking his life in the goo poison war, so he knows what he needs. Our inner power is still low anyway. Diton adds his own 2 cents. Honestly, I think the clan elders are thrilled with your choice, Tang Yeon-myeong. They get to keep a priceless pill and give you a bunch of cheap hidden weapons instead. Faced with all this criticism, Tang Yeon-myeong finally speaks up. Who do you all take me for? I never returned the Heavenly Heart pill. We flash back to 3 hours earlier. Vientian gives Tang Yeon-myeong a chest. Here are the hidden weapons you wanted. I put everything in this wooden box. You really think this junk is worth more than the Heavenly Heart pill? Are you sure you don't want to reconsider, Tang Yeon-myeong? He replies honestly, admitting that asking for the 10 poisons was probably pushing his luck, a request that was bound to fail. Vientian agrees. There's no way they'd get the 10 poisons. But Tang Yeon-myeong was the only team leader who wanted to trade the pill for poison. You have your weapons, you can go now. Tang Yeon-myeong says, yes, this will be enough for me. But I have one more question. Vientian allows it. So Tang Yeon-myeong asks, so, what happens to the pill now? Vientian replies, what do you think? If you don't use it, it goes back to the clan's medicine hall, of course. Tang Yeon-myeong has another idea. To avoid wasting such a precious pill, he proposes something. As I said, the pill hasn't been returned yet. You and I are about to see a genius move. His proposal, if any team member can actually defeat their team leader in a fight, they get to claim the pill. Everyone is absolutely stunned by this news. What did you say? He agreed to let us challenge you for the Heavenly Heart pill? Back in the past, Vientian considers Tang Yeon-myeong's idea. All right, that sounds reasonable. It might inspire the kids to push themselves harder. After all, the pill is meant to strengthen the clan's future generations anyway. So the more powerful rookies they have, the better. Back in the present, Tang Yeon-myeong tells everyone the deal. So do your best. But before the goo poison war, you better get strong. That's when we'll re-elect the reserve team leader position. Hearing this, Lamai and Lu Li immediately run off to train. One goes to practice hidden weapons, the other to practice goo poison techniques. Tang Yeon-myeong just smirks, thinking how naive they are. In the future, I will become the head of the Tang clan. When that day comes, I'll give you all plenty of chances to get the best pills and secret techniques our clan has. A voice calls out, interrupting his thoughts. Hey, Tang Yeon-myeong, he mutters to himself. That time sure flies. The voice yells again, get out here. I'm ready to take you down. Time passes quickly. Summer turns to fall, then winter, and finally spring arrives again. But still, no one has managed to defeat Tang Yeon-myeong. Diton is sent flying across the ground in a painful heap. Tang Yeon-myeong stands over him, bored. What's the matter? Giving up already? I believe that's loss number 173 for you guys. Lamai has to admit it. He's a monster. We fight him relentlessly, and he's not even phased, while we're about to collapse from exhaustion. Lu Li is also starting to feel hopeless. He fights without ever getting tired. This is just pathetic for us. Youth is full of dreams, he says. Whether in combat or training, I hope to one day be useful to the Tang clan, and sparring with someone makes me even happier. Lamai curiously asks, who is that someone? Luli just blushes and refuses to answer. Meanwhile, Tang Yeon-myeong offers a hand to detone. All right, so you finally accept it, right? That I'll become the future head of the Tang clan. Detone smirks. You're already thinking so far ahead. There are plenty of other strong teams in the clan you haven't even faced yet. But I'll admit, you're on a completely different level than us. I don't see you losing to any other juniors. So when you become the clan head, don't you dare look down on old friends like us. Vientiane approaches, observing them. It's true. In just 1 year, your strength has increased dramatically. I can see now that making you team leader was the right choice. There will be no changes. The goo poison war begins tomorrow, so Tang Yeon-myeong, get ready. And you and I both know this is just the beginning. It's been 3 years since their first training session, and the real fight is about to start. Many teams have folded, plenty have quit, and some have even died in these dangerous trials. But your team, you've kept everyone alive, and you've even gotten stronger. And trust me, that's not something every team can say. You should be proud. The goo poison Grand War, however, is a whole other level of dangerous, especially for rookies. There's something I need to warn you about, Myeong. In this war, you'll face poisons you've never even heard of. Many are technically forbidden, but when it's life or death, nobody cares about the rules. You'll see poisons as powerful as our own Tang families out there. In this battle, forget dirty tricks or honor. The only thing that matters is putting your opponent in the ground. No mercy, understand? I know how strong you are, but a real fight is different from training. So just focus on staying alive. For the goo poison battle, this is the poison the clan has given you. It's all incredibly potent stuff. Not quite on the level of the 10 Tang poisons, but close. One drop can take down an elephant, so be careful. Jian is pretty surprised by the sheer variety. Captain Wan Jin adds a final warning for Myeong. When you use these poisons, watch out for the vapors. If it gets in your eyes, you're going blind. All right, enough talk. Training is over, and it's time for the real deal. Jian holds out his fist, flashing a big smile to encourage Myeong. We're worried about you, but we know you're going to win this. Do your best, Myeong. But unexpectedly, Myeong grabs Jian's wrist and just says, all right. He then takes Jian's hand and punches himself hard in the face. I promise you all. The three just stare back, completely dumbfounded by Myeong's ridiculously intense promise. After saying what needed to be said, Myeong turns and walks into the warp gate. I'm off. See you later. Elsewhere. Number 2 clutches a vial of poison, a cruel and calculating look on his face. The death match has finally begun. And you're going to want to see this. Lucky for me, the family gave me this top-tier goo poison. With this, taking first place is a guarantee. Suddenly, an elder appears out of thin air. Number 2 is shocked. The Zhug clan, are you here to help me? What could you possibly offer me in this battle? The old man explains, the Zhug clan created this entire goo-poisoned battlefield. Since we built it, we know every single advantageous spot for defense and for attack. And I'll tell you all of them. Number 2 gets straight to the point. Okay, I understand. But what do you want in return for helping me? The Zhuge elder confesses, our clan has fallen. We don't have the funds to rebuild, so we want to partner with the Tang family, a mutually beneficial partnership, not a hostile takeover. Number 2 presses further. I see, but why choose me as your partner? What if I refuse your offer? You haven't really given me anything of value yet. The elder explains, you're right, which is why we'll give you all of our map intel up front to build your trust. This way, we can establish a long-term partnership. The pure hatred inside number 2 boils to the surface. The time has finally come. I've waited so long for this moment. That bastard. I'll pay him back for everything he did to me. With interest. We'll be seeing each other soon enough. Team 1, Tang Lingling. Team 2, Tang Chokchan. Tang Jukrin smirks. The strongest team this year? I'm looking forward to meeting you. Don't you dare disappoint me. After 3 years of hellish training, I finally have the power to show you what death looks like up close. Team 3, Tang Gyokrin. Team 4, Tang Jayon. Team 5, Tang Jayon. Team 6, Tang Jong-il. Team 7, Myeong. Our main character stands alone on a cliff, a thrill on his face. Time to join the battle. The weather today is perfect for it. Myeong arrives at the massive tournament site alone, and its sheer scale leaves him stunned. So this is the goo poison battlefield, huh? It's huge. Finding anyone in here will take forever. But Myung doesn't realize he's already being watched by a pair of judging eyes. Number 28 of Team 7. The more I look, the more I feel it's a waste of talent. The Zhuge clan has made its decision. I must deal with him quickly before any variables arise. While being secretly monitored, the spy suddenly sees Myung staring directly at him. It felt like he was looking right at me. Don't tell me I've been exposed already. Myung decisively swings his sword through empty space, the slash perfectly striking the spying elder's eye and forcing him to flee. I felt someone watching me. Was that the Zhu clan? But he remembers Captain Won Jin's words, only Gu Poison War participants are allowed inside. This confirms Myung's suspicion, and he just sighs in annoyance. They're already pulling tricks right at the start of the battle. Are they participating in the war too? I don't know what they're plotting, but let them try. After this is over, I'll have all the time in the world for an interrogation. Myung walks straight to the cliff's edge and, without hesitation, jumps. Okay, let that sink in for a second. The guy literally just jumped. Meanwhile, the old Zhuge spy is having a full-blown meltdown. After that one slash, the elder's power is in complete disarray. I was using a concealment formation. How could he have possibly seen me? If I don't get a formation spirit eye soon, I'll be permanently blind. And that sword technique, it sliced right through the dimensional formation. I've never seen anything like it. After this encounter, the old man learned a very valuable lesson. I was wrong. We can't afford to underestimate him. If our plan is exposed, he will retaliate with everything he has. We must stop number 28 at all costs. At the same time, deep in the forest, a bloody battle is raging. A short-haired boy is clearly losing, his body covered in wounds as he begs for his life. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I just wanted to support my poor elderly parents. How did it come to this? I never even cared about being the young clan head. I was about to surrender, but then he just charged in. The monster the boy mentioned finally appears. Spiky hair parted down the middle with a wicked smile plastered on his face. What's this? Is everyone here? Excellent. The spiky-haired psycho instantly decapitates two guys who tried to ambush him, leaving the short-haired boy trembling in utter terror. And in that moment, the boy finally understands. Surrender? His goal is to kill every single one of us. To survive, the short-haired boy starts desperately pleading for his life. I'll surrender to anyone to stay alive. I don't care about the others. I'll even leave the Tang family. But before he can finish, the psycho is right behind him. And? What else? Receiving no answer, he continues to mock the boy. You seem pretty fast on your feet. Scared already? Is this all the power you have? You and the others are nothing special. The boy slowly turns around, only to see the psycho still holding the two heads he just collected, and he screams in terror. Why would you do this? Why are you doing this to our own people? We're both from the Tang family. The demon couldn't care less. So what? I never once thought of myself as a member of the Sichuan Tang Clan. With that, he sends the boy to the next world, back to Myung. After his leap of faith, he's now rushing through the woods, searching for something. After a while, he discovers an empty cave. Myung stops and heads inside to scout it out. Once he's certain there are no signs of human life, he prepares for his next move. No signs of anyone. Perfect. This means no one will find me, and I'll have zero interruptions. And trust me, you and I are about to watch him use a death game as his own personal training ground. All right, you and I are about to watch our boy get a serious system update. To reach the Blossom Realm without side effects, he needs free-flowing energy and a little thing called an awakening. The awakening relies on his past life's experience, and for his internal energy, he'll use a refined poison to purge his system. Everything is ready. Tang Yeon-myeong's body quickly starts radiating an extreme aura. His clogged meridians will now be purged and cleared by his own internal energy. He circulates a poison essence through his channels. For any normal martial artist, this process is pure agony as bones break and instantly reform. It's literally a physical rebirth. But since he's done this before, in his past life, round 2 is no big deal. The energy inside him builds until at its peak, it erupts in a blinding flash of light. Tang Yeon-myeong gasps for air, his meridians now clear, and his body feeling brand new. Purging impurities is excruciating, but he's completed the breakthrough. He steps outside to test his new power before the Gu Poison trials begin. On the surface, it doesn't look like much has changed, but Tang Yeon-myeong casually swipes a hand at the cliff face and it instantly shatters. Heh, not bad, he thinks. Time to get started. Meanwhile, our earlier villain has found a new target, taunting him from a tree branch. Pathetic. What have you done for 3 years? Don't you want to be the young master? All that training? For this? The one getting mocked is none other than Tang Tin Rat. We don't know how the fight went, but the victor is spotless while Tin Rat is a bloody mess, cursing his awful luck. Damn it. Right after entering the trials, I run into him. Even though I'm a concubine's son, the great elder raised me like his own. The man before him is no stranger to Tin Rat. It's Tang Clan, the great elder's #1 disciple. No wonder he's terrifyingly strong, the rumors were all true. Tin Rat thought he could beat almost anyone else here, maybe even without taking a single hit. But now, he's about to die, a humiliating death. A name pops into his head, Tang Yeon-myeong. I prayed I wouldn't run into him. Am I going insane? Lost in thought, Tin Rat accidentally smirks. Clan sees it and keeps mocking him. You can still smile? Are you hiding your true power or something? Tin Rat just laughs out loud. Clan frowns, an unsettling feeling creeping up on him, before puffing his chest out with pride again. You're disappointing me. I'll make you feel true fear. Let me tell you a secret. I'm a spy for the Elite Sect. Tin Rat is completely speechless. Clan smirks. Now that you know, I can't let you live. But since you're dying, I'll tell you my real name. From the Elite Sect, I'm Mo Renji. Clan raises his sword to end Tin Rat, but don't blink because this is where everything changes. Suddenly, a powerful aura washes over him, freezing him solid. What? I can't move? Tang Yeon-myeong slowly walks into view. I sense the energy, but I didn't expect to see a familiar face. He turns to the bruised boy on the ground. You're Tin Rat, right? Good to see you. Recovered from that beating I gave you? Tin Rat just stares, wide-eyed. Whoa, 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 whoa. Who are you? Meanwhile, Clan has a flashback of his father giving him a heavy mission as a child. Become a spy in the Tang family? Yes. With your talent, even as an orphan, someone will take you in. The fight for young master will start in a few years, with no mercy for anyone. Kill the contenders and weaken their forces. If you succeed, our clan will recognize you. Back in the present, Clan is in a pathetic state. My insides feel like they're burning. Is this his doing? Meanwhile, Tin Rat questions Tang Yeon-myeong. You're saying you're Tang Yeon-myeong? That one? That's right. Tang Yeon-myeong immediately threatens him. What? Do you need your face planted in the dirt like last time to believe me? Only then does Tin Rat finally accept it. Tang Yeon-myeong gets back to business, pointing at the paralyzed Clan. He admitted himself that he's a spy, correct? Tin Rat nods instantly. Yes, that's what he said. He's from the Shadow Blade. Let's pause for a second. Tang Yeon-myeong puts it all together. Could he be the tail I sensed on Mount Kongdong? He raises a hand and gives a command. Something flies out of Clan's neck, causing him unimaginable pain. It was a Yuan Mao needle. Tin Rat recognizes it instantly. So you coated that needle with poison? What kind of poison can Tang Yeon-myeong cuts him off? Quickly changing the subject. Have you seen any other contestants here? Tin Rat shakes his head, no. Tang Yeon-myeong wonders if he should cure the poison and interrogate him. Clan, barely conscious, hears this and panics. Cure me? The moment you try to get information from me, you'll be dead. But Tin Rat dismisses the idea immediately. Why bother? If he's from the Shadow Blade sect, his purpose here is already obvious. That glimmer of hope was mercilessly snuffed out. Clan is furious but helpless. Tin Rat suddenly changes the subject. You've changed. I thought you'd still hold a grudge. Tang Yeon-myeong just laughs and points to Clan. If I held a grudge, you'd be lying on the ground just like him. Fair point. Tin Rat suddenly bows his head. I'm truly sorry for what I did before. Tang Yeon-myeong is surprised by the sudden apology and waves it off. It's in the past, don't worry about it. Tin Rat gets flustered. I'm not trying to erase what happened. I sincerely want to apologize. Tang Yeon-myeong gives a satisfied smile. He didn't really care anymore, but hearing this felt nice. All right, don't worry about it. It's fine. Tin Rat's expression suddenly changes and he screams a warning. Tang Yeon-myeong, behind you! Somehow, Clan is up and launching a cowardly sneak attack. If I'm dying, I'm taking you both down with me. Die. Tin Rat screams in horror. The technique Coquelin unleashed is no joke, but when he opens his eyes, Tang Yeon-myeong is gone. What? I felt it hit. He doesn't wait long, as Tang Yeon-myeong's voice warns him from behind. Trust me, you're going to want to hear this. I don't enjoy tricking dying men. Since this is what you want, I'll erase you without a trace. Or, would leaving a body for them to investigate be better? Coquelin is petrified. Only now does he realize his opponent is on another level entirely. His final tears begin to fall. You, monster. And with that, he collapses dead. Tinrod is in awe, incredible. Even as a spy, he was one of the strongest. That last move was the sect master's signature art. To take down someone with a sword style that fearsome, Tang Yeon-myeong's voice cuts through Tin Rat's jumbled thoughts. So, what are you going to do now? Tin Rat snaps out of it. Huh? What do you mean? Tang Yeon-myeong continues. It's just you and me. How will we decide the winner? And look at this. Jingji finally gets it, hesitantly offering his surrender. He knows he has no choice, but claims he can't get out of here. Yeon-myeong doesn't say a word, just rips open a spatial gate and glances over. Well, get going. Don't think you need me to see you out. Jingji just stares, dumbfounded. And just like that, Yeon-myeong vanishes. Jingji manages a final thank you, thanks for saving my life, and adds a parting wish. A safe journey to you. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Elite Sword Sect, a special bell shatters a bell linked to a disciple's life force. His bell broke. That means the kid is dead. Mo Renshao is absolutely livid. It means his son is dead too. And here comes the truth about Keelan. He was my illegitimate son with a servant girl, but he was the most brilliant of all the prospects. When my wife found out, she tried to kill the boy multiple times, afraid he'd steal the inheritance. So I sent him to the Tang Clan as a spy, just to keep him alive. 2 birds with 1 stone save Keelan's life and destroy the Tang Clan. Except the old fool sent his own son to his grave. He was a father who could do nothing, but now, at the very least, I will avenge you. This pain, I will never forget it. Mo Renshao leaps to his feet, roaring with fury. Now get this, he orders every single disciple. Prepare to move out to Kongdong Mountain. It's time to flatten the Tang Clan and contact every allied sect. From this day on, no one with the Tang surname will live on that mountain. Back at Kongdong Mountain, it's late. Yeon-myeong is scarfing down some food he found, already plotting his next move. He hasn't seen anyone since morning. That barrier has to be massive. Or maybe it was set up to keep people away from specific targets. If so, the Zhuge clan must have helped the survivors. He figures the other strong contenders wouldn't team up with the Zhuge clan. If the Zhuges gain too much power, the Tang clan won't just sit back and watch. That much is obvious. The price for arrogance and dirty schemes is steep. Zhuge family. That warning shot echoes straight into the mind of a Zhuge elder who stops what he's doing, checking his back. After eating, Yeon-myeong stretches out on the grass, admiring the stars. The night sky is amazing. I wish Poison Phoenix could see this. I wonder if she's doing okay. With that, Yeon-myeong's eyes drift shut. But as he falls into a deep sleep, a figure silently appears beside him. Found you. It's Tang Ling, here to meet the final survivor? Or Yeon-myeong himself. She stares down, wondering, who is this guy? The terms were clear, let me meet the last one standing. Taking a closer look, she has to admit, he's dangerously handsome. And if the Zhuge elder mentioned him, he must be powerful. A real shame about that face. But there's no other choice. I still have to kill him. Ling pops a pill into her mouth, then immediately channels her dissipating toxin to deadly poison art. She even offers a half-hearted apology before the kill. Can you believe this? Don't hate me, she thinks. This battle only ends when one is left standing. But Yeon-myeong's eyes snap open as he grabs her by the throat, cutting her off. I don't know if you're ready for this. Yeon-myeong slowly gets to his feet, his grip like steel. So you're the one who made a deal with the Zhuge clan, huh? Your plan was to hide in a safe place while everyone else tore each other apart, then ambush the exhausted winner. What do you want? Ling can barely breathe. He knows everything. Yeon-myeong's voice drops to a lethal whisper. Last chance. Start talking if you want to live. Or perhaps you've decided you don't need to breathe anymore. Ling's eyes roll back as he tightens his grip, and she curses herself. Damn it, if I hadn't been so stunned, I dropped my dagger, her eyes flicked to where her weapon fell. Suddenly, a flash of recognition hits Yeon-myeong. Wait a second. Are you Tang Lingling? She's completely floored. How could he possibly know her name? Yeon-myeong keeps talking. Your face ended up like that because of me, but your personality hasn't changed one bit, has it? Hearing that, Lingling knows exactly who is standing before her. Yeon-myeong leans in, his threat chilling her to the bone. This time, should I just ruin your entire face? Elsewhere, the Zhuge elder is having a complete meltdown. The plan is totally wrecked. Number 28, smash the formations so I can barely see what's happening. All I know is, except for number 2, everyone else is dead. It was great that number 10 eliminated the competition so fast, but then he ran into number 28 and got utterly annihilated. The two he's talking about, Yeon-myeong and the spy, Kaylin, he wonders what would happen if number 2 and number 10, who are evenly matched, fought each other. But against number 28, does number 2 even stand a chance? Considering how long it should have taken to deal with number 10, this is unimaginable. If number 28 wins, every single one of my plans turns to dust. What am I supposed to do now? As he's frantically trying to figure out a new plan, a commotion outside the formation catches his attention. I can sense a significant number of warriors. And sure enough, Mo Renchao's army has arrived at the peak of Kongdong Mountain. A subordinate questions him. Sir, isn't this a bit much for a few outcasts from the Tang clan? Just between our disciples, we have over 200 men. Add in the other sects, and we have a force of more than 300 martial artists. Mo Renchao gazes up at the stars and speaks slowly. I know it seems like overkill, but since Kongdong Mountain is the territory of the Kongdong sect, this show of force is necessary. The Kongdong sect's power is in another league compared to the ruined Tang clan. If we came with a smaller force, we'd risk getting wiped out by them instead. With an army this size, they'll be cautious, they'll observe, and when they realize our target isn't them, they'll choose not to interfere. Every word of his analysis opens the subordinate's mind. Truly a master strategist. By the way, sir, what happened to the spy you sent in a few days ago? The question reopens the wound of his son's death, and Mo Renchao's rage flares. He failed. The boy I valued most. Enough talk. We move out now. Little do they know, Zhuge Changchong has overheard their entire conversation. The Elite Sword Sect master, Mo Renchao, what is he doing here? The elder starts to panic. People not involved in the tournament shouldn't know this location. Is there a mole? Whatever it is, I need to report this to the guards and figure out a countermeasure. But then a sinister thought flashes in his mind. Wait a minute. If I use them to kill number 28 for me, wouldn't my plans remain completely secret? Oh yes, that's exactly what he'll do. Back with our main character, Tang Lingling is still struggling. She's kicking herself. This damn guy was right in front of me, and I didn't even realize. If I just had a moment to get my fire dragon blood poison. She pulls out the vial she had hidden. Taking advantage of the moment, Yeon-myeong glances towards her fallen dagger. That's some poison you've got there, he says casually. First time I've seen one that's bright red. Trust me, just as she lunges to pour it on him, he snatches her wrist without even looking back. Stick with me, because you're about to see an interrogation go sideways in the best way possible. Still trying to resist? Pointless. Tang Yeon-myeong snatches the vial from Lingling's hand. What's this? The color looks just like the poison on your daggers. Still not going to talk, huh? He just tosses her aside, bringing the vial to his own lips. Lingling screams, "Let go!" Ah, so she can talk. Tang Yeon-myeong softens his voice. Finally decided to open your mouth? Lingling panics, shouting, "Wait, I'll tell you." But he cuts her off. No, I'll just taste it and find out for myself. Terrified for her life, she spills everything. It's Fire Dragon Lake poison, one of the 10 great poisons of the Tang sect. Tang Yeon-myeong shows a flicker of surprise before his eyes light up. The 10 great poisons, aren't those forbidden from being used so carelessly? Even better, if this is truly one of the 10 great poisons, then to him, it's a divine medicine. He almost wasted it on her. Lingling desperately begs him. I already told you, just let me go. I surrender. I'll help you fight the other contestants in this competition, so please. Tang Yeon-myeong cuts her off, his grip tightening as he presses on. I still haven't heard the full answer. Are you working with Gakasa? If you are, give me the details of your little deal. Hesitate, and I'll make you drink this Fire Dragon Lake poison. Terrified, Ling Ling has to tell the truth to survive. They proposed a marriage to unite the Gakasa and Tang families, a solid bond built on so-called trust. Just as Tang Yeon-myeong had figured, she was offered a marriage she could only dream of with their next heir, and she jumped at the chance. He thinks, so what am I supposed to do with her now? He considers killing her or just beating her up. But with the questions answered, it's time for Tang Yeon-myeong to enjoy his prize, the Fire Dragon Lake poison. Now watch this. Seeing her opponent drink the fatal poison, Ling Ling's eyes go wide. What are you doing? Tang Yeon-myeong just scoffs. I'm not sharing. Ling Ling's face goes pale. She can't believe someone would dare drink Fire Dragon Lake poison, an incredibly potent toxin, like it was just a cup of tea. Tang Yeon-myeong downs the whole thing. His body starts to feel warm. Strawberry flavor, nice. Then he's engulfed in flames. Ling Ling starts laughing maniacally. You moron! You drank one of the 10 great poisons? That's a poison not even someone with total immunity can handle. Just burn to ashes, Tang Yeon-myeong. But in her moment of triumph, Ling Ling realizes something is wrong. Why isn't his grip getting any weaker? She looks up just as Tang Yeon-myeong returns to normal. Man, that had a bit of a kick. Tang Yeon-myeong is completely fine. Ling Ling is floored, utterly in shock. How? It's impossible. Unless the Tang sect has a legend of a state beyond mere poison immunity. A state that can kill with a single breath or a drop of blood. The poison human realm. My grandfather said that realm was real, but could you be a poison human? Before she can finish her sentence, Tang Yeon-myeong snaps her neck. Back to the earth with you. You weren't seriously hoping I'd let you live, were you? I'm not that nice. Tang Yeon-myeong feels the new power surge through him. The poison feels more like a cultivation art. He flexes, sensing the raw energy of the Fire Dragon Lake poison. This power, it's not bad at all. Goal achieved. Tang Yeon-myeong starts to leave, not forgetting a final word for Ling Ling. Thanks for the gift. But after a few steps, he notices something is off. It's the middle of the night, so why does it look like the sun is rising? The entire formation is shifting, the ground trembling beneath him. He wonders if the test is over. He immediately dismisses that thought. No, that can't be right. Tang Yeon-myeong expands his senses. 200, no, more than 300 first-rate martial artists are headed this way. He crosses his arms and thinks for a moment. That's way more people than there should be. The ruling families couldn't have missed a group this large they were allowed in. He realizes they're here for a cleanup job. But Tang Yeon-myeong's reaction is priceless. He actually smiles and walks toward them. Practice dummies, delivering themselves to my door? It would be rude not to accept. The only survivor of this little death game is me. In a hidden corner of the underworld, two figures are talking in secret. The one in the hat seems worried, knowing their formation has been breached. According to the old man, a spy must have leaked their location to the intruders. It's the only way they could have found the secret site. Do you know who they are and how many? The head count is 300, all first-rate warriors, it seems. They're led by Mo Rengxiao, the master of the Tai Mo Sword Sect. The man in the hat is surprised. The Tai Mo Sword Sect? What business do they have at the Tang sect's ancient poison ritual? The ritual grounds are in a remote, wild mountain. And how did they find it? Connecting the dots, he raises his voice, ordering a rescue for the kids trapped inside. About that, Sir Juge, you'd better just say it. The old man stammers. This is unexpected, but we're helpless. They've already broken through the formation and are inside. I have no idea how they managed it. We've always been proud of our formations, but now that it's broken, we can't interfere anymore. So right now, our Tang Clan disciples in the test have to face 300 masters from the Tai Mo Sword Sect all on their own. All we can do is hope those disciples survive, but let's be real, you and I know who they're really up against. Meanwhile, Mo Rengxiao reaches the battlefield only to find the lifeless body of his son. The man beside him reports, "We're at the Tang Clan's test site. From the wound, it looks like the young master was killed by a single poison needle. There are no signs of a major struggle around here. It seems he was taken out instantly by one precise attack from an enemy." The more he hears, the more enraged Mo Rengxiao becomes. His killing intent flares as he stares into the distance. My son? Killed by poison? Impossible. Those bastards! Mo Renchow immediately roars an order to his men to search the entire forest for his son's killer. Report any findings immediately. Every single person in this formation with the surname Tang, find them and kill them all for me. As they move out, two of his men start gossiping. The master seems more on edge than usual. I wonder why he's so furious. This isn't like his usual calm self at all. If you ask me, the other whispers, he's only this mad because his son, the spy he planted in the Tang sect, is dead. And with that, you and I now know the real stakes of this fight. All right, let's kick this off with a masterclass in assassination. Look at that neck wound, a single pinprick. The attacker gave them zero chance to fight back, one needle straight to the grave. Absolutely terrifying stuff. The Tang sect are notorious masters of poison and hidden weapons, so a one-shot kill isn't surprising. We need to stay sharp out here. Can't afford to get careless for even a second. Especially hidden weapons, they can come from anywhere. Stay alert, or you'll be dead before you know it. The kid eagerly says he understands, and then immediately collapses to the ground for no apparent reason. You can probably guess why a poison needle sticking out of his neck. The entire squad goes on high alert, drawing their swords. Everyone, watch out! You bastard, where are you? Show yourself. Stop with the cowardly sneak attacks. This guy's all talk, isn't he? He thinks having numbers makes him brave, gives him an iron will. But then, the sky fills with countless poison needles. They rain down like a summer shower, completely unavoidable. In just a few seconds, the entire group is drowning in poison, losing consciousness to our boy Yeon-myeong's handiwork. 1,000 poison needles. He never thought the sheer scale of this attack would be so devastating. For underlings of this level, a single poison pin is a death sentence. Yeon-myeong then recalls every single needle he fired. It's thanks to my heaven-piercing eye that I can launch this many needles with perfect accuracy. The heaven-piercing eye and 1,000 poison needles. What a perfect combo. All right, looks like the enemy moved to the east side of the formation. I should go check it out. Night has fallen. A scout from the recon team rushes back to report to Ma Kin-hyo. Sect leader, the search parties we sent out. They're all dead, sir. What do you mean all of them are dead? Yes, sir. My investigation showed no external wounds on the bodies. They were all killed by a single needle prick. They used a wide-area poison needle attack. The wounds are identical to the first corpse we discovered when we got here. Now, this is where the dread kicks in. The Tang sect is terrifying. Their mastery of poison is legendary. Before Ma Kin-hyo even swallows, more bad news arrives. The eastern and western divisions have been wiped out. How is this possible? They all died without a fight? He thinks. Are these all the men we have left in this entire formation? Barely 10 men remain. Yeon-tong is in disbelief. We only split up an hour ago, and now all my men are dead, killed by the exact same trick, poison needles, from a single attacker. This has to be the work of one powerful student participating in the Tang Clan's Poison Goo elimination tournament. This whole situation is a mess. It's hard to be sure, but it really looks like the work of one person. A group would have left more clues. Still, I can't believe a mere student pulled this off. Maybe it's a Tang sect elder overseeing the exam. A true master. We came here as hunters, and now we're the prey. Heaven-shaking clan leader. All remaining forces are under your command. This bastard is hiding somewhere, picking us off one by one with these brutal tactics. I'll hunt him down myself. Yeon-tong recovers after a moment. You're gonna go yourself? That's right. I can't lose any more of my men this way. You're in charge here. After giving his orders to Yeon-tong, Ma Kin-hyo vanished into the oppressive silence that surrounded his remaining troops. Yeon-tong knows they only have about 2 hours until total darkness, which will make things even more dangerous. If they don't find the enemy or shelter soon, the entire squad could be wiped out by these stealthy hit-and-run attacks. They attack with full force, but there's no enemy to be seen. Too many have already fallen. With things this bad, the only option is to retreat and regroup. Yeon-tong gives the order, pull back in 1 hour if the enemy doesn't show. Okay, I know you were waiting for this, a voice echoes from the forest. Thinking of leaving? Not so simple. Now that you're here, you might as well stay. From a branch above, Yeon-myeong had heard the whole plan, making Yeon-tong flush with pure rage. I didn't sense his presence at all. By the time he realizes, it's already too late. The men behind him fall one by one, struck by Yeon-myeong's poison needles. He instantly appears before Yeon-tong. "You must be their leader, right?" he asks. The killing intent pouring off this kid is immense. When did he even get down here? I didn't see a thing. This must be the guy who killed all my men. But he looks so young. How could he be a master of hidden weapons? Lost in thought, Yeon-tong nearly gets himself perforated. He watches as Yeon-myeong recalls the poison needles, and his mind just breaks. No, that's impossible. A kid that young can't possibly have that much internal energy. Only transcendent realm masters can retrieve objects with chi, and he just recalled every single needle. But he isn't attacking me with them. I'm guessing it's an ultimate skill that drains his energy, so he can't use it again immediately. This is Yeon-tong's chance to strike back. A sly smirk spreads across his face. "All right, kid, you've got skill, but this is where it ends for you." Still, for someone so young and powerful, "I don't recognize you from the Tang Clan." Yeon-myeong just scoffs. "Knowing me won't make a difference. Dead men don't need to know much, right?" The words infuriate Yeon-tong. He powers up, shouting, "Arrogant bastard! Fine, I'll teach you some manners. You'll be begging for a quick death." His profound energy surges, and Yeon-tong's robes rip apart as his muscles bulge. He charges like a hurricane, ready to see who falls first. The gap closes in an instant, but Yeon-myeong doesn't even flinch. He just smirks, blocking with one hand. "You dare block my 10/10ths power punch? You're dead." And yet, Yeon-myeong is completely unfazed. You put all your strength into that punch, and that's it? Now you've got one more shot. If you can't do any better than that, you're a dead man. After his sect in Tranfong was crushed by the Black Demon cult, he willingly joined them. Impressive. Is that palm art your specialty? Let me improve it for you. That was the day he met the cult leader. And so the Fong Tran palm, once Yeon-tong's signature skill, was upgraded. The cult leader watched him train, sneering with disappointment. The cult leader then renamed it the Heaven-Shaking Palm. Yet this ultimate technique, a gift from the cult leader himself, was stopped dead by Yeon-myeong, and he looked bored doing it. That's when Yeon-myeong remembered it, the fire dragon's breath poison, the most fearsome heat-based toxin in existence. If I can control that poison with my poison demon's aura, then just like sword intent becomes sword gang, my poison intent will become poison gang, capable of permeating anything. Understanding this new principle, Yeon-myeong unleashes his power. It incinerates everything in its path, including Yeon-tong. His entire body turns to ash in an instant. And we just saw him figure that out. Now, who's next? Facing the last few soldiers, he adds, "I'm not sparing anyone. Dying first will be a kindness." All right, let's watch this guildmaster realize he's about to fight the man who single-handedly wiped out his disciples, his second-in-command, and his entire crew. "I won't just erase you from this world," he declares. "I'll make it so not even your dust remains." A sudden gust of wind kicks off the fight to the death. Q and his lackeys swarm in, but Ryangmen just stands there, completely unfazed. Maknan Kyo, on the other hand, is absolutely seething. "I've lost too many disciples, too much of my power, and the death of my youngest son cuts me to the bone. To make sure their sacrifices weren't for nothing, this bastard has to die." Ryangmen scans his surroundings. He notices they're setting up an encirclement trap, which reminds him of training. Back then, he created a move, but today, he feels like trying something new. And just like that, a thick cloud of smoke erupts around Ryangmen. A few seconds later, he's completely vanished, leaving the entire mob staring at empty air, totally bewildered. Now pay attention, because the hunter just became the hunted. Using the chaos and his insane speed, Ryangmen melts into the crowd and starts taking heads, one by one. Maknan Kyo is floored. What the hell is he? A few rookies, not knowing any better, charge straight at him. "Fools, you dare kill my brothers." He turns to a nearby corpse. "Mind if I borrow this?" And with a single flick, his attacker's blades explode into 100 pieces. This monster. He shattered our swords without even touching them. Ryangmen uses his aura to break the blades, then circulates his energy to control the floating shards with just his mind. And in an instant, he creates a swirling vortex of razor-sharp sword fragments. It wraps around him like a shield. A few of the smarter goons recognize the legendary technique Man Tien Hoa Vu and panic. But it's too late. The storm moves forward, turning everyone in its path to bloody mist. It's not the true peak of Man Tien Hoa Vu, he muses, but for trash like this, it's overkill. He wonders if he should give his modified version a new name. With the minions cleared, only the final boss remains. Reincarnation smirks. You used your men to try and tire me out. Guess it's your turn now, isn't it? Manhwa draws his blade. Arrogant punk. We'll see how long that confidence lasts. He tells himself there's no reason to be afraid. After all, the Alliance Master personally bestowed upon me the Dark Sword technique. I'll grind you into dust. Reincarnation is already bored. Okay, that's the second time you've used that line. Shut your mouth! I'll destroy you! With a roar, Manhwa lunges forward, unleashing his signature Dark Sword combination attack. But what he never expected was for Reincarnation to counter every single one of his moves with just a tiny dagger. And he's yawning. Kyo switches to his ultimate attack, the Dark Wheel Sword Dance. It's completely useless. He's panting for breath while Reincarnation hasn't broken a sweat. How? How can a tiny dagger stop my grand technique? Because I'm something of a sword specialist, Reincarnation replies casually. I can read the flow of your blade, and even the intent behind your every move. To prove his point, Reincarnation executes Kyo's own move. Perfectly. Kyo is stunned. How did you counter my dark sword chi so easily? He demands. I know what you're thinking, and yep, he really said this. Your technique is just full of killing intent, so I figured I'd just add more killing intent to my counter. It's not that hard. That statement is a direct slap to the face. Q thinks I had to endure years of brutal training to master this technique, and this brat just calls it easy? The disrespect is real. Reincarnation continues, come to think of it, the spy I killed a few hours ago used this exact same sword style. So that means you're from the Taya Demon Sword Sect, right? I don't know much about them, but I hear they operate under the Black Left Alliance. The leader of the Black Left Alliance is a true genius, right? Famous for his ability to transform any secret martial art into a top-tier version perfectly suited for the body type of whoever learns it. So what are you getting at, Q asks. I'm saying I'm extremely disappointed. Seriously. Couldn't anyone counter that move if they just knew how to handle the killing intent packed into it? The way your master taught you this, seems like he didn't really have very high expectations for you, did he? Manhwa prepares to charge in for a final, desperate attack. But Reincarnation's next words freeze him cold. A useless guy like you has already tried his best. In return, I'll show you a little trick to perfect that technique. Don't get discouraged if it looks too hard. Q stammers, a trick? What is he planning? Reincarnation's small dagger begins to glow, channeling immense power. For martial artists who've reached the master tier, he explains, the length of a blade is no longer important. In front of Q, Reincarnation's blade extends into a massive blade of pure energy, sword aura. But then it turns invisible, leaving him completely bewildered. A second later, an explosion erupts behind Q. His ear starts bleeding. He's just now realizing the gap in their power is astronomical. Reincarnation's casual swing carved a scar all the way to the mountaintop. Reincarnation sighs, man, I'm still pretty weak since this isn't my original body. But, hey, I'll get stronger over time. Q is frozen in disbelief. Impossible. The power from his sword aura is on a completely different level from any normal technique. The raw destructive force is absolutely monstrous. His swordsmanship is at the absolute peak. He countered my attack so easily and even. Manhwa stammers the question, you've reached the transformation realm? That's not important. Reincarnation's cold stare is all it takes. Q turns and bolts for his life, vanishing into the bushes in a flash. But it's all still within our main character's control. You and I both know running is pointless. People who try to escape me rarely get happy endings. Just give up, he says, preparing his sword. But then Reincarnation stops. He remembers Kyo is technically part of the Duong clan, so he puts away his dagger and slips a few iron rings onto his fingers. Time to end this the proper Duong family way. At the edge of the forest, Manhwa is still running for his life, thinking, how can the Duong family possibly be hiding a monster like that? A transformation realm master in the declining Duong family. If the Alliance Master finds out about this, he'll never be able to rest easy. This changes everything. A terrifying sound echoes from behind him. An entire row of trees is sliced down with a clean cut. He looks back and sees several golden rings flying straight for him. Those tiny things can slice through entire trees? And they're chasing me down at this insane speed? The terror is finally setting in. He realizes he can't escape without dealing with them first. There's no choice. He stops running, turns to face the projectiles, and yells, "All right then, you bastard, come and get me!" Am I really going to die in a place like this? He talks a big game, but it's useless. One ring slams into his sword as he tries to defend, while others slice across his face and leg. But let's talk about the real finisher. A second hidden blade follows the sword, slicing clean through Mook In-chui's left arm, sending it flying. Taking a heavy breath, he sees this as his chance to finally end this nuisance, thinking he's dealt with all the cursed weapons. The price? Just one arm. He screams, "You think you can kill me with dirty tricks like this?" Losing an arm is nothing if it means he's alive to plot his revenge. He's sure that guy must have used up a ton of internal energy with that last attack, so he figures he can definitely escape. Sounds like a solid plan, except he never expected Yeon-myeong to appear right in his face. "Not bad," our boy says. "You deserve some praise for that." Mook In-chui eyes Yeon-myeong's calm demeanor as he recalls his daggers. How is he not even a little bit tired after unleashing such a deadly technique? The daggers begin to spin once more, and pure terror grips him. The weapons I knocked down, they're moving again? What in the hell is this guy? He gave up everything, left the Wudang sect, joined the unorthodox faction, even became a clan leader, all for nothing. He can't even touch a hair on this kid. What kind of monster did he just pick a fight with? And with that final thought, Mook In-chui's life comes to an end. Yeon-myeong retrieves his weapons, casually observing the scene. Looks like it's over. I was just testing the power of this technique, and the results are decent enough. When I become the young lord, I'll split the guard into two divisions, a poison unit and a hidden weapons unit. I'll teach them these techniques. He knows it's time to go, but the real problems are waiting back at the clan. Pulling the dagger from the body, Yeon-myeong burns their faces into his mind, the elders who tormented his mother, the Zhug clan, all the bastards who sided with Dong Ling to take over. He will repay this debt 2 times over. No, make that 10 times over. That evening, the elders receive the grim news. Is there really no other way? One asks. I'm sorry, but for the sake of fairness, no one can interfere with the formation, the lead elder replies. I never thought it would come to this. In front of everyone's shocked faces, he thinks to himself, of course it's all a lie, but I have to play my part until the job is done. After the unorthodox faction entered, they completely sealed the entrance. It's unlikely anyone is coming out alive. The only thing their men could do was suppress the guards outside while they confirmed the identities of who went in. Mook In-chui of the Elite Sword Sect and Ding Risong of the Sichuan Clan, with over 300 martial artists in there. Even that tough nut number 28 has no chance of survival. It's a shame about his talent, they say, but he interfered with the plans of the Zhug clan far too many times. After a moment, the elder speaks again. The candidates in this trial are the future of the Tang clan, however. He trails off, stunned by the shocked expressions on the young disciples' faces. And here's the part you and I have been waiting for. He follows their gaze and sees, walking out of the mist, none other than Yeon-myeong himself. It's really him. He wasn't going to be defeated that easily. Lu-li rushes forward, throwing her arms around him. Are you okay? He just smirks. I told you, you're the only ones who get to punch me in the face. All that's left is the elder's slack-jawed disbelief. Him? Who in the world is he? Zhug Shangchen is practically having a seizure. Impossible. What happened to the 300 martial artists? What about Mook In-chui and Ding Risong? They couldn't handle one kid? Suddenly, a sharp glare from Yeon-myeong sends a shiver of pure terror down his spine. Just then, Dong Jinil walks up waving, and Yeon-myeong visibly relaxes. But Zhug Shangchen is still stuck in a loop of panic denial. It's an impossible sight, just like that other time. Let's pause for a second because this guy's meltdown is just too good. He's thinking, now, just like then, how did he manage to break the 7-lock illusionary array? That array is his clan's ultimate technique. It's a formation that can trap even a Transcendent Realm Master. That brat just shattered the entire thing. Don't tell me his power level is... Coming face to face with Yeon-myeong, Zhuge Shangchen lets out a nervous cough. Our main character returns the stare with pure hatred, wanting nothing more than to smash the old man's face in. But he holds back. He can't get caught making a small mistake like that until after he's become the young lord. Instead, Yeon-myeong approaches Wee Jin-chon, who smiles. Number 28. No, Tang Yeon-myeong. You've returned safely. The master bows respectfully. You had me worried, Master Wee. Yeon-myeong's first targets are the old snakes within the Tang clan's inner circle. Wee Jin-chon, thanks the heavens, I'm so glad you're all right, but what on earth happened in there? Where are the others? Suddenly, the ground begins to shake violently, sending everyone into a panic. What? An earthquake? The subordinates are just as confused. Look over there! There are cracks forming! Light bursts through the fractures. Zhuge Shangchen is losing his mind. All of the arrays, including the Seven-Luck illusionary array, they're all breaking apart. A wave of energy erupts, spraying debris everywhere. What is this? Is something inside the wreckage? Is this what happened inside the formation? Yeon-myeong speaks gravely. As you can see, Master, this is what transpired. A subordinate runs up to report. Their clothes are varied, but most are from the Elite Sword Sect. It's true, Mook In-shui led his men to this mountain. Hearing this, Wee Jin-chon can barely process the information. You mean to tell me this kid single-handedly defeated all of them? That's impossible. I'd have trouble handling just 30 of those guys. Suddenly a voice calls out, "Squad leader, over there!" They spot a body with twin swords on its back. From the looks of it, it's definitely Mook and Wee. Now, Wee Jin-chon is truly horrified. Even Mook and Wee was no match for him? Then what is he? At that moment, Yeon-myeong walks over and says, "They just had numbers. They weren't that tough." Wee Jin-chon stares in awe. He was right. Tang Yeon-myeong is already a being far beyond the level of a young lord. Someone in the crowd asks, hundreds of them, and he took them all out alone? And the Elite Sword Sect is a pretty famous unorthodox clan in Sichuan. This is way beyond the standard for a rising star. The title of young lord was his from the very beginning. Hearing this, Tang Yeon-myeong seethes with pure hatred. That bastard. He cripples others, turning them into useless trash. While he, a former piece of trash who couldn't even learn martial arts, becomes a hero? How dare he? Suddenly, Wee Jin-chon's voice booms out, "The competition is over! The final winner is number 28, Tang Yeon-myeong. If anyone objects to this result, step forward now," Yeon-myeong seethes, but there's nothing he can do. Wee Jin-chon yells again, "No objections? The process was fair. I declare this competition officially concluded." And with that, you and I just watched a new era begin. Model. All right, let's dive right in. The Wind Guard assembles before the new champion, the winner of the succession contest. Seeing this massive force, Ji-hwan and Mi-ran just gasp in excitement. So many elite warriors, the pressure is absolutely insane. After decades on a slow road to ruin, the Tang clan finally has a moment of hope. Their leader roars, "We, the Wind Guard, will serve the new champion. The one who will lead our clan back to glory has been born, our new Tang Yeon-myeong." All 82 members of the Wind Guard, besides their captain, kneel in perfect unison. We greet the Tang Yeon-myeong of the Sichuan Tang Clan. The sight leaves Mi-ran and Ji-hwan speechless. He just became the Tang Yeon-myeong, and the respect he gets is already on a whole new level. Mi-ran wonders, so does this mean we have to be super formal with Jin-myeong now? But Ryuri just shakes her head, I have no idea. To have this level of martial arts before turning 20, if he keeps growing, he'll conquer more than just Sichuan. He could restore the Tang clan's honor to the entire world. Just then, Jin-myeong projects his voice. "I know what you all desire. It won't take long to achieve it. Trust me and have faith in me." His words send a jolt through all 82 guards. A promise like that, it's like he read their minds. The sheer weight of his words just carved his place into their hearts. This man is the one. The true Tang Yeon-myeong of the Tang clan. We will follow the Tang Yeon-myeong, the winner of the contest. Jin-myeong gives a satisfied smirk. Get ready. We're heading back to the main house. but Van Tone seethes in the background, unable to understand why this one guy gets everything. I will have my revenge. Even if I have to sell my soul to a demon, I swear I'll bring you down. After the Tang clan departs, Subek finally arrives on the scene, wondering, they've already left? He rushed over the second he heard the reports. Suddenly, a voice calls out, Subek, why are you wandering alone? You've reached the enlightened stage now. You need to act with more dignity. Subek scoffs without turning. So, you couldn't sense me at all, huh, Hyunso? The other man freezes, embarrassed. Hey, don't change the subject, Subek. How can you even think about sleep with a mountain of corpses piled up like this? Even a disciple would move camp. What's shocking is that over 300 people are dead. Is this what they mean by a great clan's wrath? The family once called the greatest in Sichuan. But I know for a fact the Tang clan only had about 100 people at Kongdong Mountain. Even Subek finds it bizarre. Kongdong Mountain is our sect's territory. If something this big happened, they should have at least said something to us. Hyunso picks up on it. You mean they deliberately avoided us to do this? We're not some evil sect. There's no reason to hide from us. Moreover, the Tang clan even sent gifts to rent Kongdong Mountain for their contest. What are they hiding? Subek frowns. That I don't know. But regardless, I never imagined the Tang clan's hidden arts were this terrifying, killing so many people all by himself. Hyunso ponders this. Then something clicks. Now, pay attention. This is the moment everything gets flipped on its head. Wait, did you just say by himself? You mean all these bodies are the work of one single person? Subak is absolutely certain. You can't fool my eyes. Most of them show signs of being killed by the same type of pointed hidden weapon. And I don't see any of them, which means the user has reached a level where they can freely launch and retrieve them. Looking at those who couldn't even draw their weapons, most were likely killed in an instant. There's no way so many martial artists could. I have to meet this person. We're going to Sichuan. Hearing this, Hyunso panics. What? To Sichuan? No way. What if we run into the dark faction on the road? Before he can finish, Subek cuts him off, dripping with confidence. Did you forget I've reached the enlightened stage? Escaping on my own would be easy, so don't worry. Hyunso stammers. That's not what I meant, Subek. You think that guy from the Liu family would dare cause trouble for me? At this point, Hyunso sighs. Seriously, who did Subek inherit his stubbornness from? First, let's head back to the sect. Don't we need to report this to the sect leader? Subek considers it, then turns back with a smile. Fine, let's go back. Let's pause for a second. With the dark faction to the south and the demonic cult to the west, the Kongdong sect is trapped between a rock and a hard place. Subek clearly wants to confirm the Tang Clan master's skills. The Tang Clan situation isn't much different from ours. He's probably planning to let the Tang Clan deal with the dark faction for him. As Hyunso mulls this over, hoping he won't have to use his demon-subduing sword art, we switch scenes. A soft voice calls out, Third Elder, the Wind Guard has returned with the contest participants. The old man isn't surprised it ended early. He figured with that kid Ling Ling's skills, plus the fire dragon toad poison, one of the 10 great poisons winning, would be easy. But then, the voice from outside adds, about that. Elder, the young miss is not among those who returned. The third elder's eyes fly open. What? Meanwhile, 2 guards at the main gate are gossiping. Who do you think won the contest this time? Probably the first elder's top disciple, Tang Hokrin. But there's also the third elder's granddaughter. I heard she started training like a beast after her face was ruined. Well, anyone who comes back in one piece is lucky. And just as they say that, they spot a group approaching Tang Clan uniforms. And isn't that the Wind Guard? That means the contest participants are back. At this, a crowd quickly gathers, buzzing with excitement. The contest is over already? Have that many years really passed? Yeah, time flies like an arrow. Who's the winner? Who knows? Hey, who's that kid up front? I've never seen him. Look at those girls. Their eyes are about to pop out. Suddenly, a woman in the crowd shouts, Sony, my Sony, where are you? Sony. Then relief. Oh, thank goodness. I heard some of the children died. The deputy steward spots another young master. That's Tang Yeon-myeong Jong-il. He looks bright, maybe, but the head steward cuts him off. We don't know yet. Don't get your hopes up. Over there, another family is relieved. Myung-hoon is here. Little Yang, you're safe. But nearby, Other families are sobbing. I don't see, he Ryung. Our Myeongseo isn't here either. Jin Myung takes it all in. These are the parents of the kids who died in the contest. My mother is probably worried sick about me too. What if I go home and she doesn't even recognize me? That flicker of anxiety is interesting. Suddenly, Ryuri calls out, Jin Myung! Over there! The head of the steward department is here. See the man with the glasses? That's my father. Hearing this, Jin Myung smirks. What's this? Asking me to look out for your father already? Ryuri just laughs. Hey, when you catch a golden rope, you've got to hold on tight. I'm being honest. But I'm not just saying it, my father is genuinely talented. It's just that until now, he hasn't used connections, so he's never been promoted within the clan. That's why he's still stuck doing menial work. Jin Myung thinks it over. Not bad. Anyone connected to those elders could get in his way when he takes real power. And so, you and I both know his real game is about to begin building his own faction from the ground up. As Yuquan deals with the Medicine King Hall, the clan's head butler, Tang Kizan, arrives on the scene. All right, let's watch how the old guard reacts when the new generation shows up to play. He greets the tired Wind Guard and the Jug clan. Elder Jug bows. It's been a while, head butler. Have you been well? Chisan just laughs it off. You're still the same as ever. I haven't forgotten the Jug clan's hard work at the tournament, Elder Jug nervously replies. We only did what we could. Ignoring him, Kisan steps forward and pats his shoulder. Thanks to your clan's 7-shatter illusion array, the arena was perfectly secure. That's why I felt safe letting the young talents compete. The elder forces a smile, thinking to himself, secure? It was completely shattered. Kisan then announces that the elders are waiting and they should head to the elders' council. As for the Wind Guard, they're dismissed. You've all been on guard duty for years. You must be exhausted. But just then Wonjin speaks up. I'm sorry, but we will not be going to the elders' council. His firm tone shocks everyone. Who are you? I am Tang Wonjin, acting captain of the Wind Guard. Kizan's face hardens. Did I hear you correctly, Wonjin? You're refusing to go to the elders' council? Wonjin doesn't back down. As far as I know, the Shadow Toxin Hall was responsible for the tournament. Reporting there, not to the elders, is the proper protocol, is it not? What did you say? Kizan starts yelling, a rookie guard captain dares to lecture me, the head butler, about protocol? Disperse immediately, or I'll have you punished for insubordination. Wonjin flinches. Insubordination. He knew this was coming, but he didn't expect a threat this severe. But right then, and you're going to love this, Yeon-myeong steps forward. Insubordination? Is there a higher authority in this clan than the Young Lord's command? Kisan is stunned. And who are you? The winner of the Young Lord tournament, Tang Yeon-myeong. Cut to the Elders' Council, where the third elder is exploding. What did you just say? I didn't mishear you, did I, head butler? Who won the tournament? Kisan stammers, as I said. The winner of the Young Lord tournament is Tang Yeon-myeong. The third elder is furious. Impossible. Meanwhile, the first elder, Tang Shokjung, is just as shocked. How did that kid manage to defeat Gyeongryong? Even the Fire Dragon Lake's poison had no effect. Does that mean even my disciple Kyukrin was defeated by that young Myeong kid? I acknowledged him as a talent with both skill and dedication. I was so sure he would be the next Young Lord. Before the tournament, I was certain that kid could never beat Kyukrin. Did he close that gap in 3 years? No way. He must have used some kind of trick. The second elder, Tang Byung-jin, chimes in. We agreed to let the events of the trial go, but shouldn't we uncover the truth here? The fourth elder screams, I agree. The son of the poisoned phoenix beat out all other potential candidates to become the winner? This is ridiculous! If we all question him together, he won't be able to avoid answering. Sokyung immediately agrees. Where is Tang Yeon-myeong right now, head butler? I thought you went to bring him to the Elders' Council. Only the clan head can give orders to the young lord. Even if the head is absent, the elders can't just take over. So you're still accusing him of insubordination? Kisan, feeling cornered, yells back. He hasn't been officially recognized as the young lord yet, the son of the poisoned phoenix. How could he possibly be the winner? If a kid who holds a grudge against the elders becomes young lord, my own position is in danger. He hadn't even finished his thought when Yeon-myeong cut him off with pure killing intent. Enough. The raw power immediately crushes Chizan's flimsy authority. What is this? This absurd level of internal energy. If I piss this kid off right now, I'm a dead man. And yeah, I think we all saw this coming. Yeon-myeong walks right past him with a condescending smirk. Who cares about the mood of those old fossils? We're going to the Shadow Toxin Hall, the ones responsible for the tournament, just like the protocol says. Get moving. The tournament is over. And so is your era. Hearing this, a terrified Chizan immediately reports back to the elders. He said the elders can go screw themselves. They're all stunned. Did he really say that? Chizan quickly adds, yes, sir. How could I possibly make up such a thing? Suddenly, the third elder slams his fist on the table. That little ungrateful brat. Even the poisoned phoenix herself had to be cautious around us. But Sukjung smirks. Good. He hasn't been officially recognized yet. His attitude alone is enough to have him disqualified. First, we'll go to the Shadow Toxin Hall. Just as he said, I need to see the look on his face for myself. The forces waiting outside, listen up. Prepare to move to the Shadow Toxin Hall and follow the elders. The Paryong squad leader gets the call. Bring the Paryong squad and follow us in. Yes, sir. That insolent brat dared to challenge the authority of the elders. It's time to show him the reality of who truly runs the Tang clan. Elsewhere, the master of the Shadow clan, Tang Yeon-myeong, is in disbelief. What? You really won the Young Lord tournament? Yeon-myeong simply replies, yes, that's right. I knew you were special as a child, but compared to back then, your presence now is overwhelming. Your sister would have been so happy. Just then, Tang Jigak shows up, completely shocked. You won? You really think you won the tournament? Yeon-myeong calmly repeats the old man's own words from the past. You're lucky to be alive. The price for crippling my son's arm after this tournament ends, you and your mother will pay for it. He said it might not even take 4 years. Well, as you said, it's been less than 4 years. But I don't think you can make us pay that price anymore. From now on, I suggest you watch your mouth in the Tang clan. Otherwise, your son's other arm might get crippled too. Even Jo Kui is surprised, realizing he was waiting for this moment. Outside, Wonjin recalls Kizan's shocked face. You're Tang Yeon-myeong, the son of the Poison Phoenix? That name, Poison Phoenix, sticks in his mind. Yeon-myeong had told him they would talk after everything was settled, which only made Wonjin more curious. Is he really her son? If that's true, then the bloody war with the demonic cult started because their leader targeted the former master, the Poison Phoenix. And this is where it all began, didn't it? The Tang clan warriors fought desperately just to hold the line. The battle was fierce. Has it not ended yet? That was the clan head's voice. The Tang clan's resistance is stronger than expected. Release everything. They didn't care about our poison techniques, they just charged forward, heedless of death. To counter the demonic cult's terrifying assault, we requested support from the elders. If we fall, the clan will inevitably be annihilated, won't it? But their request was denied. All right, let me show you how messed up clan politics can get. They could have sent their own forces to minimize damage, but no, they waited until the fight was over just to pin all the blame on the Dokbong sect. The Ramon clan was nearly wiped out because of him. If he just handed the girl over like the Magwang clan leader wanted, maybe this disaster could have been avoided. Vientiane finally gets it. She couldn't fight on the front lines. She even gave up her title as young clan leader, all to protect the unborn heir in her womb. A sacrifice he'd never even considered. Then Vientiane turns to the guard division. I'm sure you all realize whose son our new master is. We failed our duty to his father that day. Now, we finally have a chance to atone for it. This time, we will not fail. Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts him right off. Halt! The command startles Vientiane. Che Kui just clicks his tongue. Guess we'll find out what's up outside. Just then, the third elder appears at the Amdok Hall. You guards, dare to defy the elders' council? Where is that brat, Tang Yeon-myeong? Vientiane freezes, thinking to himself, just as the young master predicted, all the elders have finally shown their faces. And here he comes. They even brought their personal armies? Are they that scared? The third elder roars at the silence. Can't you hear me? Now Yeon-myeong's voice cuts in. No need to get worked up. I'm right here. You. Che Kui is completely stunned. The third elder, and all the other elders too. Did the entire council seriously show up? The third elder's voice booms. The seat of the clan leader is not something you can just take without our approval. Yeon-myeong coolly replies, I already proved my worth by winning the tournament, and I'm finalizing the process right here in the Amdok Hall. The very place that guarantees the contest's fairness. Anything else you need? The third elder glares back, absolutely furious. What did you say? The other elders jump in. Arrogant, just like they said. How dare you talk to your seniors that way? Even Vian Chan starts to get nervous for the new young lord. The third elder roars, if you want to live, you'll tell us exactly what happened inside that poison tournament? But Yeon-myeong just smirks, calm as ever. I was told the tournament was a secret. Guess the clan rules are more like suggestions. Or do you think I cheated? And that makes the old man rage. I heard everything on the way here. Ma In-hui of the Elite Sword Sect and over 300 rogue warriors interfered. With outside help, that competition was a complete sham. Yeon-myeong interrupts him. Dang Gakrin and Dang Lingling were killing off the other contestants. I just killed those two and ended the tournament. Those other guys only showed up after the competition was over, so there's no issue with fairness. The third elder is baffled. You, what nonsense is this? Who killed who? Yeon-myeong just shrugs. If you don't believe me, go check Kongdong Mountain yourself. Assuming the Kongdong sect hasn't cleaned up the bodies yet, they're probably still lying around. The third elder's face goes beet red. Silence! Losing all control, he unleashes his power. Both Chukhui and Vientiane gasp in absolute shock. A terrifying force slams into the protective barrier. You asked for this. Then, Yeon-myeong's voice cuts through, laced with pure sarcasm. Really that hard to believe? That your precious granddaughter is dead. The first elder can't believe it. Impossible. He blocked my ghost-killing poison palm, an attack that steals both sight and sound. But how? How did he stop it so easily? The old man is completely shaken. Don't tell me his internal energy is stronger than mine? I've trained for decades? No, it's impossible. The first elder explodes in rage. How dare you make a fool of me in front of the entire clan? And this, right here, is my favorite part. Yeon-myeong calmly pulls out a strange little vial. The first elder's eyes go wide in pure shock. That's how. Our boy just holds it up. What's wrong, old man? You recognize this, don't you? Yeon-myeong lets the vial drop, his voice cold. The poison you gave your granddaughter is now in my hands. The vial shatters, exploding on impact. The first elder is too shocked to dodge. Yeon-myeong continues, unfazed. If it was some simple poison, I might have let it slide. But one of the clan's 10 great poisons? That's a different story. One of the guards panics. The 10 great poisons! Young lord, you don't mean that vial was. Yeon-myeong replies calmly. Precisely. That was the Fire Dragon's Lake poison. The guards are horrified. Fire Dragon's Lake poison? No wonder I felt that insane heat when it burned. But isn't the first elder the one in charge of the 10 great poisons? Hearing them, the first elder panics. Impossible. Yeon-myeong's voice cuts through the chaos. A question for the guards. Are the 10 great poisons so cheap that anyone can just use them for personal revenge? Absolutely not. From what I know, they're so dangerous that even our clan's peak-level masters barely have clearance to get near them, the guard captain explains. The recipe was lost long ago, and we have very little left. That makes them priceless. In this clan, the 10 great poisons are more valuable than any treasure we own. Hearing this, the second elder, pale with rage, shouts, What? Are you people demanding an elder of the Tang Clan be investigated? On whose authority are you being so reckless? Yeon-myeong gives a cold smile. Oh, is that right? So even an elder of the Tang Clan isn't above the law. But look on the bright side. At least you'll get to reunite with your granddaughter in the afterlife. As for the rest of you, the rotten elders of the Tang Clan, they all glare back, their eyes burning with fury. Yeon-myeong continues, What right do you have to judge me? Only I decide my own position. Chukhui is internally screaming, He's insane! Who talks to the entire Elder Council like that? The clan's entire future could change right now. The first elder is furious. How dare you? He glares back at his men. What are you all waiting for? He's murdered a clan elder. That's a capital crime. Arrest him now. Yeon-myeong's voice is calm, almost bored. First elder, Dang Chekjung, are you aware that your own disciple is causing chaos in our clan? The first elder is stunned. What nonsense are you spouting now? Yeon-myeong cocks his head. You really have no idea that he's a spy for the Elite Sword Sect? The first elder is panicking now. What? That's ridiculous. Are you just trying to slander me? Yeon-myeong's face turns dead serious. I saw them with my own eyes. The Elite Sword Sect, infiltrating the tournament grounds. The elder sputters. So you're saying Gakrin had some secret connection? Yeon-myeong calmly cuts him off. Hang on, I'll give you your proof right now. The third elder sees the person behind Yeon-myeong and stammers, You're the vice director's son, aren't you? Why are you here? The young man replies calmly, I'm the only witness who can prove your disciple is a traitor. He pulls aside his robes, revealing deep scars. These are from my fight with Dang Gakrin, before I even met Yeon-myeong. Look closely. These aren't wounds made by poison or dark energy. He used a strange and unfamiliar sword style. I didn't recognize it at the time, but now I believe it was the twin sword dance technique. And boom. You and I just witnessed their entire argument completely fall apart. The first elder is sweating bullets. That's just your wild speculation. But another voice cuts in. It's not speculation, first elder. I saw their sect leader use that same sword style from a distance. Most of his victims were torn to shreds, but the wounds on these bodies are suspiciously clean. Identical, even. The young man confirms it, saying, That's right, and before he killed me, he confessed he was a spy named Mo Renji. The elders start whispering. Mo Renji? Isn't that the same name as the old clan head's illegitimate son who was cast out? And here's where the family drama gets really spicy. If he's the son of a servant girl, that means the grand elder's eyes go wide with panic. Tang Yeon-myeong calmly says, I was going to ask you to be a witness, but I never thought you'd step forward yourself. Jing Yi just smiles. You saved my life, Tang Yeon-myeong. I had to repay the favor. Tang Yeon-myeong returns the smile. Thanks to you, everything is clear now. The grand elder freezes in pure terror. Is Kaklan really a traitor? No. That doesn't matter now. What matters is, if this goes on, I'm going down with him. He snaps, shouting guards. Seize him now. And you, three dragons, what are you doing? Don't you want revenge for the third elder? Stop staring! Tang Yeon-myeong casually strolls over. Don't be hasty. We have proof now. Your actions are making you look mighty suspicious. Don't you see, old man? You're pulling the exact same stunt the third elder did. Playing dumb won't save you. Your crime is anything but light. You think you can just say, I didn't know and walk away clean after all this? No. It's time to accept your punishment. The grand elder screams, Tang Yeon-myeong, wait! But Tang Yeon-myeong strikes, a blur of motion that wounds the old man's shoulder. He declares, Grand elder, you are charged with harboring a spy. I was just going to destroy your core and cripple your martial arts. But since there's no proof of direct collusion with the enemy sect, I'll stop here. The elder clutches his bleeding arm. Thank you for your generosity, Tang Yeon-myeong. But inwardly he's seething. That speed, that power, it was monstrous. My eyes couldn't even track him. His sword skills are on another level. Okay, pay very close attention here. The old fool thinks he's about to pull a fast one. He releases an invisible poison into the air, a colorless, odorless, tasteless toxin, the perfect silent killer. The Grand Elder gloats to himself. It might be slightly weaker than the clan's original formula, but this is my own version, perfected over a lifetime. It doesn't matter what realm you're in, you can't possibly defend against this. Tang Yeon-myeong just stares at him. The elder smirks, thinking, you'll die without even knowing what hit you. He slumps to the ground, clutching his arm, while the other elders just watch, stunned. But the old man is thinking, this kid talks too much, maybe he. And just like that, his other arm hits the floor, severed clean off. Shibai shouts in shock. What? What was that for? You just said you'd show mercy. Minsoon adds. Wait a minute. Shibai looks closer. What is that? In the Grand Elder's severed hand is a tiny vial, the source of the poison, the proof of his treachery. Tang Yeon-myeong steps forward, his voice dripping with contempt. Your Grand Elder just tried to poison me under the guise of stopping his own bleeding. How pathetic. The elder starts stammering, Tang Yeon-myeong, please. Power flares in Tang Yeon-myeong's hand. Grand Elder Tang Shijong, you are charged with attempting to assassinate the clan head. This is treason, and the punishment is death. Tears of regret stream down the elder's face. But it's far too late for that. Tang Yeon-myeong just watches him coldly. The nation has its laws and the clan has its rules. You dared to violate them, he then addresses everyone. Break the rules again and I will punish you directly. And, I know what you're thinking. Is it time for a big power speech? Oh, you bet it is. This clan is failing. It could collapse at any moment. So I will change it. I will protect you. I promise you, no member of this clan will have to fear the threats of demonic sects ever again. I'm asking the clan members here, not the elders. What do you say? The news spreads like wildfire. In another residence, a servant bursts in. What is it? Chitori asks, startled. Calm down, speak slowly. The servant, crying, says Tang Yeon-myeong. He actually did it. Chitori can't believe it. The Tang Yeon-myeong won the battle? The servant replies, not only that, he stripped the elders of their status and made a promise for the clan's future. I'll never forget it. Everyone who was there, they were moved to their very souls. He remembers the scene vividly. Everyone on one knee, Tang Yeon-myeong standing tall in the center. The servant continues. They all acknowledged him as the future leader of the Tang Clan. He has become a truly outstanding person, just like the clan head was in his youth. Tears well up in Chitori's eyes. Our Tang Yeon-myeong, if only his father were alive to see this. Chitori asks the servant, tell me everything that happened, from the beginning. The servant nods. Of course, I could tell this story 1,000 times. Back with Tang Yeon-myeong, he's lost in thought. I want to run to mother and tell her I'm alive, that I've taken the first step. But one of his men calls out, Tang Yeon-myeong. Tang Yeon-myeong's face turns serious, right? There's a mountain of work to be done. His subordinate reports, per your orders, all future clan business will be conducted at the Amdakyeon Hall. All major decisions require your approval. Tang Yeon-myeong thinks to himself, Step 1 is complete. The elders' power has been transferred. They look absolutely miserable, but none of them dare to object. The silence is broken by the fifth elder. I know that Tang Yeon-myeong's strength is remarkable, but you lack experience. Perhaps making decisions on behalf of the entire clan can wait until you're a bit older? Tang Yeon-myeong smirks internally. Of course, the only one to voice concern. They're just using my age as an excuse because they don't want to lose their power. Out loud, Tang Yeon-myeong says, the person who will represent the clan will be decided later. The fifth elder looks shocked. He just agreed? Tang Yeon-myeong ignores their expressions. If there's nothing else, this meeting on the transfer of power is over. He thinks the investigation also proved the third elder's shady dealings were real. That cast doubt on all the elders' management skills, so control of the clan's poisons now also belongs to Amdakyeon Hall. The elders have lost most of their power, only their private armed forces remain. Tang Yeon-myeong glances at a report. The armed squads will remain under the elders' control as they are now. However, and you and I are about to witness an absolute masterstroke of political savagery. From now on, all expenses for maintaining those squads will be paid by the elders themselves. He doesn't even look at their shocked faces. He continues, if there are any budgets currently allocated to them, cancel them immediately. All right, let's watch our new Tang Yeon-myeong clean house. The Thunder and Dragon squads no longer have their elders. They're being merged and reassigned to the Shadow Poison Hall. Their duties have also changed, along with their salaries. All those special privileges they enjoyed under the old regime are gone, and their pay is now equal to that of a regular guard. Yeah, some people are unhappy, but the good old days are over. Anyone who doesn't want to get thrown out will complete their missions, no excuses, and if anyone starts trouble with the outer court warriors, they'll be punished severely. Trust me, it wouldn't be hard to shut you all up for good. A few days fly by. The elders approach with their heads bowed, saying, Tang Yeon-myeong, you summoned us. Yeon-myeong just scoffs, his back still turned. Elder Myeong-tan can't help but wonder if power and status can really change a person so completely. Telling them what really went down in the goo poison contest is pointless. Nobody knows about my rule breaking or what the Zhug clan tried to pull during that fight. And yet, they all sing the praises of the victor. One wrong word from me now and they'd lose their minds. Yeon-myeong finally speaks. I've been busy these past few days, so I've neglected everyone. I also have a question for you. The elder thinks, is this the same number 28 I used to know? Yeon-myeong asks, why so surprised? Is it the outfit? My attendant had a hard time getting me to dress for my position. The elders say it suits him perfectly, but you can tell they're biting their tongues. He isn't even the official clan head yet, but he already talks like one. Yeon-myeong just smiles and says, "Thank you." Zhuge Shangshen then asks, "What did you wish to inquire about?" Yeon-myeong gets right to it. What I hear, the formations of the Zhuge clan are exceptional, correct? So powerful that any uninvited guest would get lost forever. I'd say my own experience was a little different. I wish we could set up those same formations here to stop our enemies from approaching. Shangshan panics. I apologize, but our clan's formations cannot be deployed without the clan head's permission. To set up the formation, we need priceless artifacts that are passed down as family heirlooms. Okay, friendly chat's over. Yeon-myeong's patience runs out, unleashing his power on the men that Zhuge Shangshen brought with him. The elder stammers in fear. So, regarding setting up the formation, he glances back in horror. What is this power? Yeon-myeong states coldly, "I know you made a deal with Tang Lingling. Even though our Tang clan stopped the invasion of the Sword Sect, you cut a deal on the side. Did you really think I'd pretend not to know and just let it slide?" I won't say it again. Set up the exact same formation from the Zhuge estate right here in our inner court. Do that, and I'll forget this ever happened. Shangshen is frozen solid with fear. Yeon-myeong presses on. "So, what about my proposal? Still gonna play dumb? You've heard of our family rule, haven't you? Revenge. Tenfold. That's the law, which is why the elders must bring me 3 heads. If I don't get a yes, I'll visit the Zhuge clan myself, and I will hold you personally responsible. Just imagine what happens next." The elder is silent for a moment, then screams, I'll do it, so please." Yeon-myeong smiles. "Good, get to work." Another day passes. Yeon-myeong meets with his allies. "I wanted to call for you all sooner, but I had more to deal with than I thought. That's why I'm late." Li Mei asks respectfully, "For what reason did you summon us, Tang Yeon-myeong?" He just laughs. "God, why is everyone so formal? Relax, act like you did before." Luli is shocked. "We can really do that?" Without another word, she immediately plops herself down right on top of the table. Yeon-myeong sighs. "Wow, so comfortable. You guys sure changed your attitude fast." Luli asks, "Anyway, what did you call us here for?" "You and I are about to see his next move." Yeon-myeong says, "Not long ago, Luli, I appointed your father to the position of general manager." Ditone and Li Mei just scream, "What? You said your father was exceptionally competent. I have talent on my hands, so I have to use it, right?" Luli is stunned. Is this the real power of the Tang Yeon-myeong? Of course, she knew plenty of people would have opposed it. Yeon-myeong just smiles. It's not hard to shut down opposition and rumors, but if you are wrong about him, we'll have a big problem. If he starts bragging about his relationship with me, slacks off on the job, or does anything shady, he makes a cutting motion with his hand. Luli quickly objects, "No way. My father isn't that kind of person." "All right then," Yeon-myeong smiles. "I confirm that your father is perfect for the job." Luli is so happy she bursts into tears. "Thank you, Master Yeon-myeong." He remembers her father's reaction from the other day. The man was weeping with joy. "Since you've entrusted me with such an important duty, I'll do my best to ensure the safety and prosperity of the Tang clan." Speaking of security, when I worked under the previous general manager, all he cared about was his own safety. Yeon-myeong thinks, then I have nothing to worry about. He then says aloud, "Now, it's your turn. Tell me your stories. That's the real reason I called you here. Tell me if there are any truly talented people who were ostracized for not cooperating with the elders. I will protect them with my authority. We can't let the elders' cronies run wild forever, right?" Li Mei hesitates. I really don't know anyone I can name." Yeon-myeong asks the other, "And you? You were involved with the Medicine King Hall before, right? How is that place?" Daitone clenches her fists. "Actually, I'm worried about whether I should even talk about the Medicine King Hall. And here's the twist you've been waiting for, because it involves you, Yeon-myeong." He's shocked. "Me?" She continues. "To be precise, it's about what happened to your father. The person involved in his poisoning was from the Medicine King Hall." Li Mei gasps. "Wait, did I hear that right? The Medicine King Hall." Luli slams the table in a rage. "How dare they touch the Tang Yeon-myeong's family? Off with his head!" Yeon-myeong raises a hand to stop her. Keep talking. Daitone continues, the Medicine King Hall in our clan is a closed-off place. So secluded, not even the Elder's influence can reach it. It's a place dedicated to researching medicine and poison. The Medicine King Hall finances itself by providing medical services and selling medicinal herbs. The Tang Clan survived the Demonic Lord incident largely because of them. About 90% of the clan's funding comes from the Medicine King Hall's business. At that time, its master was my grandfather. Li Mei is surprised. He was dismissed for some reason, wasn't he? Ditone replies, that's right. You knew about that? When my grandfather was the master, someone visited him every day. Yeon-myeong's father, Tang Yeon-myeong. Yes, your father. After the Demonic Lord's invasion, resentment towards the Poison faction just grew and grew. Your father always stood up to protect the Poison faction and fought against their persecutors. However, he was just an ordinary scholar with absolutely no martial arts skill. A body with no internal energy, Yeon-myeong thinks, getting attacked by someone with internal power. He would suffer horrible internal injuries because his body couldn't handle the attacks, and yet he fought back, getting badly injured in the process. Daitone says sadly, after that something else happened. All right, let me break down how this whole mess started. Back in the day, the vice master of the Radiant King Hall, Dwang Nyat, got into a shouting match with our guy's father after he was caught saying some vile things about his mother. But instead of talking it out, his dad just charged in swinging. The fight only stopped when Ditone's grandfather stepped in and shut it all down. Because of that stunt, Dwang Nyat was kicked off the list of successors. Tang Yeon-myeong asks coldly, so the old bastard poisoned my father out of pure spite, didn't he? Ditone confirms it. Yes. Then he murdered your father and staged a coup to take over the Medicine King Hall. Lemai gasps, asking how something so huge could happen without anyone knowing. Ditone sadly explains that her grandfather became mentally unstable after he was poisoned. So even though she reported the situation, nobody believed her. Nobody came to help. Hearing this, the entire group is stunned into silence. With tears in her eyes, she continues, that's why I joined this competition. It grants me 3 years of immunity so I won't be silenced for what I know. I want to check on my grandfather so badly, but I'm just too afraid. I'm sorry, Tang Yeon-myeong. I don't think you'll find the talent you're looking for at the Medicine King Hall. Tang Yeon-myeong cuts in. Do you know why the vice master kept your grandfather alive? If he wanted to silence everyone, killing him would have been the obvious move. Ditone sobs, if I had to guess. It's because there's an inner core hidden within the Medicine King Hall, one that even the elders don't know about. It belongs to a legendary beast said to live in lava. Luli shouts, the 10,000-year fire Li? Lemai is in disbelief. Wait, that thing actually exists? Even Tang Yeon-myeong is surprised, though he just says, it's just an item that boosts your internal energy a bit, right? It's not that simple, Ditone corrects him. Legend says 100 years ago, the young master of the Raging Sun Sect consumed its inner core and reached the transformation realm. Now, pay close attention. It's no exaggeration to say that anyone who consumes the inner core of the 10,000-year fire Li will instantly reach the legendary transformation realm. This is a story passed down even to up-and-coming martial artists like them. Lemai's jaw just hangs open in shock. Ditone continues, tears welling up, but the beast's core contains a deadly poison. If you use it without purification, it's instant death. But a clumsy attempt to remove the poison will just ruin the core's power. Tang Yeon-myeong calmly states, it's entirely possible to remove the poison without weakening the core's effect. He then asks, your grandfather was the first master of the Medicine King Hall, wasn't he? Ditone cries even harder. Yes, the current Hall Master's goal is to seize the complete inner core and ascend to the transformation realm himself. After that, he plans to lead his followers out and become the heir to the entire clan. Ditone bites her lip in fury while Luli and Lemai stare wide-eyed before shouting in unison, how shameless! Tang Yeon-myeong thinks to himself, you idiot! It doesn't matter how much power you get from an item. Without true enlightenment, you can never reach the transformation realm. He reflects silently. In the 3 years we've been together, I never knew. She never showed a hint of this pain, always smiling in front of us as if nothing was wrong. Tang Yeon-myeong speaks up, his voice heavy. First, thank you, that must have been hard to say. But let me ask you one more thing. If we purge every last member of the current Medicine King Hall and restore your grandfather's strength, can the hall function normally again? If he was only poisoned, I think I can do something about it. Answer me. Detone clenches her fists. Absolutely. I don't believe my skills are any worse than the current hallmasters. And if I can recruit a few more people skilled in medicine, I can train them myself. Tang Yeon-myeong cracks a smile. All right then. Your personal matters can wait until after we've dealt with the Medicine King Hall. He stands up. Let's head to the Medicine King Hall now. Detone asks with concern. Are you sure? You haven't even been home to see your mother since you returned. Tang Yeon-myeong opens the door. She'll understand. As the Tang Yeon-myeong, I can't just ignore traitors plotting against our house. Okay, let's switch scenes. You and I both know what happens when an MC gets this determined. Inside the Medicine King Hall, the corrupt master is thinking, that brat, son of Duong Wailong, is getting more and more arrogant. That whole incident happened before you were even born. I don't even remember what I did to your father. And that girl, Detone, still hasn't returned. I guess she's not the type to abandon her family after all. In the end, her own life is more important than her relatives, huh? Whatever. I can kill her whenever I want. The inner core is what matters. If I can fully absorb its power, I'll reach the transformation realm. This damn old man won't talk, even if he regains his senses. I need a new plan. Should I try to remove the poison myself? No. If I make one mistake, the core's power will vanish completely. I need a safer method. Suddenly a voice screams from outside. Hallmaster! Hallmaster! The master snaps. What's with all the noise? Can't you see I'm busy? His subordinate stammers. It's the Tang Yeon-myeong! Outside, Tang Yeon-myeong's forces have already captured the hall's guards, tying them up. What do you think you're doing? Don't let a single one of them escape. Tang Yeon-myeong strides forward, leading the charge. A member of the Medicine King Hall screams that Tang Yeon-myeong is causing a scene on our grounds. How dare you do this to us? Have you forgotten where you are? Tang Yeon-myeong ignores them completely and asks Detone, Find him yet? With tears in her eyes, she replies, Not yet. I've searched everywhere, but there's no trace of my grandfather. Detone furiously yells at the bound men, Where did you hide him? They look at each other in fear, stammering, About that, Tang Yeon-myeong coldly says one word, Vanchiet. His subordinate draws his sword, and in a single flash, 2 heads go flying. Tang Yeon-myeong asks with chilling calm, Who are you staring at? Don't test my patience. One of them finally breaks. After the competition began, the hallmaster ordered the former master to be imprisoned in a place called the Frost Prison. Detone cries out in horror, Oh God, they locked my grandfather in a place like that? The Frost Prison was built to quarantine people with infectious diseases. It was shut down because the cold, damp environment only made their conditions worse. Tang Yeon-myeong gives the order, Detone and I are going inside. Defense team, deal with this trash, then advance and wait for us. One of the members screams, Tang Yeon-myeong, please have mercy just this once. We were wrong. Van Chie, his face like ice, dispatches them one by one. As they venture deeper, Tang Yeon-myeong thinks, this place is deep. Was it carved out of a natural cave? No wonder they call it the Frost Prison. Tang Yeon-myeong suddenly says, Don't worry, he's fine. Detone can't believe her ears and asks, Really? He replies calmly, I just used my energy sense. I've found him. Standing before a massive steel cage, Detone calls out, Grandpa, it's me, Detone. Tang Yeon-myeong says from behind, Step aside. He channels his internal energy, and the iron bars shatter into pieces. And you and I both know what comes next. Detone rushes to her grandfather's side, sobbing, Grandpa, what have they done to you? You were never like this. They used a power-scattering poison on you, didn't they? All right, let's watch our guy walk into a crisis and act like he's ordering coffee. He tells Jituan to calm down, saying he's here to save his grandpa. Jituan cries that they used brain-corroding toxin. Its purpose isn't just to poison, but to spread through the entire body, making any antidote useless, absolute monsters. Yeon-myeong just says, Got it. This will be simple. The old man turns, stunned, asking what he just said. Yeon-myeong simply states, Leave the rescue to me. The old man turns, stunned, asking what he just said. Yeon-myeong simply states, Leave the rescue to me. My only move is to absorb the poison slowly, making sure not to damage his frail body. Jituan suddenly yells out, "He's breathing again! His face has color!" Yeon-myeong smiles, saying he's awake now. Jituan's grandfather slowly opens his eyes, weakly asking where he is. "Isn't that my grandson Jituan? Who is this person next to you?" His eyes fill with tears of joy. "Could you be Yeryong's son?" After sitting up, he asks, "So you're Yeryong's boy? And the Tang Yeon-myeong of the Tang Clan now?" Yeon-myeong respectfully replies, "That's right. Jituan told me you were the one who raised my father." The old man weeps, saying it's a strange thing called fate. "Because of my carelessness, a child couldn't even see his own father's face." He thinks to himself, "Yeryong, your son is truly an exceptional person. I wish you were alive to see this." He then declares, "Though I'm just a broken old man, please allow me to devote what's left of my life to the Tang Yeon-myeong." Yeon-myeong drapes a coat over him. "Of course, I came here today to prepare a new position for you and Jituan. But for now, let's go. People are waiting." When the members of the Pharmacy King Hall see the old man walking out with them, they can't believe their eyes. Now, pay attention, because this is where the fireworks start. They think, how is he standing? Did the Tang Yeon-myeong actually cure him? The hall master demands to know why they attacked his hall. The Pharmacy King Hall's master angrily questions them. "Don't you know this hall generates the funds that keep the entire Tang clan running? Do you want to see the whole clan collapse?" Yeon-myeong coldly replies, "Don't pretend you didn't see me coming. I'm here because of you. Is that enough of a reason?" The terrified hallmaster turns away. "Get out of my way," he thinks to himself. "If I stay here, he's going to kill me. Damn it, how did he even get in here and save that old geezer? He tries to move my body. I can't move. Acupuncture needles." Yeon-myeong says flatly, "That's the gut-wrenching sorrow poison, created by Jituan himself. What do you think? Is he skilled enough to replace you now? Prepare to die." The remaining members scatter in terror. As for the rest of you here, Yeon-myeong calls out, "Wind Guard Squad, sir!" A voice roars back. Yeon-myeong gives the cold command, "Cleanse the Pharmacy King Hall." After the fall of the Pharmacy Hall, rumors spread like wildfire. Clan members whispered, "Is it true? I saw the Imperial Guard slaughter everyone in the Pharmacy Hall with my own eyes." The clan's entire status in the martial world depends on that hall's income. By cutting off his own funding, what is the Tang Yeon-myeong thinking? Yeon-myeong just stares at their prize. So this is the inner core they were hiding. Jituan's grandfather replies, "It's fine, as long as we keep it quiet. If word gets out that the Pharmacy Hall had this, other clans would swarm us." Yeon-myeong is silent for a moment. "I understand your concern, but I need to take this with me now," the old man adds. "If you don't need it immediately, it's best to store it here." Yeon-myeong quickly says, "No, I'll use it right now." He thinks, as expected of a 1,000-year-old beast, this poison is incredibly potent. To let such a treasure go to waste? Yeon-myeong just smirks, not a chance. He clenches the core, feeling the overwhelming heat. Worthy of a beast born in lava, he thinks. But, okay, I know what you're thinking. And, yeah, it gets even crazier. He says, "It's nothing compared to the fire dragon poison I drank before. A stronger poison than this exists. The 10 great poisons are no joke. I need to learn more about the 10 great poisons." After refining the core, he thinks, the medicinal properties are incredibly potent. Excellent. He then knocks on his mother's door. "Poison Phoenix, it's Yeon-myeong. May I come in?" "Come in," she says softly. Yeon-myeong enters. She says, "I never thought I'd see the day I could return to the inner halls of our clan." His mother smiles as he replies, "This place was always yours, mother. You've simply returned to where you belong." He thinks, she's still so beautiful, but she must have worried so much. She rushes to hug him. "Thank you for coming back to me safely." He says with conviction, "Of course. Whose son do you think I am?" He thinks, in my past life, all I had was regret. I reached the peak of swordsmanship but had no one to share it with. One life full of regret is enough. This time, I will protect the ones I love. He asks, "Have you met with the Imperial Guard yet?" She smiles. "They came this morning to help me move. The guards had met her earlier, weeping. 'It's so good to see you're safe, my lady,'" she continues happily. Seeing all those familiar faces feels like stepping back in time. By the way, Yeon-myeong, what's in that box? Yeon-myeong replies, "This is a gift I wanted to give you." Hearing this, his mother's eyes widen in surprise. When she sees the item, she gasps. "Isn't this the inner core of the 10,000-year fire carp?" Yeon-myeong just smiles. "But you should use this to increase your power. You need to lead the clan." He smiles back. "No, you're the one who should use it. To me, this core is meaningless now." "Poison Phoenix, let me see your hand." She's shocked. "Meaningless? Don't tell me you've reached a state where cores can no longer improve your inner energy." The Hwagyong realm. Have you already reached the Hwagyong realm? Yeon-myeong just smiles and says yes. His mother thinks, my son has reached Hwagyong. I should be overjoyed. But if the demonic cult finds out, they will target our clan. He quickly reassures her, live a long life. Live for father, too. Stay by my side and watch me grow. The core's energy is fading. You must absorb it now, mother. She thinks, what am I hesitating for? Even if my son has reached Hwagyong, as a mother, protecting him is my duty. She smiles. Besides, rejecting your heartfelt gift would be disrespectful. In that case, she thinks, even if you become the clan leader, my duty is not over. She asks, son, do you know what title people used to call me by? Yeon-myeong is stunned. Huh? Wasn't it the #1 beauty of Sichuan and Poison Phoenix? She replies, that's right. Poison Phoenix, the Poison Phoenix. A title for the strongest poison master in the Tang Clan. It's been a long time since I've seen you this flustered. I may not be on your level, but I'm no pushover either. Yeon-myeong thinks, after releasing her inner energy and absorbing the core, Mother immediately entered a meditative state. I can't believe I was genuinely rattled just now. I'm not surprised she hid her true strength. I didn't sense a thing until she released her power. You and I just witnessed the ultimate plot twist. A Hwagyong master can sense the smallest flow of inner energy. Hiding your power from one is impossible. And yet, she completely fooled him. The Poison Phoenix indeed. All right, let's dive in. His inner power was a joke, barely first rate until he unleashed it. Now, he's blasting past the absolute realm, absorbing an entire demonic core as a snack. Now, absorbing a core is simple, in theory. You take a tiny piece of its power, make it your own, circulate it, and repeat. Tedious, right? But that's the safe way. She's thinking, how can a single body possibly contain this much raw energy? It's already starting to fade. And just as she panics, a hand reaches out, Tang Yeon-myeong's. You want to help me? She asks. He just calmly replies that true power isn't found by training alone. And then it clicks. He isn't just feeding her power, he's merging his own poison arts with the core's energy, using himself as a living, breathing catalyst. See, the core's energy is pure. Instead of converting it bit by painful bit, he's flash-forging the entire thing into his clan's signature poison techniques. It's a cheat code. It's done, he says with a smile. Raising a son this smart was my best decision. And just like that, his mother breaks through to the legendary transformation realm. Meanwhile, at the Shadow Toxin Hall, the Poison Lord is already whining. He was dragged out of bed for an early meeting, and he is not happy about it. Subar chimes in, complaining about how long the young master is taking. Making his elders wait? The nerve. It's not just rude, it's just plain stupid. Tik-hui forces a smile, saying he'll be there soon. And right on cue, an attendant shouts, the Tang Yeon-myeong has arrived. Tang Yeon-myeong strolls in, thanks them for showing up so early, and says he has something important to discuss. The fifth elder just grunts, important? What? And here it is, the moment you and I have been waiting for. Tang Yeon-myeong brings up choosing a temporary leader for the clan. The elders all puff out their chests, wondering which one of them will get the big prize. But then Tang Yeon-myeong just looks at them, ice in his voice, and asks, what makes you think I'd ever choose one of you? The room goes silent. As they sputter in shock, a figure walks in from behind him. Subark's jaw drops, and the fifth elder can't believe his eyes after more than a decade. How has she not aged a day? If we're talking about qualifications, Tang Yeon-myeong says, isn't she the most fitting person here? He introduces the legendary Poison Phoenix. Poison Phoenix, the woman exiled years ago for taking the fall for a demonic invasion. Chitori smirks at the room of stunned old men. My, everyone looks so thrilled to see me. She's back. And she introduces herself as Tang Yeon-myeong's mother. Flashback to the night before. Chitori is sighing, leveling up is great and all, but she can't stand the smell of the impurities being purged from her body. She's worried she set a bad example, and that her control over her new overwhelming power is still shaky. It's going to take some time to get used to. But after breaking through, she finally realizes something terrifying. She can now sense her son's true power level. The kid isn't just strong. He's at the absolute peak of the transformation realm, leagues beyond even the supposed masters of Sichuan. Just what kind of monster did he become during that competition? She smiles, thinking she has a lot to discuss with him. He walks in and congratulates her, and she pulls him down to sit, saying it was all thanks to him. But she has to ask Tang Yeon-myeong, how? How did you reach the transformation realm at your age? It just doesn't seem possible. He thinks fast. Telling her he has memories from a past life is a bit much, so he pivots, basing his story on things she already knows about the recent tournament. Okay, I know what you're thinking, and yeah, his excuse is absolutely insane. He asks if she heard about the Fire Dragon Lake poison and calmly states, yeah, I drank it. His mother absolutely loses it. You what? Tang Yeon-myeong. A poison like that could have destroyed your body from the inside out. He just scratches his head. Well, as you can see, I'm fine. He casually mentions that, yeah, he was hit by a few other legendary poisons during a different fight, but no big deal. He explains he had a sudden epiphany, learning to convert poison directly into power, which pushed him into the next realm. His mom is floored, and he thinks to himself, phew, she actually bought it. But she has another question. She heard the Medicine King Hall got completely wiped out. She thinks to herself that it was the right call, given their connection to his father's past. He confirms it went just as she expected. Relieved, she clenches her fist, ready for what comes next, and she tells Tang Yeon-myeong she has a favor to ask. What is it, he asks. She tells him that for years, after losing her husband and believing her son was lost too, she's been living like a ghost. But not anymore. She wants his permission to step back into the light and to make sure no one ever dares to look down on her son again. This mother is going to war. Back in the hall, the elders are still whispering about her ageless appearance. The Shadow Clan lord just stares in shock, muttering her name. Then Tang Yeon-myeong makes his move. He announces that his mother, Poison Phoenix, will be the new head of the clan. Not a regent. The absolute authority. Chitori steps forward, all grace and steel. She thanks them for coming and says that while she is the head, she'll only manage things until her son is ready to take over. But make no mistake, she's in charge. She declares that the young master has tasked her with rebuilding their fallen clan, and the cleanup starts right now. And what a cleanup it was. She immediately dissolved the corrupt Medicine King Hall, renamed it, appointed loyalists, and launched a full-scale financial audit. Of course, they found proof of massive embezzlement. The recovered funds were more than enough to pull the entire clan out of debt. The consequences were swift. The Shadow Clan lord was exiled. All the corrupt elders who were caught, stripped of their rank and power. No one was safe. Anyone who had a hand in the corruption was cut out, root and stem. His mother did all of this in just a few days. The clan started calling her a living hero. Tang Yeon-myeong reflects that thanks to her, the internal rot has been purged. For the first time, he feels like he can live a somewhat normal life. He suddenly realizes how much he has now. Real friends, loyal followers who trust him completely. He has hundreds of clan members to look after. He has to get stronger, strong enough to protect his family from any enemy, whether it's a rival clan or a demonic cult. And speaking of enemies, in a faraway mansion, a powerful figure gets the news. The Tang clan has a new young master. An underling steps forward to report that two of their own high-ranking members were killed by this very same young master during the competition. These weren't just random thugs. They were official members with solid reputations. And you and I both know this is where the next war begins. The Venom Clan's master keeps ranting, his aura suffocating the room. One of his men asks why he's so mad isn't attacking the Tang family what they wanted. But you and I both know it's never that simple. The Viper Lord snaps back. That's not the point. I gave them a direct warning. He had his own plans and told them to leave the Tang family alone for the time being. They defied his explicit order and attacked first. So he asks, who's the real traitor here? It wasn't the Tang family, was it? He scoffs that dying to the young master was a gift. If they had returned alive after that stunt, he would have punished them himself. Still, one kid beating two experts? Now that's interesting. Send a letter to the Tang family in Sichuan, he commands. We're formally inviting their little prodigy. And just like that, we're about to see these two worlds collide. Meanwhile, in the dark toxin chamber, Jin-myung grins at his mother, Ji-tae. So you finished cleaning house? She blushes faintly. It's been a while since I took charge. I was a little nervous. Jin-myung praises her. You were absolutely brilliant. But his tone shifts. Poison Phoenix, are you suppressing your power again? Just like before? Ji-tae doesn't seem surprised. You've gotten perceptive. But Jin-myung is worried. He can't sense a single trace of her energy. But why? He presses. You've already reached the flame realm. You don't have to hide your strength anymore, do you? She explains calmly, I'm not hiding it. This is a secret clan art called Bai Mai Un Sui. Now listen close, because you and I will need to remember that name. The reason, she says, is a long story. It starts with the creator of this martial art, an ancestor of the Tang family. The tale begins in a Sichuan village, ravaged by plague. People were dying left and right, their bodies wasted away. Dozens were cremated without so much as a proper funeral. The sickness eventually consumed the entire village. Everyone was infected, just waiting for the end. Everyone, that is, except a young boy barely over 10 years old. So how did this one kid walk away completely unscathed? To the villagers, rational thought was a foreign concept. All they saw was a 10-year-old boy and a plague. And to them, that meant one thing: demon child. Exiled from his own village, he hid in a cave to escape the rain. He survived by stealing food offerings left at a nearby shrine, a desperate fight for life each day. He spent 2 days in complete solitude. But on the third day, the villagers just stopped coming to make their offerings. He wondered why he was the only one left. And, well, let's just say he was about to get his answer from the most feared assassins in the Murim, the Blood Moon clan. Their business was kidnapping children and forging them into killers. They fed them poison pills to ensure they could never run, forcing them to return for a periodic antidote. Yeon-myeong grew up fast in that hell, watching his peers die agonizing deaths when they couldn't get their dose in time. Having already stared down a plague, he poured everything into getting stronger. He took on the most dangerous jobs without flinching, completing every single one until he could assassinate even supreme masters. His perfect record made the clan's reputation skyrocket. We grant you the title of one of the 5 great assassins. Name anything you desire, and we will make it yours. But by then, Yeon-myeong had already climbed to an entirely different level on his own. Using the knowledge he'd gained from fighting the best of the best, he forged his own technique. With that single art, the Fire Demon Soul Piercer, the entire Blood Moon clan was wiped from existence. Their descendants later popped up in Sichuan, but the world remembers him by another name, the Guest Without Orders. Though for a guy with a history that epic, he always looks half asleep. So, he asks, what does that story have to do with the pulsating vein technique? Chija replies, our clan was filled with masters, including those 5 legendary assassins. But Yeon-myeong presses on, still not getting it. Okay, but how do you know the secret to his fire demon art? Wasn't it just a hidden weapon technique that overwhelmed enemies with sheer numbers? Chija just smirks. You're half right. It is the fire demon art, but it's not about hidden weapons. It's a martial art for controlling aura. Absolutely floored, Yeon-myeong can only ask aura. You mean it's an aura-based technique, not a projectile one? Chija nods. That's right. A fight between masters is always a clash of auras. If your opponent attacks with aura, you have to defend with aura. A master's protective field can't be broken by normal physical projectiles. Hearing this, Yeon-myeong's mind starts spinning. I get it now. So yeah, we're talking about a storm of hundreds of blades, each wrapped in its own powerful aura. You and I both know no defense is stopping that. That was the secret of the Tang family's technique, an art that completely changed the game for master-level fighters with power beyond comparison. But still, even for a top-tier master, how could anyone possibly sustain that insane level of aura output? Chija says, that look on your face, You're wondering how it's possible to maintain that power, aren't you? The answer is inside the pulsating vein technique. The core principle is this: all internal energy in your blood is gathered into one of the 12 major meridians. Then you use your true ki to block the flow, sealing the entire meridian shut. Doing this allows a user to completely hide the flow of their internal energy from other masters. Of course, you can't use that sealed energy right away, so your power drops, but it makes it way easier to accumulate insight and experience. Repeat this 10 times, sealing all 12 meridians, and the true ki guarding your energy will weave together. This creates a defense far beyond a normal aura, a shield with the hardness of dragon scales. Yeon-myeong thinks for a moment. Dragon scales, like the fire dragon's roar. It's like they actually saw a dragon. Chija adds, and it's for more than just defense. If you unseal the internal energy from all 12 meridians at once, you can temporarily unleash over 10 times your normal power. Now pay attention, this is where it gets crazy. Yeon-myeong's mind reels. Temporarily? Makes sense. Using that much power would tear a normal body apart. So you're saying the fire demon art requires unsealing the veins just to be used? But there's still more he doesn't know. Not just that, Chija explains. Other crucial secrets were passed down with this technique, but they were lost after the demonic sect's invasion. The secrets were passed down only by word of mouth, but the two elders who held the knowledge died unexpectedly before they could pass it on. But Yeon-myeong, if it's you, I know you can master the complete original fire demon art. You are my proudest son after all. Hearing those words, Yeon-myeong feels a rare warmth spread through his chest. Her proudest son? Of course. The son of the poison phoenix can master anything. He'll meet her expectations. And just like that, he receives the pulsating vein technique from his mother. Now, to rapidly build his internal energy for it, poison was obviously the best way. What others call a deadly toxin, he calls medicine. He doesn't need to waste time with slow cultivation, time to cook up something new. Hyung, what is it? One of his subordinates reports, "Sir, a friend is here. She says it's an emergency and that she must see you immediately. It's Miru. Yeon-myeong, you have to help me." Seeing her completely panicked, Yeon-myeong is taken aback. "Miru? What is it? Why are you gasping for air like that?" Miryu's voice is choked with tears. "If you don't help, my sister is going to die." The words hit him like a hammer. "Your sister is dying? Why come to me? Shouldn't you find a doctor first?" Miryu sobs, shaking her head. "We've tried doctors. They all said the same thing. This isn't an illness you can cure with medicine." Yeon-myeong is baffled. Then what? An internal injury? Her next words send a chill down his spine. A severed pulse. The 9 yin severed meridians. It's an ancient affliction tied to a special martial arts lineage. The Northern Sea Ice Clan, as the name suggests, they practiced a unique ice art for people born with an abundance of cold yin energy. This art was a gift from the heavens. Yeon-myeong slows his pace. But if someone with that body type doesn't learn the ice art, the severed meridians will destroy them from the inside. Miryu, are you two descendants of that clan? Miryu looks down. Descendants of descendants. Ages ago, our ancestors settled in Sichuan and married into the Tang family. If they could learn the ice art, they'd be free of the curse. But this is the Tang family, masters of poison and hidden weapons. There's nothing about ice arts here. The art our ancestors brought with them was lost generations ago. For more than 10 years, it's felt like my sister's internal energy has been on the verge of exploding. After a moment of thought, Yeon-myeong says, there might not be 0 options, but Miryu cuts him off. We're here. This is our house. No, she's worse than when I left. Sister, please, open your eyes. And that's where we leave it, with a life hanging in the balance. Yeon-myeong scans the room, and the air is so cold it bites. This is way more serious than he thought. He tells Miryu straight up, I can't guarantee your sister's life. Her sister used her own life force to block the cold energy, fighting it off, but she's already at her absolute limit. Her consciousness is gone, all her strength focused on just surviving. The news hits Miryu like a thunderclap. How can this be? Is there no hope? Not exactly, Yeon-myeong says. If we release the cold chi, your sister's body might not handle the shock. Or, I can try to invade the cold chi myself. If you trust me, I'm willing to help. But I'm not about to gamble with your family's life lightly. The choice, Miryu, is yours. You can look for another way, or you can trust me and we do this now. Her sister's life is everything and there are no other options left. If they don't try, it's over. She knows it's dangerous for him too, but begs him anyway. Please, Yeon-myeong, save her. He nods grimly. All right, let's give it a shot. But Miryu is still weirded out by his preparations. Do you really have to do that? No matter how you look at it, this is awkward. Yeon-myeong ignores her stare. I need to get the cold energy out, and these clothes are in the way. Miryu pouts. This is more embarrassing than death. He focuses his power. Okay, here we go. He targets the key points between the eyebrows, the heart, lungs, limbs, and finally the abdomen, clearing the cold chi from each meridian one by one. All right, first one down. Just hang in there. Come on, energy. Move. Damn it. The resistance from the cold is off the charts, far stronger than he calculated. It's not letting go without a fight. Miryu sees his hands starting to freeze over and panics. Yeon-myeong, are you okay? He grits his teeth. Not done yet. He somehow cleared the energy in 6 meridians, but his own body has absorbed too much cold. If he pulls out any more, he's going to turn into an ice sculpture first. He's about to freeze solid, but then, wait for it. The single most broken idea in this series clicks into place. Poison? Because medicine and poison are 2 sides of the same coin. It's all about dosage. If too much yang energy becomes a fire poison, then couldn't this insane level of yang energy be treated as a cold poison? If so, this bone-deep freezing energy, he treats it as a cold poison and it responds instantly. Miso's eyes snap open. What is this feeling? It's so warm. The cold in her body is just vanishing. Hearing her sister's voice, she pulls her into a hug, tears streaming down. Is it really you? Miryu tells her everything. So, this young man saved me? Miryu nods, then glances over. Yeah, but Tang Yeon-myeong? How long are you going to stay zoned out? Miso shushes her. He must be concentrating. Just let him be until he wakes up. And yeah, he's deep inside a cocoon of magical energy. This stuff is basically a divine potion. He's absorbed way more power than a normal body could ever handle. If he just left it alone, it would dissipate naturally. But since he absorbed the maximum amount of cold chi, this is the perfect chance to test his Bimek Unsweet technique. With 1 meridian already full, how many more will this new energy fill? 4. Way more than he imagined. That's a 4-fold increase in his internal power, just like that. Too bad the purity sucks, but hey, he can always fix that with a little poison. He wakes up. Sorry about that. Miso smiles, a bit shy but happy. If you're not embarrassed, then I'm fine. Miryu explained everything. I really don't know how I can ever thank you. Yeon-myeong just grins. I'm the Tang Yeon-myeong of this house. Helping is what I do. Suddenly their father bursts in. Miso, Miru, what's going on, you bastard? What are you doing to my daughters? Thankfully, his 2 daughters are there to stop a major misunderstanding. You and I both know this dad is about to grovel. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you saved my girls, and I didn't know you were the Tang Yeon-myeong. I've committed a grave sin. Yeon-myeong is just flustered. No, I would have assumed the same thing. The man is practically in tears. I can't thank you enough. You saved my daughter from a terrible fate. I'm from the Hangsan gang. My wife, who is from the Dang family, died from the same illness. I spent every last coin I had trying to find a cure for her, but it was all for nothing. For the Tang Yeon-myeong himself to save my child. I don't know how we got so lucky. From now on, whatever you ask, my life is yours. Yeon-myeong helps him up. It's no big deal. It was the right thing to do. But he's curious. Things seem quiet for a gang in this territory. The father explains that ever since the Dang family fell and the Huksa Ryon took over, they've been forced to lay low. Yeon-myeong nods. I see. We'll talk more about this later. As he turns to leave, Miryu calls out, You're leaving already? My sister hasn't even thanked you properly. Miso speaks up shyly. Once again, thank you, Tang Yeon-myeong, for saving my life. My family and I will never forget this kindness. Miryu waves. Thanks for everything today. We'll definitely repay you. After he's gone, Miso asks quietly, Is the Tang Yeon-myeong going to be all right? Miryu is surprised. Huh? Why the sudden question? Miso hesitates as she watches him leave. He just seemed a little flustered. He cured my severed meridians. I hope it didn't hurt him. Miryu gets a sly look on her face. What's this? Are you upset you let him get away? Miso's reaction is a little too defensive. What? No, it's not like that. Not at all. What are you talking about? Was I that obvious? Miryu pats her shoulder. It's a natural reaction, sis. Anyone would feel the same way. Don't worry about it. Besides, I've never seen anyone prettier than you. And while he didn't say anything, the way he looked at you, I think he's definitely interested. Meanwhile, Yeon-myeong is already imagining his future life. Is this what a family feels like? Whoa. I'm already thinking about having kids. Is this what it's like to meet someone and have your heart go crazy? If this is normal, then I want a normal life. I can't wait to visit again. But then reality hits. If there's a problem, it's that Huxarayon again. And you and I both know peace never lasts long in this world. They weren't the ones who directly destroyed his clan, but their cronies were definitely there. And since they're all in Sichuan City now, a confrontation is inevitable. It's only a matter of time. Cut to the Huxarayon headquarters. A subordinate reports, it's true. Lately, the Dang family's power is growing again, and we can't seem to control it. Her leader just scoffs. Is that all? Let's dive into the story of Yeon-myeong, whose enemies are currently plotting his downfall. Their leader's command is absolute, so for now, everyone else is forced to stay silent. Shouldn't we be following the young master and the clan head's lead? They whisper, even as they know who's really pulling all the strings behind the scenes. Right now, I can't do a thing, let alone get revenge for my fallen comrades. But if I can't act directly, that's right, the Suyuan Association. If this is the case, I refuse to just sit and do nothing. If I just ignore this, it's like I can hear my master screaming for vengeance. Until I wipe out the entire Tang Clan, root and stem, this rage inside me will never fade. Ignoring her subordinates' pleas, she executes him without a second thought. I'm waiting for you, little master of the Tang Clan. I'll set up a special stage just for you. Jige is panicking. Uncle, what are we going to do? Ever since that poison master became the clan head, our own influence has been slipping away. The second elder, Mingjin, just scoffs. Why are you asking me that? You arrogant fools brought this entire mess on yourselves. Jige is stunned. How can you say that now? Mingjin roars with fury. You are the problem. You couldn't predict our enemy's moves, so everything fell apart. Now you have to live with that regret. You spoiled brats have destroyed my life's work. Humiliated, Wenquan seethes, that hateful old man. I can't even talk back to the clan head. This is all that kid's fault. I swear I will heal this arm, and I will get my revenge on Yeon-myeong. Jiga presses. So, what is our next move? We're struggling to even maintain our forces. Mingjin's fist clenches. I know. We are leaving the clan. A subordinate leads Yeon-myeong to the clan's poison vault. This is it? Home to the 10 great venoms? The guide smirks. The third elder used to run it, but after a problem, control was transferred to me. Throw him in. The subordinate then hands Yeon-myeong a small object. Tang Yeon-myeong, take this before you go inside. A poison-warding pearl. It blocks the toxic fumes inside the vault. Keep it in your mouth, and it will filter out any poison trying to get inside you. But Yeon-myeong isn't having it. You hold it in your mouth, right? Meaning the third elder and who knows how many others have already had this thing slobbered all over it. The subordinate insists, don't worry, sir, we wash it every day. But Yeon-myeong just scowls. I don't need it. I won't get poisoned, even without that thing. The guy keeps pushing. Even those with immunity have to be careful. But Yeon-myeong ignores him and walks straight inside. So this is where they keep the 10 great venoms. He understands why they were so worried. A normal martial artist would drop dead instantly in here. Don't blink, because what happens next is absolutely insane. My internal energy is suppressed by that 9-vein sealing technique, but the way I'm sensing this poison energy, it feels completely different to me. Of course, for someone who's mastered the art of poison transformation, this place feels downright pure. My internal energy is already surging, but not enough to use my martial arts normally. Absorbing these high-grade poisons is incredible, but clan rules forbid using the 10 great venoms for personal gain. If only I knew how to make them myself, I'd try so many things. What is that? A strange feeling. The airflow in that spot is all wrong. Is that a sealing formation in the Tang Clan's poison vault? This doesn't look like a Jia clan formation. Let's check it out. A hidden path covered in sealing and prohibition talismans. It's not a Jia formation, this is a sorcerer's array. My master in a past life knew sorcerers. Just like he was obsessed with the sword, they were obsessed with their magic, hoping to break past human limits and ascend. Thanks to him, I was once thrown into a formation they created. It was a place filled with strange, unknown beasts. Anyway, my master's weird hobbies aside, you never mess with sorcerers. So why is one of their formations here? They're fundamentally selfish, only caring about their own path to immortality. You ask how he befriended them? Simple. Beat them senseless every day for no reason, and eventually they'll ask to have a conversation. I doubt anyone in the Tang Clan thinks like my master. So there must be something in here that a sorcerer would actually want. For poison gas to leak through hundreds of these talismans means something unbelievably potent is sealed inside. I was going to study their poisons, but this is way more interesting. Guess I'll take a look inside. Suddenly, a voice echoes out. Someone has entered the sealed chamber. Not a warrior. How long has it been? No matter. Get me out! Okay, I know what you're thinking. A monster in a jar? Yeon-myeong finds the source. A jar wrapped in chilling talismans, holding all the missing venoms. Just what kind of poison is this? The force pushing back from the seals is incredible. This will be harder to break than the magic circle itself. Still, all I have to do is cut them, one by one, just like this. He begins slicing the talismans. My internal energy is definitely down because of that seal. Normally, one burst of sword chi would have ended this. As the talismans fall, the poison gas thickens. Time to see what's inside. The voice rings out again, and this time he hears it clearly. The power of the talismans is gone. How long has it been since I've seen the light? At last. I am free! It moves with blinding speed, forcing Yeon-myeong to constantly dodge. Gotta strike before it closes in, the white snake laughs. Your reflexes are sharp. I am impressed. As a reward for freeing me, I'll grant you a painless death. It boasts, this body is the pinnacle of all poisons. You may call me the true ancient venom, the white serpent, Baisha. Baisha coils around Yeon-myeong. You sealed your meridians just in time to stop my poison? That's impressive. But let's see how you handle this while I slowly melt your arm, it pauses. Huh? This energy? Is this poison key? How? What is your connection to the martial emperor? Without even looking, Yeon-myeong grabs it right by the throat. He was my ancestor. Baisha completely panics. Wait, you've mastered poison key? At this rate, you'll destroy me. Yeon-myeong scoffs. So what? Having a change of heart now that you're losing? I'll drain you dry. The white snake starts begging for its life. This kid is actually going to kill me. Wait. Let's make a deal. If you spare me, I will become your familiar. Having me as your familiar is a great deal for you. Can't you feel your internal energy surging from my poison every second? This is way faster than anything you felt before. Yeon-myeong actually hesitates. He realizes this snake's poison is on another level, far beyond the flame core. Baisha pushes its offer, become my master, and I can give you this power whenever you need it. You and I both know this is a game-changing choice. Wouldn't it be better to use it bit by bit instead of absorbing it all? Tang Yeon-myeong just shrugs. Nah, I don't spare my enemies, and I can always get more poison later. Baksha puts on his best puppy dog eyes. Just spare me this once. I've been trapped in poison for centuries, with nothing but walls for company. Besides, if I become your spirit familiar, I can only obey you. What's the harm? Tang Yeon-myeong sighs. Fine, one chance. And trust me, this is the deal that changes everything. Tang Yeon-myeong lays down the law, but if you pull anything stupid, I will erase you on the spot. Baksha nods frantically. Got it, I'll be good. So, Tang Yeon-myeong asks, if you want to be my familiar, what do I do? I know nothing about this magic stuff. Baksha's body begins to glow. You don't have to do a thing. This is a soul link. Accept it, and my spirit becomes bound to yours. That's the pact. Outside, his men start to worry. The young master's been in there a while. Did something go wrong? Either way, I'm going in to check. The other guard questions him. What? We can't just barge in there. But the first guy's resolute. I'll take the punishment. I can't let our young master get hurt in here. Fine. Who could stop you anyway? Suddenly, what's that? A bright light floods from the vault. Something's definitely happening in there. And this shaking the Tang Yeon-myeong is okay. Look at that aura. Tang Yeon-myeong has a new power. The Dragon Scale Battle. Aura. It's nothing like a normal aura. It's like a tangible suit of armor. It's formed through his new familiar, and it can fill all 12 of his remaining meridians. It's completely unheard of. But now I'll have to constantly manage its power level while on the move. So stressful. Everyone's going to be staring at me. Bak Sa appears. Staring? At your level, why care about what low ranks think? Even the Grand Master doesn't show off. Tang Yeon-myeong glares. I told you not to just pop up like that. Bak Sa argues. Look, unless I lower my power, no one can see me anyway. Besides, with an aura that intense, who'd be dumb enough to attack you? Even so, it's way too flashy. Tang Yeon-myeong grumbles. I just want a normal life this time around. Bak Sa gets curious. This time? You mean you died and came back? Is that even possible? There has to be a reason you were given this power. Just like my old master and your ancestor, the original martial leader. For people like you, there's always destiny. Tang Yeon-myeong scoffs? So he was just a puppet too? Bak Sa shakes his head. Don't say that. My master wasn't as soft as you are. They used me until my destiny was complete, then had some sorcerer seal me in a jar. That's why I said this path is dangerous. Tang Yeon-myeong's eyes narrow. So that's the connection. This guy is a high-tier spirit. A spirit of this caliber, those mages, would be drooling to make him their own familiar. And they helped his ancestor seal him away? Could his so-called ancestor have been just like his master? Is there a reason I was born this way? Is it tied to my past life memories? He can't figure it out. Just then, a guard bursts in. Tang Yeon-myeong, you have to come quick. The Snake Sect from the capital is attacking our allies in Sichuan. Huyen-tu is in grave danger. By the time they arrive, it's already a bloodbath. Where do you think you're going, little lambs of the Nari sect? The enemy leader sneers. I don't know why you righteous nobles are here, but you should know Sichuan belongs to the Snake Sect. Elder Subak is gravely wounded. I'll hold them off. You get out of here. Huyen-tu shouts back, what are you saying? You can't fight them like this. And pay attention to the odds here. Their leader is the Muleng Palace Master, and he brought hundreds of his goons. With Elder Subak's internal injuries, this is an impossible fight. The leader just laughs. Seeing you all here means you must have run crying to the Duong clan for help. Didn't you hear? The alliance has already conquered Sichuan and cut the Duong clan off. If I hand you over, I'll get a huge reward. Prepare to lose a limb or two. Tang Yeon-myeong asks his subordinate, who are those two in the yellow uniforms? The guard replies, they seem to be warriors from the Kongdong sect, Tang Yeon-myeong. Tang Yeon-myeong's expression hardens, so the others must be the Snake Sect. Go, greet our guest from the Kongdong sect. Huyen-tu looks back. That uniform, it's the Duong clan. They came to help? But then he counts. Wait, there's only 4 of them? Their auras are strong, but against hundreds? Tang Yeon-myeong commands, the man you're holding is in critical condition. Fall back. His subordinate takes the elder. I've got him. Huyen-tu is stunned. Wait, shouldn't you be helping them fight? There are over 200 more of them right behind us. Thank you for the help, but the guard just smirks. Don't worry about it. If you don't believe us, just watch. The enemy leader roars. Who the hell are you to stand in our way? His lackey explains, Palace Master, I think that's the kid, the one who just won the Duong family tournament and became their new Tang Yeon-myeong. The leader scoffs. A brat like that? You think you can take us on by yourself? The arrogance. He spits. Just leftovers spared by our alliance master's mercy. Fine. I guess we'll have to pull you out by the roots. You started this so the alliance master can't blame me, Tang Yeon-myeong smirks. Listening to this trash talk is making my ears itch. The alliance master's mercy? Uproot us? Go on, give it a shot. See who uproots who. In a flash, the Snake Sect leader just drops. The palace master is dead? When did he throw the poison needles? I didn't see a thing. You and I just saw that, right? One move. And the big boss is gone. Everyone, be careful. This monster. While they're panicking, Tang Yeon-myeong is completely calm. Oh, right. I was in such a rush I forgot to apply any poison. I guess it works anyway. Bagza appears to explain, of course it works. My poison has already seeped into every needle you own. In this world, almost no one can withstand my venom. Tang Yeon-myeong finally admits it. Huh, you're more useful than you look. Bagza snaps back. What do you mean that I look? Hu Yan-tu is still reeling from the shock. I can't believe a hidden weapon art like that exists. So, this is the guy Elder Subak mentioned, the one who crushed an entire sect by himself. The surviving enemies are terrified. What did we just see? He took out over 100 men in a single instant. I thought the Duong clan was finished. No one said they had a monster like this. One of them rallies the troops. Don't panic. That must be all he's got. Even if he's a master, he can't have enough energy to use that technique again. I'll pin him down. You guys follow up. Go to hell, he charges forward. Where's that big talk now? Tang Yeon-myeong doesn't even move. He just shatters the guy's sword with his bare hand. And that, my friends, is what we call an absolute beatdown. All right, let's jump right into this chaos. Everyone's staring in disbelief. Is that the legendary full-bloom flame demon? Looks like someone's about to have a very bad day. Watching from the sidelines, Hu Yin-tu is blown away. Rumor was that Tang Clan's power was crippled after the demonic ray invasion, but he was dead wrong. Their potential is as sharp as ever. If they take on the Black Serpent faction as Subak planned, a clash with the demon cult is inevitable. Reincarnation turns around. You're still here? Hu Yen-tu stammers. The young master's aura is so immense I couldn't look away. Reincarnation just nods. Is that so? Go report back. These guys picked the wrong family to mess with. A few days prior in Sichuan, Hu Yen-tu thought about how lucky they were to avoid the Serpent faction. After the Tang Clan weakened, this entire area became the Serpent's Den. Subak is visibly tense. Suddenly, Gaksun appears. How's the food? It's a humble place, but a local favorite. Hu Yen-tu frowns. The man was right beside them, but he didn't sense a thing. A true master. Who is this guy? Subak finally speaks. You don't recognize him, Hu Yen-tu? That's Gaksun. Gaksun smirks. Apologies for interrupting. So, what are the Gongdong priests doing in my territory? Hu Yen-tu is shocked. He deliberately chose a remote inn to avoid the Serpent faction, only to run into their leader. Gaksun continues, what business could you have with the Black Serpent faction? I see you've reached the Transcendent Realm. They must have sent you for something serious. Subak replies, I want nothing from you, faction leader. Are you alone? I don't see your men. Is Gaksun underestimating him? You think you can take me on just because I'm alone? If you want to fight, I'm ready. Subak scoffs. I have lived twice as long as you. Gaksun asks, so you want this old man to give you a lesson? Subak finally loses his temper. In a battle between transcendent masters, the internal energy built over years is absolute. Now pay attention, because this is where the trash talk turns into an all-out brawl. Hu Yen-tu can't believe it. Subak has completely lost his cool. Are they seriously about to fight right here? Gaksun lets out a chilling laugh. Your sect's geniuses from 10 years ago? I personally erased them. Gongdong is only safe because it's far from Sichuan. If you need a beating to accept reality, then follow me. Hu Yen-tu tries to stop him. Master, don't! But Subak shoves him off. You expect me to endure this insult? Don't stop me. I will show this arrogant brat that Gongdong's martial arts are the strongest in the world. Hu Yen-tu explains that Subak had started a formal duel with the Black Serpent leader. Reincarnation asks, a duel? Different from what I saw earlier? Hu Yen-tu nods. Yes, but our scouts reported back, the Black Serpent leader is a truly terrifying man. The fight between Gaksun and Subak begins. The sword style you're using, it's a technique that works based on my own true chi? Surprising. Subak is manipulating energy through sheer resonance. Watching nearby, Hu Yen-tu is stunned. I can't even follow their movements with my eyes. Gaksun has the upper hand. Is that it? Put more power into it. You bragged about your internal energy. Is this all you have? Subak grits his teeth. Fine, I will show you. The true power of the demon-subduing sword art. Hu Yen-tu smirks. Finally, Subak is overwhelming him. He can finish the faction leader here. Okay, I know what you're thinking. The old master has this in the bag, right? Well, think again. Subak sees it now. This guy is just toying with him. All right. Your arrogance ends right here. Gaksun just says, so you're using that move. As expected, Huyan Tu is genuinely worried now. Is Subak really using the ultimate technique of the demon-subduing sword art? Subak gives it his all. See that, Huyan Tu? I've defeated Gaksun. But Huyan Tu screams in terror. Look out! The energy's going wild. Get out of there. Gaksun comments, the technique requires more skill than I thought. It feels like the martial arts of Gongdong belong to an older, forgotten era. It amplifies true qi through pure intention. You call it the demon-subduing sword art, but in reality it's no different from a basic qi strengthening exercise. Huyan Tu is confused. That is our ultimate technique. But the aura, it's his own personal qi. How? Gaksun laughs. Why so surprised? If you understood the principles, you'd know you don't need a scroll to create a technique. You called it the demon-subduing sword art? To honor its origins. I've decided to call my version the righteous subduing divine art. Later, Huyan Tu recounts the battle with Reincarnation. So, Gaksun, the Black Serpent leader, he used Gongdong's own martial arts? Huyan Tu shudders at the memory. Huyan Tu shares, I saw him perfectly apply and use our techniques. His method of gathering qi was different, but the form itself was unmistakably the ultimate secret of our demon-subduing sword art. Worse, the power behind it far surpassed our original version. If Master Subak hadn't used his remaining life force to block it, then he trails off. Then I probably wouldn't be standing here right now. Reincarnation thinks back. That old priest was clearly a transcendent realm master. He asks himself, is it possible to master a martial art just by seeing it once? Has he unlocked an ability to see through and perfect any technique after a single fight? A voice calling for the young master snaps him from his thoughts. Huyan Tu clasps his hands. Master Subak and I came to the Tang Clan for one reason, to request an alliance in the upcoming Great Sect War. The scene shifts to the Heavenly Demon Divine cult. This is a religious army in Xinjiang. Their power once rivaled all of the old sects and noble families combined. Even now, the so-called righteous factions dare not make a move against them. That's because the entire cult is ruled by the five elders and their supreme leader. But things began to change with the arrival of Rian Chunggak, the cult leader's son. Soon, factions loyal only to Rian Chunggak began to form. He feared the cult would be torn apart by the constant internal conflicts. So he took his followers, left the main cult, and established the demonic ray. After hearing the story, Reincarnation comes to a conclusion. With the demonic ray fracturing their forces, and the main cult's numbers already low, this is the last chance to eradicate the demon cult for good. But the Black Serpent faction to the south is a major problem. Huyan Tu explains that their Gongdong warriors are deploying. Reincarnation says confidently, if the Black Serpent faction dares to march north, I am more than enough to stop them myself. He imagines the moment he joins the battle, ready to unleash his full power. Huyan Tu bows deeply. Then, we ask for your help. While we conquer the demon cult, please stop the Black Serpent faction from advancing north. However, Reincarnation's response is loud and clear. I refuse. Huyan Tu is completely stunned. Pardon? What are you saying? Reincarnation spells it out for him. I said I refuse. And you and I both know why, right? Why on earth would I do that for you? All right, stick with me here because our guy is about to play some serious 4D chess. Subek can't believe it, asking if Tang Yeon-myeong really refused. Tang Yeon-myeong calmly explains this isn't his decision to make alone. He has to consult the clan head. So they agree to wait outside. Hyun nervously asks what happens if they can't persuade them. Subek's grand advice? Just wait and see. Hyun tries to convince him, recounting what he saw. Subek, I know this is a different situation, but I think the Tang clan circumstances are way different than we expected. He describes the place newly built pavilions, warriors deep in training. The entire atmosphere of the clan was the complete opposite of the rumors that claimed they'd been weakened by the demonic sect. The old master strokes his beard, nodding slowly. Yes, I saw it as well. Something must have lit a serious fire under them to rebuild their clan like this. Either way, they have to win these people over. Suddenly, two visitors arrive. Greetings, esteemed Taoists. A woman introduces herself as Tang Yeon, an official within the Tang clan. She informs them the clan head has summoned them. Subek and Hyun can only exchange looks of surprise as they're led into the main hall. Once seated, the woman gets straight to the point. I've heard everything from the young master. You're here for an alliance against the demonic cult, correct? She then introduces herself as Tang Jia, the poison phoenix of the Sichuan Tang Clan. They immediately sense her aura. This is the transcendent realm. No mistake. No wonder the Tang Clan's power is surging once again. The young master's martial skill was already shocking enough, but for the poison phoenix to also be at this level, they could reclaim their past glory in an instant. Heon presses their case. Our alliance desperately needs your help. Aiding us in this righteous cause is the only path forward. He begs her to reconsider. Subek turns to Tang Yeon-myeong. You refused earlier, didn't you? Do you still feel the same way? His response is firm. Yes, Poison Phoenix, I do. Now watch this part closely. This is where he flips the whole script on them. Hyun is shocked, but Tang Yeon-myeong lays out his reasoning. He understands the threat, but the Serpent Sect and the Black Serpent Union are entirely separate issues. He's done his research and found that the Black Serpent Union doesn't actually harm the civilians of Sichuan. Sure, they collect protection money, but they also clear out bandits, just like the so-called righteous sects. Based on that, there's no justification for attacking them first. Hyun stammers, speechless. Tang Yeon-myeong isn't finished. And you speak of a righteous stance? When the Black Serpent Union overran Sichuan and attacked our clan, no one came to help us? I'm not trying to blame anyone, he says, but for you to show up now asking for help in the name of eradicating evil, it's a bit convenient. If Kunlun falls, the alliance is next. Do you think they are so naive they don't know their own necks are on the line? Hyun hangs his head in shame. He thinks to himself, the young master is absolutely right. They only act when their own clans face a crisis. Even Subek has to agree. The young master's words are true. My apologies for not understanding the Tang clan's position. Hyun is internally shocked. Subek apologizing? Normally, he would have already exploded in anger. The old master admits his view was too narrow. Since he only spoke of noble sacrifice, getting rejected was the natural outcome. At this point, Jia steps in to negotiate. If you agree to help, we will pay a corresponding price. We are not asking for a handout, but for an alliance. Will you reconsider? Tang Yeon-myeong smirks. Well, if you put it that way, I can't keep refusing. Hyun lights up. Really? But Tang Yeon-myeong cuts him off. First, let's see how much you can pay. His eyes seem to sparkle at the mention of money. Outside, Hyun complains to Subek that the fee is hundreds of times their sect's maintenance cost. The old man just says it's a cheap price if it guarantees their sect's survival. Plus, the kid must be incredibly confident to demand a sum like that. Okay, I know what you're thinking. He's just a greedy punk, right? But stick with me, because there's a master plan unfolding here. Hyun wonders if the young master's skills are really that great. Subek replies, I don't know. He could be on par with the Poison Phoenix, or even stronger. Hyun replies, yes, sir. If you feel that way, it's not impossible that he's hiding his true achievements. Back in the room, Tang Yeon-myeong and his mother discuss business. He thinks to himself that fooling a transcendent master is one thing, but they have no idea he's maintaining his unarmed flow state this whole time. The old Taoist senses are sharp, no doubt, but a transcendent is still a transcendent. This whole negotiation was never just about the money. Jia finally asks him, what made you suddenly change your mind? He answers coolly. It wasn't sudden at all. I mentioned the Black Serpent Union's good deeds to the Taoists, but I don't trust them one bit. His mother is confused, but they did restore order after the major sects of Sichuan collapsed. He says it's all because of one person, Jugaksun. His mind flashes back to something that happened a long time ago. The reason they're labeled a deviant sect isn't because they can't join the orthodox path, it's because they fundamentally scorn honor and chase profit like common thieves. The current order in Sichuan is only being held in check by the system Jugaksun created. After the Tang clan weakened and the union took over, he rarely made an appearance. With just a little pressure, they could push out any rivals competing for business. The fall of the sects, the invasion had anything fundamentally changed? He was haunted by the image of Jugaksun. The current order was just a temporary state of affairs. The moment Jugaksun disappears, all the deviant sects that grew powerful under his rule will be unleashed on Sichuan. The Poison Phoenix finally understands. I see your true plan now. Tang Yeon-myeong smiles confidently. It's simple. We just need to make sure they never get the opportunity to move north. But with our current power, we can't stop the entire Black Serpent Union. He calmly explains, "We won't stop them from the outside. We'll shake them from within so they can't even think of leaving." She's stunned. "You're going to attack the Black Serpent Union's headquarters?" She knows it's possible, but breaking through their defenses would be far from easy. Just recently, however, they received a direct invitation to their doorstep. The letter was an invitation to the Sichuan Assembly, which has now become a grand tournament where all the unorthodox factions gather to compete. After reading it, Tang Yeon-myeong decides he will go. "I will attend this assembly and confirm their true nature. If they cannot abandon their deviant roots, then I will eliminate every single one of them." The scene cuts to a garden. A father warns his daughter, Young, "When you get to the Tang clan, you must absolutely not offend the young master. The fate of our clan depends on you." She sits at a table, lost in thought. The girl, Young, makes a decision, her eyes burning with resolve. "No matter what it takes," she thinks, "I will bring him to my side." And what do you and I both know? This is about to get way more complicated. The next morning, a young disciple arrives. "Master Tae-hee, are you there? I've brought your food and medicine." Recognizing the voice, Subek invites the young man in. He casually asks how the old man's internal injuries are, and the elder thanks him, saying he's much better now. They chat for a bit, all friendly. The medicine his grandson brought over worked wonders. Our main character just goes, "Oh, really?" He mentions it wasn't just herbs, but also poison. The elder looks at him like he's hallucinating. "Stop messing around and just drink it." He'd hesitated, but after one sip, his internal injuries started healing right before his eyes. The old man remembers the moment the medicine kicked in, his body healing instantly. He roared, "Nothing can stop me now." Even the clan head who made the brew was shocked by the recovery speed. With this healing rate, he could return to the main sect in no time. Our hero just smiles, glad it's working. But then his friend asks, "Hey, it's gotten a little noisy outside today." He trails off. Our hero immediately wants to know what's going on. His friend guesses it's because the Dakaza clan has returned. He asks, a little surprised, "The Dakaza clan." And so our hero gets a little history lesson. Turns out, the Dakaza and his own clan have a deep, long-standing relationship, and they've even set up a defensive formation outside their clan's entrance. Suddenly it all clicks. All he can picture is the mountain of money and resources this whole plan must be costing. He thinks to himself, "I heard they were close, but setting up an entire formation?" He figures it must cost a fortune and wonders if the Dakaza clan can even afford it. The elder chimes in, asking if their clan is covering all the costs and materials. Our hero just gives a little smile, deflecting the question. "No, I heard the Dakaza clan is covering the whole thing." Apparently, the young master of the Dakaza clan was very cooperative, having already fallen into their little trap. Meanwhile, the head of the Dakaza clan is deep in thought, calculating everything carefully. Elsewhere, he asks a young woman named Ying if she can handle her mission. "Don't worry, uncle," she says with a confident smirk. And just like that, you and I know exactly what her plan is. A classic honey trap. The Dakaza head sighs. "Yes, Ying, you remind me of my sister, once called the most beautiful woman alive. Capturing a young man your age should be easy." He then tells her an old story. Decades ago, a rival sect targeted his sister and attacked their clan. His sister sacrificed herself to save them all, but the shame of being used as a plaything for one night led her to take her own life. Tears well up in his eyes. He can't let that tragedy happen again. If Ying can seduce the young clan head, they can survive through his powerful clan. She seems stubborn, full of herself. So he begs her, "Please, Ying, the future of our clan depends entirely on you." A sudden knock at the door. He invites them in. They've heard about his clan's help with the young master's passage through the formation. They're both stunned, silent. The camera pans and we see who it is, the young master's mother. She asks if they're really setting up a defensive perimeter here. As the clan head, "I can only thank you," she says. "Wait, clan head? That must mean she's the young master's mother." The Dakaza elder is floored. Her presence is overwhelming. He quickly bows. "Greetings, clan head. I am Deka Shen." "I was rude not to realize you had taken the position," he stammers. She just smiles. "I took over while you were away. It's only natural you wouldn't know." He offers them a place to rest after their long journey. She politely accepts his kind offer, thanking him for his consideration. She then asks about the girl next to him. "Ah, this is my niece," he says. "I brought her here to strengthen the bond between our two families." He nudges her. Ying, greet the clan head. The girl just stares, shocked. That's the young clan head's mother? How can a person be so flawless? She has no weakness as a leader. The old man starts sweating, trying to shut his niece up before she says something even more stupid. She finally snaps out of it and bows respectfully. My sincere apologies for the late greeting. I am Deka Ying. Congratulations on becoming the new clan head. The mother smiles warmly. What a well-mannered child. Thank you. She even compliments Ying on her beauty, joking about all the hearts she must have broken. The girl blushes, thanking her for the compliment. The mother reminisces, I was quite well known in my youth too. Looking at you is like seeing my younger self. The girl's eyes light up with joy. What are you talking about? You're still incredibly beautiful now. When I first saw you, I thought you were the young master's older sister. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. She's laying it on thick to impress her future mother-in-law. The mother is amused, saying she's happy to hear it. She hopes that Ying and her son will get along well while they're here. Ying replies, I'm so glad to hear you say that. My own half-sister back home never showed me such kindness. And then she gasps dramatically, oh, please. It was just a test to see the young master's reaction. But he just looks bored, completely unimpressed. She's telling this sob story and he couldn't care less. How strange. Back home, guys would flock to her just for walking by. She can't believe it. Is she completely invisible to the young master? Nope. His mind is on someone else entirely, Mei-su. Ying is crushed. This is the first time she's ever been humiliated like this. He won't even give her a second look. The young master just scowls, and his mother gently reminds him they have guests. Furious, Ying vows to make him notice her, no matter what it takes. The scene shifts to Sichuan, where a citizen shares some news. At the Great Sichuan Tournament this year, the young master of the Tang Clan is apparently participating. His friend is shocked. After all he's done, will the other clans just let that slide? At the Crimson Harmony clan, preparations for the tournament are underway. The clan leader presents a report on the budget and participating clans. The alliance leader looks it over and says the report is good enough. Crimson Harmony clan leader, you've worked hard, you did well, even though it should have been the Celestial Sect's turn this year. He just replies that he was only doing his duty. The elders joke that the alliance leader probably just tossed the report aside, and that's our cue. They hope he grows up and forgets his rough childhood. Wild, right? Suddenly, the daughter of the Hessalian master shows up, demanding to see her attendant. She wants to go to the Four Rivers Assembly this year. She throws her arms around his neck. He asks her what's up, reminding her that last time she found it boring and swore off going again. She just grins, saying she overheard the young master of the Tang Clan is going to be there. The attendant confirms the rumor is true, and you and I both know when a rich girl wants something, she gets it. She pesters him, wondering just how handsome this guy must be to make all the girls swoon. The attendant Minyat sighs, telling her it's probably just an exaggeration. She snaps back, saying if it's an exaggeration, who cares? But if it's true, she's basically found her future husband. Minyat patiently reminds her that her father would have a heart attack if he heard that. She presses on, asking if she can go. He finally caves, knowing that even if he said no, she wouldn't listen. Besides, who's going to stop the daughter of the Hessalian master? Dudu Alien, standing outside, watches the father-daughter moment with a genuine smile. Meanwhile, over at the mansion, Mailu is brushing Maiso's hair, absolutely amazed. Wow, just look at this soft hair. Is this really the same person who was stuck in a sickbed for so long? Maiso just gives a shy smile. Mailu recalls how Tang Yeon-myeong was compared to her before, asking for her secret beauty tips. But Maiso's eyes turn sad. She's clearly thinking about him again. Out of the blue, Maiso asks what her sister thinks of Tang Yeon-myeong. Mailu is stunned, her face turning bright red. Why? Why would you ask me that? Mailu grins, teasing her. What do you mean, why? Your breathing completely changed the second I said his name. Maiso, totally embarrassed, shouts back, did you learn martial arts just to monitor people's breathing? Not backing down, Mailu asks her straight up, so, is it okay? Maiso stammers, asking what she means. Mailu drops the bomb. Tang Yeon-myeong is busy with the Four Rivers Assembly, so he'll be hard to meet for a while. This worries Maiso. The assembly is a meeting of snake factions. Isn't that incredibly dangerous? Mailu crosses her arms. That's not the important part. What if Tang Yeon-myeong catches the eye of some other girl from another clan at the assembly? Now, here's the part that gets every shipper's heart racing. Would she be okay with that? Myso looks down, tears welling in her eyes, unable to answer. My Lu cuts in, you don't like that idea, do you? So, let's go to the Four Rivers Assembly. Myso panics, trying to stop her, worried they'll just be a burden on the young master. But her sister is already in high spirits. Don't you worry about a thing, she says, grabbing her hand and running off. I've got it all figured out. Cut to the meeting room. Tang Yeon-myeong looks bored out of his mind. He props his chin up, asking Dun Dun, so you want to go to the Four Rivers Assembly too? She doesn't hesitate. I heard it's where the rising stars of the Four Rivers compete for influence. I'm just curious how they do it. Tang Yeon-myeong sighs, saying it probably won't be a problem. I was told I could bring a warrior as a guard. Just know that it's not a place for games. Don Don fumes internally but keeps her cool. To her, this is just another chance to get closer to the young master. Suddenly, a knock at the door. Master Tang Yeon-myeong? His eyes light up with hope. He has a feeling he knows who it is. And he's right. My Lu bursts in, dragging Myso with her. That's right, she announces. My sister has something to say. Myso whispers, why are you being so rude to the young master? But her sister just marches her right into the room, where they come face to face with Don Don. Who's this? She asks. Don Don fires back. And who are you? Tang Yeon-myeong interrupts, asking Lady Myso what she needs. My Lu jumps in, bluntly stating, we want to go to the Four Rivers Assembly with you. Tang Yeon-myeong is completely taken aback, so My Lu as a guard and Lady Myso as my companion. Is that it? Don Don freezes. She's thinking, what is this girl even saying right now, and what's with that attitude? Like, she's already best friends with the young master. And that face, okay, let that sink in. She glances at Myso, and her entire plan just hit a beautiful, elegant brick wall. If he brings a girl like that, her own position is finished. On the outside, Don Don forces a friendly smile, but inside she's boiling with rage. Tang Yeon-myeong says that while he'd welcome My Lu as a guard, the companion spot is not available. Someone else has already been arranged. My Lu's face falls. Why? Fine, if my sister can't go, then I'm not going either. Don Don can barely hide her smirk. Tang Yeon-myeong makes his decision. Well, then there's no other way. I'll just have to recruit other warriors. My Lu is furious. Myso stops her, gently saying it's okay. You go and be careful. She's holding back tears, saying it's fine for her, but they can't force the young master if he doesn't want her there. She's saying all this from the bottom of her heart. My Lu tells Tang Yeon-myeong to follow her outside. Once they're alone, she lets him have it. Tang Yeon-myeong, I think you're amazing. Your skills, judgment, and decisiveness are top-notch. So, why are you so incredibly dense? Do you have any idea who I'm doing all this for? Why can't my sister come? You obviously have feelings for her too. I practically served her up on a silver platter for you, and you just kick it away. It's not a place for games, she scoffs, crossing her arms. Tang Yeon-myeong cuts her off. It's going to be a death ground. Hearing that, she freezes. He calmly explains that he doesn't know what will happen when they clash with the other snake factions. If your sister comes along, she'll be exposed to dangers that neither of us can predict. And if that happens, who do you think will take responsibility? A chill runs down My Lu's spine. He continues. That place is Hassalian territory. We might even face their leader. Besides, your sister just recovered and is still weak. It's too much for her. My Lu finally gets it. If you put it like that, there's nothing I can do. He thanks her for understanding, but My Lu says firmly, I'm still going. He's shocked. What? You just said you wouldn't go if your sister didn't? She looks him dead in the eye. That was then? I can't leave a fresh fish in front of a thieving cat? He sighs, defeated. Fine, I get it. Somewhere else, Don Don gets a weird feeling, as if someone is talking about her. That afternoon, Tang Yeon-myeong finds the old master. He jogs over, asking if he's falling asleep on the job. The old man jumps, denying it, saying he's finished setting up the formation and is just making adjustments. This will be done in a day or two. Tang Yeon-myeong says, Is that so? He looks over the formation as the old man explains it. The formation's core is the Amdok Tower, linking through the Yigok to the main government office. He set it up with the three most important places in the Tang clan as the focal points, just as he was ordered. He remembers telling the old man to get it done in a week or risk being left behind. The master asks if this level of work is satisfactory. Tang Yeon-myeong puts a hand on his shoulder and smiles. See? You can do it when you try. Now do the rest just like this. You worked hard and did a great job. And trust me, you're going to want to see what happens when these traps are sprung. He glances at the sky, a rare moment of peace. Not bad, he thinks. With defenses like these, the clan can handle an invasion even if I'm not around. Let's see what our boy genius is plotting now. Now then, for the next piece of the puzzle. A moment later, Diane Men summons Elder Tang Shilong for a private chat. The elder bows. You summoned me, Tang Yeon-myeong? I didn't think our relationship was one for casual conversation. Dion Men just smirks. You're an expert swordsman and an elder, correct? I've dabbled with the sword myself for a bit, thought I'd share some thoughts with you. Tang Shilong looks uneasy. Tang Yeon-myeong, the technique I saw you use, that's a realm I could never hope to reach. The difference between us is profound. Dion Men scoffs. With your power, you wouldn't last a single exchange. So I've decided to give you a little advice on your swordsmanship. Tang Shilong's jaw drops. Diane Men adds, oh, but this won't be free, of course. The condition is simple. From now on, you follow my orders without question. An opportunity like this doesn't come along every day. Think of it as a blessing. So, what's your answer? The old man is just getting more confused. Dian Men presses him. Well, meanwhile, Xuan Shao says his goodbyes. We're off. Thank you for your hospitality during our stay. On behalf of the Gongdong sect, thank you for joining our cause. Shibai adds, just as you healed my internal injuries, if the Tang clan ever needs help, I'll be there in a flash. The poison phoenix, Tang Chi-tu, just chuckles. Well, with an offer like that, we can only say thank you. We'll also send our warriors to assist you against the demon-slaying cult. Shibai beams, a favor I will never forget. I'll send payment the moment I'm back at the sect. Tang Chi-tu shakes his hand warmly. I hope everything goes well for you. Suddenly, Shibai turns to Dian Men. Ah, Tang Yeon-myeong. If not for you, my junior and I would have ended up as a pair of cold corpses. Hearing the word corpses makes Xuan Shao cringe. He mutters under his breath, corpses? Isn't that a bit dramatic, senior? Shibai extends a hand to Dian Men. Truly thank you. With your level of skill at such a young age, you'll surpass me in no time. But as they shake hands, a wave of immense power slams into Shibai. He freezes, a look of pure shock on his face as a horrifying realization dawns on him. And, yeah, here's the part you need to see. Xuan Shao panics. Shibai, your face is completely pale. Are you all right? Shibai just shakes his head. I'm fine. Just feeling a bit sad to leave, that's all. We have to go. But inside, his mind is reeling. That pressure, it was no mistake. How can a presence like that exist? It was just a theory, but now he's sure. The one who revived the Tang clan's power wasn't the poison phoenix. It was the Tang Yeon-myeong. Yes, there's no other explanation. The scene shifts. Tang Chi-tu stands before her clan, her voice booming with authority. Repay kindness twice over, and hatred 10 times over. As you all know, our clan values justice above all. When we offer aid, we fight as if our fates are one with our allies. The crowd roars in unison. Yes, Poison Phoenix! Tang Mingjin and the others look on, their fighting spirit ignited. Tang Chi-tu's final words ring out. All right, everyone, good luck. Elsewhere, Tang Ditone hands Dian Men a stash of vials. I topped off your supply of intestine-severing powder. Dian Men takes the poisons, a hint of a smile on his face. Thanks. But Ditone can't help but ask, why do you only carry this type of poison? There are so many others. Dian Men's smile turns into a smirk. It's the one I know best. And nothing else works quite like it. Anyway, my team is waiting, so I'm heading out. Ditone waves him off. I'm not worried about you. Just make sure you come back in one piece. Suddenly, Dian Men realizes he's being watched. The azure demon white snake has been eavesdropping the whole time. It asks, is it true? That kid isn't even 20. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Even the ancient spirit is confused. Dian Men's voice is, ice. Why do you ask? The snake flinches. Well, it's just, that's not a level of power someone your age should possess, right? To say you've fought tough opponents for decades would be an understatement. Of course, you're not at that other martial lords level yet, but that sword technique you used on the elders was far beyond any of the so-called masters I've ever seen. Tang Yeon-myeong just cuts him off. In a world with a black snake lord who grasps martial arts with a single glance, is a kid like me really that shocking? Drop the useless curiosity. His words are like a slap, the snake just grumbles. It's obviously more than just raw talent. The scene changes again. Mei Lu spots Dian-men, and her face lights up. There you are. Where have you been? He walks over. Getting poison from Di-ton. Who's this with you? The man in the middle introduces himself immediately. Greetings, Tang Yeon-myeong. I am Truong Cat, your guide to the front lines. I'll ensure your safety along the way. Dian-men smiles. But before he can reply, Tang Chi too appears. Leaving already? The three of them jump and bow. Greetings, Poison Phoenix. Tang Chi too smiles warmly. No need for such formality. Then she turns to Dian-men. The wind is getting chilly. Dian-men replies coolly. You said you'd support my choices. I trust you won't overdo the worrying. Besides, you know exactly whose son I am. She can't help but laugh. Who else? The son of the poisoned phoenix. Then she addresses the others. Stay safe out there, and take good care of the Tang Yeon-myeong. Now, go on. As she watches them leave, a warm, proud feeling fills her chest. They arrive in Xuanyang, Sichuan. Mei Lu looks around stunned. Wow, it feels like a festival here. It was never like this the last time I visited. You've been here before? Dian-men asks. She nods. A few times back when my father was the guild master. This used to be a major hub in Sichuan, but since the evil sects took over, it's shrunk. Dian-men nods. Now that you mention it, your father said something similar. He falls into thought. If the clan is going to expand, taking control of the merchant guilds would be a great way to secure our finances. Can't rely on clinic profits and extorted elder funds forever. First, though, the evil sects need to be wiped off the map. He turns to Mei Lu. When this mission is over, you and your father will come see me. She looks completely baffled. Huh? Why? And trust me, you and I both know this is just the beginning of another master plan. Tang Yeon-myeong simply says, I plan on helping your father get his position back. Mei Lu is completely stunned, stammering back. What? For real? You better not go back on your word. Cut to a portly shopkeeper, dozing off because he hasn't made a single sale. He grumbles that today has been nothing but flies. If only someone who actually knows swords would show up. And just like that, a voice cuts through the silence, asking if they even sell anything here. And of course, it's Tang Yeon-myeong and his friends. He says, we're here to look at swords. The shopkeeper, who was just sulking, is now all smiles and bows. Welcome, welcome. Please, come inside and browse all you like. I don't mean to brag, but my swords are far superior to the junk those other merchants are selling. Mei Lu is confused, asking Tang Yeon-myeong, why are we looking at swords? He answers plainly, because I think it's better to carry a weapon. He picks up a few blades to inspect them. He's impressed by the quality of the steel and the high standard of energy flowing through them. The shopkeeper is stunned, his eyes wide with surprise. He stammers, Sir, you actually know about swords? Tang Yeon-myeong humbly replies, A little. It's unadorned and feels a bit raw, but the energy in the blade is incredibly sharp. This is clearly the result of painstaking and dedicated forging. The owner starts sweating, thinking to himself, he figured all that out with just a glance and a feel? How is that even possible? After looking them all over, Tang Yeon-myeong says, they're all high quality, so I'll just buy a moderately priced one. But hold on, the shopkeeper suddenly dashes off, shouting, Wait, please wait for a moment. I'll be right back, so please stay right there. He returns with a chest full of beautiful master-crafted swords. He urges them on. Go on, open it up and have a look. I'm just so happy to finally meet someone who appreciates swords, so I had to bring this out. Tang Yeon-myeong opens the chest. The owner proudly declares, This is our forge's masterpiece. Its name is the demon-slaying sword. Tang Yeon-myeong looks at the gleaming blade, repeating, The demon-slaying sword? Mei Lu whispers, Tang Yeon-myeong. This is incredible. Even Gaiyan's eyes are sparkling as she says, I don't know much about swords, but even I can tell this blade is something amazing. The shopkeeper explains proudly, My master, suffering from a chronic illness, poured his last breath into creating this. I inherited his work and brought it to completion. So, it's more than worthy of being called a legendary sword. Tang Yeon-myeong thinks to himself, this is definitely a top-tier blade. It's not that far off from the sword I used in my past life. I can feel the sheer skill radiating from it. After a long moment of thought, Tang Yeon-myeong tells the owner, it's an excellent sword, but I don't think I need a blade of this caliber. The shopkeeper's face falls and he stammers, no, how can that be? Does it not meet your expectations? Tang Yeon-myeong just smiles and says, on the contrary, you should be proud to have forged such a legendary sword. I'm grateful you even showed it to me. But a blade like this is a bit much for my needs. A famous sword like this would draw too much attention, so a normal one is better. So please, just ring me up for the sword I chose earlier. The shopkeeper sighs sadly. If you insist, sir. And just when you think the shopping trip is over, of course the local trash arrives. A gang storms in, the leader sneering, well now, what's this situation? Seeing them, the shopkeeper jumps in shock, his eyes bulging. Tang Yeon-myeong, it was the crew of Tang Yeon-myeong Soseong from the Elite Sect. The young master snaps. You told me you would bring your best sword to me. Are you trying to hide a blade like this and lie to my face? Yeon Soseong's face twists into a vicious sneer. A lowly blacksmith like you dares to deceive me? The terrified shopkeeper stammers. It's a misunderstanding. Tang Yeon-myeong. But Tang Yeon-myeong is just confused, thinking, what's this? I feel a different kind of energy from these so-called guards. Something's off. The white snake chimes in. You smell that stench? That's demonic energy. Right, Baeksa has fought them a few times, so she knows. Tang Yeon-myeong nods. I've only heard about it. This is the first time I'm seeing it. What are demonic cult members doing in Sichuan? The white snake says confidently, let's just grab one or two of them and find out through interrogation. Yeon Soseong gets in Tang Yeon-myeong's face and threatens him, move it. I have to kill this lying blacksmith. If you don't get out of the way, I'll kill you first. But Tang Yeon-myeong just flicks his finger and says, what a loudmouthed little brat. The pampered Tang Yeon-myeong is furious. What did you say, you bastard? Tang Yeon-myeong just casually slaps him again. His guards just stare, terrified, shouting, Tang Yeon-myeong, are you okay? Tang Yeon-myeong lectures him. At your level, you wouldn't know how to use a good sword even if you had one. Go train for another 20 years, then come back. The goons finally surge forward, shouting, do you have any idea who you just hit? That's the nephew of the Elite Sect's master. You won't leave here alive for acting so recklessly. But Tang Yeon-myeong's eyes turn sharp, his aura flaring. He asks them, I don't care who the brat is. What is your connection to the demonic cult? Their faces darken instantly. Even Ga-yeon looks a little frightened. She whispers to Tang Yeon-myeong, where did they come from? A man in a full-face mask snarls, how dare you speak the name of our sacred cult? It seems you don't value your life. Suddenly, chaos erupts. The masked man says, Cheon Wolte, from now on we will handle Tang Yeon-myeong. Let's clean up this mess. Still, this is quite a surprise. We were hidden perfectly. How did you possibly know we were here? Tang Yeon-myeong replies, deadpan. With the foul stench of demonic cult trash reeking from you guys, how could I not know? If you want to hide your identity, maybe start by hiding your ugly face, you worm. My Lu is also furious now, shouting at the man, are you crazy? Why are you showing that worm-like face of yours to provoke people? The masked man tries to keep his cool. You saw what happened to them? And you're still not on your guard? And trust me, this next line is just chillin'. Tang Yeon-myeong just chuckles. On guard? No, that's something you guys should bring. He even borrows the demon-slaying sword from the shopkeeper. He tells them, as I see it, you worms are no different from the ones who already fell. The masked demon finally snaps. He roars at his underlings. You handle the Tang Yeon-myeong, I'm going to kill this bastard myself. Yeon Soseong is panicking in the background. Who are you people? Let me go. Tang Yeon-myeong just looks at them with pure contempt. He thinks, does that little brat really not know? He seems involved, but at the same time, completely clueless. All right, here we go. A masked goon charges in, screaming, how dare you ignore me? But in less than a second, his sword just shatters. The guy is completely stunned, thinking to himself, What just happened? I swear I was already behind him. Seeing Tang Yeon-myeong's casual face, he regrets not attacking faster. A moment later, his buddies all freeze, their blood running cold as the masked man's head hits the floor. Once again, Tang Yeon-myeong inspects his demon-slaying sword. After seeing it cut through his enemy so easily, he knows this blade is the real deal. The weight distribution is nearly perfect, and its edge is so clean it's not stained by a single drop of blood. The portly owner's jaw hits the floor, confirming it is a true masterpiece. Tang Yeon-myeong glances at him and says, "Your master created a work of art. You have done well to preserve it." Hearing this, the emotional owner remembers his master's words. For a weapon of great value, a worthy owner will always appear. This sword will one day find its master. So you must give it to someone who understands its true worth. The big guy drops to his knees, sobbing, "Master, I found him!" The true owner of the demon-slaying sword. Tang Yeon-myeong then addresses the other demons. "Which one of you stinking trash is next? Come at me all at once, I do not care." Underestimating him, the demons charge forward yelling, "You arrogant brat, do not you dare look down on us." But with a few basic swings, Tang Yeon-myeong cleans them up beautifully. Dien Tu-than is a mess of snot and tears, completely stunned. Mai Lu and Decat Don Don are frozen stiff, admitting they cannot possibly be more surprised. Everyone stares in awe at Tang Yeon-myeong, wondering just when the hell he learned to use a sword like that. Okay, let's switch scenes for a bit. The next morning we meet Dien Hu-trong, who boasts that his plan is going perfectly. The Black Serpent Union does not even suspect his connection to the new cult. "My son, Dien Tu-than, was born with natural talent. Even as a child, none of his peers could ever hope to match him. If we debut him in the Sichuan martial world and have him join the hunt for the Black Serpent Union, it will be the first step in crippling their power. And by the time they figure it out, the demonic sect will have already taken Sichuan." He laughs, pleased with his scheme. Outside, someone calls, "Lord Dien!" Dien Hu-trong recognizes him. "Aren't you Shuyen Nuyet Tai, Tu-than's bodyguard?" The man clutches his wounded arm. The Lord is shocked to hear he was attacked by a mysterious foe in the bamboo forest. A battle had taken place, it was a bloodbath, and many warriors had already fallen. Mai Lu and Decat Don Don witness the aftermath, surprised that it has already been cleaned up. Mai Lu says, "But who is going to tidy this up? If my sister saw this, she would pass out for sure. But will we be okay? One of them got away earlier. If reinforcements come," Tang Yeon-myeong cuts in, "I let him escape on purpose." He points his sword at the hostage. This idiot has no idea he is tangled up with the demonic cult. Someone must be pulling the strings, protecting him. The guy fires back, "I think you have misunderstood me. I am not part of the demonic cult." "We will find out soon enough," Tang Yeon-myeong says, pressing the blade closer to his neck. He adds, "I will just ask the ones who are arriving now." Mai Lu and Don Don freeze in fear. A squad of masked men appears. "I know you are holding the young master hostage." Dien Hu-trong, their leader, makes his grand threat, "Release the hostage and surrender and I will spare you." Yeah, we have all seen this speech before, right? "But if you resist, I will tear you to shreds and feed you to the beasts." Tang Yeon-myeong simply smirks. From a distance he calls out, "You are here. So what exactly can you people do to me?" The guy being held hostage by Tang Yeon-myeong tries to call out to his father for help. Hiding nearby are Mai-so, Don Don, and Hoyen-tu, wondering who the real villains are here. Mai-so grinds her teeth. Damn it, they outnumber him more than 2-1. What is he possibly planning to do? Old man Hu-trong yells, "How dare you? Do you have any idea who you are messing with?" Tang Yeon-myeong replies, "The demonic cult. I can sense the strange demonic energy coming from you. You must have hidden your identities to infiltrate Sichuan for some scheme, right?" Hu-trong starts to sweat since the kid hit the nail right on the head. Tang Yeon-myeong continues, "I do not know if the Black Serpent Union knows about this, but I doubt they would let it slide." Hu-trong's panic is obvious now. He thinks to himself, he detected the demonic energy I have been hiding? Furthermore, the fact that he came out unscathed after facing 30 Shuyen and Guyet Tai guards, this one is dangerous, he must be killed. In his mind, Hu-trong is already screaming Tang Yeon-myeong's name, clenching his fists in rage. All Zuyen and Guyet Tai units use the blood translation demonic art. Maiso panics. The blood translation demonic art? That is what Ma Kuangzuyan used when he invaded the Tang Clan. He has lost his mind. Tang Yeon-myeong asks Dien Da, "Are you related to Dien Chung-kach?" Old Hyo Trong sneers. "Is that what a dead man asks?" He clenches his fist and tells the old man, "I have no personal grudge, but he is the one who destroyed my clan." The old man laughs mockingly. "Which clan that I, Xu Yan, destroyed are you talking about? The Decat family? Or the Muklong family? Ah, no. Since we are in Sichuan, it must have been the Tang clan." Listening from the side, My So is fuming. My So is furious, yelling at the old man, "Just tell me where. I will kill you and wipe out your entire clan." Don Don realizes she is about to charge in and quickly holds her back. She tries to persuade her. "You know, if we go out there, we will definitely die." My So insists, but then hesitates. Don Don tries to calm her down. "Right now, all we can do is believe in our young master." Dien Hu Trong gives the order to the Shuyen Nguyet Tai. "Kill him! Behind Tang Yeon-myeong," someone warns him. "Kid, the aura on those guys is pretty intense. What are you going to do?" Tang Yeon-myeong scoffs and draws his sword. "Isn't it obvious? I will cut them down." He yells, "Exterminate them!" And the battle erupts. Even if it becomes a bloodbath, they will not give up. The onlookers stare, filled with worry. Here Trong thinks to himself, "This is unbelievable. 70 Shuyen Nuyet Tai warriors are using the blood translation demonic art. Not even a master of the Hua realm could overwhelm them like this." And here's a little context for you and me. Anyone watching this fight would compare it to a legendary showdown from the cult's past. The new demonic cult's left emissary, Kong Tan Tai, and right emissary, Cash Lien Trung Tien, both collapsed after the coming-of-age ceremony for the young cult leader. They declared Dien Chunkash the winner. Back in the present, Hyo Trong is starting to panic. The martial arts of Dien Chunkash, who overwhelmed both the left and right emissaries, had reached the pinnacle of demonic power. Since that day, I have never felt that kind of overwhelming pressure from anyone else. So why am I feeling it from this kid? The old man realizes this is a fight he cannot win. "Spare me!" Dien Hu Trong breaks down and begs, "No matter what, you have to save Tathan." "No, take my life instead, just please." "Spare Tathan." "I don't know what kind of deals you have with a ghostly past, but that kid is different. He's just a normal child, completely clueless about all this. So let him go." And Yeon-myeong scoffs, "Normal? You tried to kill a man for not giving you a good sword. I guess for the demonic cult, that's just business as usual." He plunges his blade deeper. "You bastard!" Hyo-jung screams in rage. Yeon-myeong just stares him down. "Angry? Imagine how the families of everyone you've slaughtered must have felt. But I'm guessing you guys never felt a shred of remorse, so listen up. Anything related to the ghostly past gets zero mercy from me." Old man Hyo-young just gets angrier, completely losing it. Yeon-myeong tells him to shut up and go meet his maker. After the battle, Yeon-myeong meets someone special. He asks, "You said you'd give this sword to me?" The blacksmith smiles. "Well, if it wasn't for you, I'd be dead. Consider my life the payment for the blade. Besides, my master's final wish was for this sword to find its true owner. I'm sure he'd be happy knowing it's in your hands." Ying congratulates him, Tang Yeon-myeong. And Yi Lu chimes in. He said, "It's a gift, so stop waving it around and just take it." Yeon-myeong gets flustered, telling them they're being too loud. "Fine, if you all insist, I'll try to use it well." Yi Lu teases him. "See? Knew you'd take it." Yeon-myeong then asks the blacksmith if he can get a simpler scabbard, since the sword is way too flashy. The man immediately agrees. Looking at the sword, he thinks to himself, "The more I see it, the more I realize what a talent this kid is." The young master of the Tang family is this good with a blade? You could call him a sword king, and I'd probably believe it. When this kid grows up, he's going to be an even bigger monster than his father. Yeon-myeong draws the blade, a look of pure excitement on his face. Meanwhile, people are lined up at the city gates. One guy whispers to his friend, "Hey, look at that dude over there. Is a kid like that really one of the successors from the Sichuan sects? He's got 2 women with him, a maid and a guard. Looks like a total playboy." The Sichuan assembly is a huge deal, so what's he even doing here? His martial arts skills must be absolute trash. But wait, why are all the women in the city reacting like that? And you and I both know this feeling. It's that pre-fight energy when you know you've already lost. I've seen plenty of young masters, but this guy's looks are on a whole nother level. Yeon-myeong walks up to the registration table. The clerk asks for his name and sect. When he introduces himself as Tang Yeon-myeong, the Tang Yeon-myeong of the Sichuan Tang family, everyone freezes. A guard immediately runs to report to Yu Leon. He's already here? The Tang Yeon-myeong of the Tang family? Her subordinate confirms, yes, clan leader. His name was added to the list this morning. Hearing this, a cruel smile spreads across Yu Leon's face. Good. Now you can rest in peace, brother. I'll kill that arrogant brat soon enough and avenge you. Her memories flash back to the day he saved her. This area is crawling with bandits. What's a young lady like you doing wandering around alone? You're lucky I got here in time. Are you hurt? That was the first day she met Mo In-wee. At the time, she was living as the concubine of a high official. It wasn't a terrible life, but it wasn't really living either. Then one day, the official died in an accident. Turns out, he had a secret collection of martial arts manuals. Wanting a new life, she took a huge risk, grabbed the manuals, and ran. That's the day she ran right into Mo In-wee. They quickly grew close. He came from a martial family and taught her the basics so she could defend herself. Using his teachings and the stolen manuals, she built her foundation. She began officially training in the Crimson Lotus arts, but the world is a cruel place. From that moment on, her body started to weaken, as if struck by an incurable disease. Feeling she didn't have much time left, she left him. She didn't want him to see her in such a pathetic state. Time passed. She heard news that Mo In-wee was now the fearsome leader of the Taeil Dark Sword Sect. She was slowly dying and thought it might be better to just let go. But her regrets wouldn't let her rest. Just one last time, if she could just see her beloved Mo In-wee one more time, and then he appeared. League leader. This is the exceptionally talented woman I told you about. But the man with him asks, how is it that she's wasting away like this? It's because she's a woman trying to master a yang-based art. The energies are clashing, slowly killing her body. It's only natural. Now let's pause and process this. The man she's with basically tells her that if she wants to live, she has to give him the secret chance to her martial arts. As if mesmerized by his words, she opens her mouth and begins reciting the secret scriptures. The man listened to the entire incantation in less than a moment. This should be enough. I have modified the Crimson Lotus arts for you, so it can now be powered by a woman's yin energy. If you succeed, your internal injuries will heal naturally. So, do your best. That man was Yu Chok-hyun, the league leader of the Black Snake League, who gave the order to conquer Sichuan. She pledged loyalty to the leader who saved her. Plus, since Mo In-wee was also in the Black Snake League, she thought she could mend their relationship. But he told her, I sought you out for your talent and for no other reason. So, don't be tied down by old feelings. His heart was colder than she ever imagined. She couldn't blame him. She was the one who left first. But she never gave up hope of reaching him again. She suppressed her own heart, just hoping that one day he would understand her true feelings. Then suddenly news came that the entire Taeil Dark Sword Sect had been wiped out. And on that day, she swore she would kill the young master of the Tang family, Tang Yeon-myeong. She wanted to eliminate him immediately, but he was a master who had reached the transcendent realm. Even with her Crimson Lotus arts, killing him would be difficult. Just wait a little longer. The Sichuan assembly would be starting soon. I have prepared a demise for you that you absolutely cannot escape. Back in his room, Tang Yeon-myeong is meditating while a tiny white snake assassin hides nearby. He's been holding that state for over an hour without the slightest movement. Is this really his level of focus? You could tell me he's an old master who reversed his age, and I'd believe it. What in the world is he doing in there? As expected, trying to manifest the needle technique with my current heart law is too much. Back on that day, I cut down 70 men with a single blow. But since then, my condition has worsened and my power has been cut in half. For the technique to work properly, I need the heart law I used in my past life, the overload heart technique. Only by mastering that can I unleash the true power of the needle. The overload heart technique has a debilitating nature. Normal people can't withstand it and die from the strain. But because I was born with divine spiritual power, I was able to handle it. Of course, now that I've reached the transcendent realm, my body is much stronger. If I train in the overload heart technique now, I can quickly regain the martial prowess of my past life. But here's the thing you and I both know. Even though his power is getting worse, he can still perform the needle technique. The reason it's weak is simply because his current power source doesn't match his sword arts. Combining the poison variant of the pure sight technique with sword arts should work. Tang Yeon-myeong wakes up to find Miryu drawing on his face. Wipe that off. I said stop. What? Weren't you asleep? I wasn't. Anyway, are you ready? Of course. Just been waiting on you, Tang Yeon-myeong. All right, let's go. But of course, we've got some classic party drama brewing. Yeon-hyung asks Miryu, how long will you act like the young master's best friend? Miryu just snaps back, why do you care? Tang Yeon-myeong hasn't said anything. Yeon-hyung presses, what will others think? Seeing a guard act so casual with her master, where's the respect? Why should I care about his reputation? Just then, Tang Yeon-myeong speaks up, Yeon-hyung isn't wrong. Miryu grabs her, retorting, you're taking her side now? So, you're saying you don't need to be on guard around the Serpent Sect? Good. You don't need a reputation in front of a pile of corpses. We were attacked, so we'll pay them back tenfold. Hearing Tang Yeon-myeong's words, Miryu realizes her mistake and immediately corrects her tone. Tang Yeon-myeong, Tang Yeon-myeong. The ceremony begins with elegant music. As the host steps out to address the crowd, you all know what the Sichuan martial arts tournament is all about. No need for long speeches. This is a place where rights are taken. This contest of power is settled through martial combat. And traditionally, even death matches are not a problem. The rights each person puts on the line are written down, stamped, and the winner takes all. The winner enjoys these rights for 5 years, and our league will notarize it. Violating this is an insult to the entire Hyuksa League and will be punished accordingly. Enough explaining. We are honored to have esteemed guests today. Please welcome the great warrior, Sangmin-il, of the Gyeogum. The crowd murmurs. Gyeogum? Isn't he one of the 9 swords of the Hyuksa League? As a swordsman, I've always wanted to see him in person just once. You're embarrassing me. I am Sangmin-il. I've come to this tournament with Yeon-hee, the league leader's daughter, so I expect a good performance from you all. The host adds, at this year's tournament, the great warrior has agreed to officiate any death matches. Anyone who wishes for one can ask for his permission. Then let the Sichuan martial arts tournament begin. And right on cue, here we go. Mak Cheon-wei walks forward and kneels. Great warrior, I request a death match with the Tang Yeon-myeong of the Tang Clan over there. Sangmin-il observes him. 2 swords, black uniform. A kid from the Elite Sword Sect. Is he seeking revenge? I heard the Tang Clan attacked them, but this kid holds considerable power in his faction. This is unexpected. Mak Cheon-wei announces, I am the successor of the Elite Sword Sect. I seek revenge in a death match against the Tang Clan's young master, the man who killed my father. Hearing this, Miryu fumes. What is he talking about? They were the ones who attacked us first. Yeon-hyung shushes her. Keep your voice down, he'll hear you. Sangmin-il approves the request. Then, Mak Cheon-wei of the Elite Sword Sect and the Tang Yeon-myeong of the Tang Clan step into the arena. Yeon-hee's eyes sparkle. So, that's the Tang Yeon-myeong of the Tang Clan. I heard rumors he was strong, but wow, he's really handsome. Sangmin-il glances at Yeon-hee, her face bright red. If that Tang Clan kid loses this deathmatch, she's going to be pretty disappointed. Sangmin-il clarifies, in this deathmatch, aside from registered aides, no one may interfere. All forms of attack are permitted, and you may ignore an opponent's surrender. Do either of you object to these terms? Both men glare at each other, answering with a sharp no. You're both allowed aides and guards. Tang Yeon-myeong of the Tang Clan, did you not bring any guards with you? I brought them, but I told them not to interfere. 1 person or 3, the result will be exactly the same. Sangmin-il grins, impressed. Bold? I like it. Let the match begin. As Mak Cheon-wei draws his swords, the crowd gasps. That's Inki, the signature skill of the Elite Sword Sect. He's mastered the Taeyul twin sword style. His plan? My men create an opening, and I'll tear him apart. And now, watch this, suddenly screams erupt. What happened? Why are his men collapsing? Look, they've all got golden feathers stuck in their necks. A speed so fast even I couldn't track it. Tang Yeon-myeong sighs, already bored. Are you just going to stand there? I'm getting sleepy waiting for you. He explodes with rage. I'm going to kill you. I'll tear you to pieces. Among the men who attacked my clan, two used ki just like you. One was your father, the other was a man named Ganja. Compared to them, you're not even close. They charged in talking about revenge and it ends this easily? Not even a minute has passed. Is the power gap that huge? Is the young master that good, or is the Ink Sword successor just weak? Worse than failing my revenge is the fact that my father and I achieved even less. Wait, it's not over yet. Mak Cheon-hui's sword begins to glow with black ink. I'll prove to you that I'm better than both of them. Tang Yeon-myeong catches the ki-infused blade with his bare hand. Unharmed. Miryu tells Yeon-hyang, at this point, nothing should surprise us. I can't even imagine him losing anymore. I was planning to go easy on him, but I'm surprised he can still move after being hit by a needle-coated and auditory toxin. Did he have an epiphany right before death? Sang Min-il praises him aloud. Incredible. I never expected you to demonstrate the empty handblade catch in that situation. I've heard the Tang clan uses special gloves or trains their hands to be tough, but I never thought it was possible to block a blade coated in ki like that. Actually, it was my protective aura, but no need to explain that. Yes, our clan has techniques like that. A great show. My clan will notarize the Tang clan's victory. You can also choose to continue. Of course, I'll continue if the Guwon Gyeogum permits it. Every single member of the Hyuksa League here can come at me at once. The result will be the same. Hearing this insane challenge, a league member shouts, "What did you just say?" All at once? You arrogant brat. You beat one guy and think you're invincible? Just the young master of a weakened clan? Acting this cocky? Should I tell you who holds the real power in Sachin? The host intervenes. Stop. While death matches are allowed, this tournament is not a brawl. It is a formal ceremony where successors display their martial arts with dignity. And so, you and I know what this means. As organizers, we will not tolerate anyone who disrespects the rules and acts on their own. Let's see just how far this so-called gutsy young master can actually go. But considering the goals of the Four Rivers Alliance, if Lord Lu wishes it, so be it. Thuong Minyat explains to Tang Yeon-myeong that the Tang clan's arts are for mass destruction, so throwing a huge mob at him is just a pointless waste of bodies. The team-up is capped at 3 people, but he's giving Tang veto power. If he's got any issues with the setup, he'd better speak up now. Tang Yeon-myeong fires back. Fine by me. Let's proceed under those terms. But the old man watches in horror as Tang mows them down one by one. His judgment was dead wrong. If they could get a do-over, maybe they could counter the golden dragon feathers, but in less than half an hour, more than half the fighters are already dead. The kid isn't using anything but basic combat skills and his golden dragon feathers, and these so-called elite competitors can't even stand against that. The internal energy he's sensing isn't even that overwhelming. So what in the world is this power gap? At this rate, the entire Four Rivers Assembly is going to be a complete disaster. Suddenly, everyone starts screaming and running. Retreat! Get back! I want out! There's no way to win this! Forget the assembly. I quit. But everyone freezes when Ye Ching-kang steps forward without an ounce of fear. The Chao clan will take the next challenge. No other clan needs to interfere. Me and my guards are enough. Your little solo act ends right here. While the heirs of other clans were fleeing, the Chao clan actually stepped up to fight. Thuong Min-hat asks the young Tang master if he has any objections to the next death match. Tang just sizes up Ye Ching-kang. Something about this guy is weird. He doesn't exist in his past life's memories. Now pay attention. Thuong Min-hat roars, "Begin the death match!" Tang immediately unleashes his golden dragon feathers, but they just bounce harmlessly off his opponent's skin. Mei Lu and Ying Ying are in shock. The golden dragon feathers bounced off? But look at his skin. It's like the bark of a tree. Thuong Min-hat watches intently. The withered wood divine art. Just as the name implies, it causes the user's body to dry up like a dead tree. The skin becomes as tough as bark, able to block even sword energy. On top of that, bone and muscle density skyrocket, granting immense strength. What will you do now, young master of the Tang clan? Tang unleashes his phantom fist technique, leaving Thuong Min-hat completely baffled. What was that? For a split second, his entire form just vanished. Could he have? Before he can finish the thought, Tang drives a golden needle straight into a guard's forehead, then speaks. It's not so tough that I can't pierce it. The next guard charges forward, screaming, "How dare you!" But Tang clamps a hand over his mouth. "Let's see if your tongue is as well trained." With a sickening squelch, Tang plunges a needle into the man's tongue. Oh dear. Looks like you skipped training this part. Ye Ching Kong finally lunges, and Tang focuses his power, preparing to shatter him. Your body's tough, sure, but is that all you've got? You really think you can win just by blindly trusting how hard your skin is? You're probably out of tricks to show me, so it's fine for you to die now, right? And with that, he grabs him by the neck and lifts him off the ground. Ye Ching Kang struggles to speak. Who said, "Being tough is all I have. I was waiting for you to get in close. Now I'll show you the true value of the withered wood divine art." And here's where we get the villain monologue, trust me. You'll want to hear this. He remembers his master's words. "Ching Kang, now I will tell you the true function of the withered wood divine art. But this knowledge must never reach the outside world. If you are forced to use it, you must eliminate your opponent. Now is that time. I will drain all of your internal energy, and you will wither and die, little master." Tang just offers him some friendly advice. You really shouldn't do something that stupid. We flash back to when his master, Ye Rendi, was a young man wandering the world. He met a demonic monk at the Potala Palace who saw his potential and taught him the technique known as the withered wood divine art. While it was a practical, external martial art, it was the perfect style for an unarmed specialist like him. But Ye Rendi, seeking its true power, later joined the Black Dragon Society. You want to unlock the withered wood's true power? It's not that hard. The secret to all martial arts is hidden within their name. It's not just called that because the user's skin dries out like a tree. The internal energy in their dantian binds to the skin like roots, literally turning the body into a withered tree. And just as a tree absorbs water from the damp earth, the user can now absorb their opponent's internal energy through touch. Ye Ching Kong roars triumphantly, "I'll suck you dry and devour it all." But as he tries, Tang remains completely fine. Suddenly, his own arm locks up. What? My arm. Why can't I move? What did you do? Tang begins his lecture. In the martial world, there were 3 infamous villains. True to their reputation, they used the star-sucking art to drain their opponent's energy. The 3 were sworn brothers, and they used their energy-draining technique on anyone and everyone without mercy. 2 of the 3 reached a transcendent realm where no one could foolishly stand against them. I've heard this story. Are these the guys? If I'm right, you owe me a reward. You plan to subdue monsters like that by yourself? How? I'll kill them. It's a good chance to test a new sword technique I invented. I heard their combo attack is unbeatable. That was before my sword's return technique existed. According to his master, one of the 3 died when his body couldn't handle the stolen energy and simply exploded. A normal martial artist's body simply can't handle that much explosive foreign chi. Of course, Tang hasn't trained that specific energy in this life. But it's no problem. I told you, he warned you shouldn't have done that. Didn't your family teach you not to just pick things up and eat them? My internal energy is basically a lethal poison. My arm is sore now, so you can go. Twang Minyat sees this disaster and tries to intervene. This has gone too far. The losses are too great. This has to stop now. Clan leader Yu, that's enough for today. But Eudalian objects, grabbing her own granddaughter as a hostage to threaten him. What are you talking about? We continue. We go until the Tang clan's young master is dead. She issues a new command. That brat's martial arts are stronger than I expected. Sword of the Ecstasy cult? Step forward. Kill the young master of the Tang clan. Directly. Tang just mutters, if this is their standard, I don't even need to kill everyone. He glances over toward Thuong Min Nyat's group. Huh? Why'd the atmosphere over there suddenly change? Thuong Min Nyat is furious. How dare you take Yanchi hostage? What grudge do you possibly hold against a mere junior? A mere junior? Did you forget the death of Sectmaster Mo? For me, his death was no small matter. It's a debt I will absolutely repay. And just like that, you and I are watching the whole situation spiral into chaos. The old man warns, you know of my flower aging art. For a timid girl like Yangtze. Meanwhile, the girls are totally lost. Why are they fighting now? I have no idea. All right, let's watch some high-stakes blackmail go completely off the rails. Thurng Min Yurt is furious at Duduen's nerve, thinking, "You really think I can't kill you from here?" She just smirks, threatening him back. Sure, a master of the sword sect could kill her easily, but if something were to go wrong in the fight, a scar might just appear on that pretty little lady's face. Backed into a corner, Thurng Min Yurt has to agree. "Fine, you snake. I'll play along, but after I kill him, you're next." Duduen just sighs dramatically. "As long as you eliminate that young master, I'll die a happy woman." The crowd is buzzing. What is happening? Is the great sword saint really going to step up and fight? On stage, Thurng Min Yurt addresses Dung Reincarnation. "He never intended to fight you, but circumstances have forced me hand. I know this is a disgrace, but it's for a child I value more than my own life. So I hope you understand," he says. "I will try to make this as quick and painless as possible." Suddenly, a horrible, discordant melody fills the air. Music? Now? What is Duduyen doing? Is that a demonic sound technique? She's trying to drive the other successors mad. "Does it matter?" she sneers. "I'm helping you, aren't I? It won't affect Lady Yin Hai, so just relax." Thurng Min Yurt roars, "How much further will you disgrace me? I don't need these dark arts. Stop them now." But she just smirks. "If you stop now, the show hasn't even started." To be fair, she adds, shouldn't he suffer the same way Mark Nonkyo did? As she gloats, Dung Ring Mern simply says, "A little loud, isn't it? Let me turn that down for you." And with a wave of his hand, he shatters the sound waves with his own technique. Duduyen and Thurng Min Yurt are left completely stunned. With the music gone, our boy just smiles. "My apologies. Since the noise is dealt with, please continue what you were doing." Thurng Min Yurt is absolutely floored. That technique was a signature art of the Dung clan. That kind of power focused on total destruction means this kid is on a higher level than him. And I have to kill a talent like this with my own hands? Damn it all. He asks, "What exactly are you doing? Are you seriously going to fight me?" After a long, silent stare from our boy, he gets impatient. "Don't you understand your position? Pay attention, because what our main character says next is a masterclass in trolling. My own arts are just cheap tricks compared to your legendary sword. I was hoping you could teach me a lesson." Thurng Min Yurt actually cracks a smile. "You're unbelievably bold, kid, but I like it. Fine, you can have the first attack." The white serpent on Dung Ring Maren's clothes whispers, "Are you going to release it?" He replies, "Against a master of the transcendent realm, I have no choice." He then unleashes his internal energy, and a massive shockwave erupts, sending Duduyen and the entire crowd reeling in absolute panic. Is that an aura a human can even possess, Duduyen thinks. No, this is beyond human. The scariest part is, I never sensed he was hiding this. He's on a whole other plane of existence. Dung Ringmern just stares him down. "All right then, let's begin the lesson. How did this kid reach such a level?" Thurng Min Yurt panics. "This pressure, it's like facing the sect leader himself." He instinctively draws his sword. Our boy just raises an eyebrow. "What are you doing?" "I thought you said I get the first shot," Thurng Min Yurt replies. "I did, but I didn't know you were hiding this much power. If I hold back, Yin Hai dies. But if we go all out, one of us isn't walking away, so no, I can't just stand here and take a hit. My apologies." He knows a battle of attrition is a loss. This has to end in one decisive strike. He channels a technique taught by his master, entering the transcendent realm himself. A memory flashes back his master, the sect leader, standing before him. "So Huyen, you've finally broken through the wall of your potential and reached the transcendent realm." "Congratulations," his master teased. "For someone with such poor talent to reach this level, you should be grateful." "So masculine, so cool," Huyen grumbled. "Are you here to congratulate me or to mock me? Are you still talking about what happened years ago? I thought you came to congratulate me, but you came here to pick a fight, didn't you, brother?" "Now let's pause, because this next part is critical." His master continued. "Because you reforged your body, I will teach you a new path. From now on, I will pass on to you the Kung Kim, the strong sword. The strong sword, a technique that generates overwhelming power from perfect stillness. It's an art that synthesizes fluid techniques and transforms them into pure, unstoppable force. But I haven't practiced it for long," he thinks. "My form is incomplete. This has to end in one blow." As a sword master, I've perfected the free-flowing style. But to think I'd be forced to use the strong sword here. But then he sees it. Dung Ring-mern assumes the exact same stance. I'm possible. I can't even perform the flawed version. But he's using the perfect, complete form of the strong sword? See, most sword arts take one aspect, destruction, speed, deception, and push it to the absolute limit. But a style based on pure strength is rare because a normal body can't handle the backlash of its own power. You can draw strength from softness, but that's for ordinary people. Because the power he trained is naturally strong, he has to reach the extreme of its opposite weakness to obtain true ultimate strength, the ultimate strong sword. And though his body is different from his past life, the memories of wielding this technique remain. It's been a while, he thinks. Controlling this power might be difficult. I hope you can handle it. As their battle rages miles away, officials feel the shockwave, a powerful aura from the tournament grounds. I heard the Sword Saint himself is watching. He must be flexing his power a little to motivate the young fighters. Isn't that a bit much? We can feel it all the way out here. Another scoffs. It's nothing. Let's drink. The tournament's 10 days long. They raise their cups, but then, everyone, put your cups down. Outside, a scout sitting nearby suddenly senses something terribly wrong and yells out for his brother. Back at the arena, the grass stem the Sword Saint was chewing falls from his lips as he freezes. A moment later, he coughs up a spray of blood. A massive, horrifying gash has appeared across his chest. His last words are a whisper. Yenhai. You must protect Yenhai. Lady Yenhai stares, eyes wide with horror at her blood-soaked guardian. Even the clan leader is in shock. And trust me, you and I are both wondering the same thing. What in the world just happened? Let's dive right into the absolute chaos. The legendary elder Shang Mingri, cleaved in two by his own sword. The masked man is screaming, demanding to know how this is even possible. The old man next to him panics. Guild Master Yu. Who could have done this? Yu, staring at the scene, yells his conclusion. The Tang Yeon-myeong of the Tang Clan. He's the one who killed the elder. The Tang Clan? The crowd below is stunned. Isn't that the name that massacred the True Heaven Clan and Black Sword Sect? Another chimes in. That kid who doesn't even look 20 killed the 6th Grandmaster? Guildmaster Yu grips Lady Yangshi's arm tightly and announces, the dragon sword was slain, trying to protect Lady Yanshi from this menace. If you fail to avenge him and protect the lady, the Alliance leader's wrath will be absolute. As he speaks, a chilling green energy washes over the crowd. The Serpent Guild leader roars, then what are you waiting for? Kill that wretched Tang Clan brat right now. The crowd hesitates, sweating. Something feels wrong, but if the order stands, they finally charge. He beat a Grandmaster, so he's no pushover. With a roar, they all surge forward, a tide of blades and swords, flooding the arena to face Tang Yeon-myeong. Milu and Yingying just stare, mouths agape. My gods, look at how many there are. From all sides, a swarm of fighters closes in on Tang Yeon-myeong. He slowly, calmly draws his blade. Glancing aside, he mutters, if I weren't following orders, none of this would be happening. He grips his sword. A real shame. His sword style was magnificent, but the outcome was sealed the moment our energies clashed. He raises his blade and leaps into the fray. Even so, he never dropped his sword. That's the mark of a true swordsman, right to the very end. Tang Yeon-myeong recalls the duel. He was an enemy, but I respect a master swordsman. I promise, your journey to the afterlife will not be a dull one. And with that, he faces the incoming horde, head held high. And right here, this is where he flips the entire battle on its head. He unleashes his power, and suddenly, everyone is wounded. What? What is this? Shards of a broken sword? Impaled by countless tiny shards, the men are still screaming defiantly. It's just a pathetic trick. You think this can stop our army of 2,000? Tang Yeon-myeong answers calmly, of course it can. With a flick of his wrist, he commands, return. The man keeps shouting, they're just splinters. Don't be right before a bloody line is drawn across his face. Then the next man, and the next, all caught in a vicious vortex of steel. The elders below scream, stop him! That's got to be a secret technique of the Tang Clan. Inside that storm of blades, 2,000 soldiers mean absolutely nothing. One by one they fall, wounded and bleeding. Piercing fire demon, The elder gasps. He's actually mastered that technique? How? Suddenly, a spirit appears beside our hero. You think this is the piercing fire demon? You pathetic fools have obviously never seen the real thing. Milu. Tang Yeon-myeong glances down at her. I'll stop the main force from reaching you, but a few stragglers might get through. Think you can handle them? Milu nods without hesitation. Yes! I have to earn my place as your guard. Don't worry, I won't hold you back. She yells, trying to reassure him. Forget about us. Go all out. He mutters to himself. Fine. Even if you hadn't said that. I was planning to go all out anyway. In a flash, another attacker falls. Can't even get near him. It's the Phantom Fistile. It's too fast. Then Tang Yeon-myeong unleashes his hidden techniques. His strikes landing even harder now, he slams directly into the heart of the 2,000-man vortex. The screams of agony are deafening. He can't take all of us. One of them still has the guts to shout. Down below, a few grunts have cornered Milu and Ying Ying. Hey, look! More of the Tang Clan's people over here! And let's pause here, because this is the moment that fuels her. Milu remembers his words. You don't have to force a smile. I'm okay. It's inconvenient, but not life-threatening. He turned away, saying, that's not what I'm talking about. He continued, Milu, you reached the level of an elite guard even with your energy channels completely blocked. That just proves you have extraordinary talent. If we could just unblock those channels, you'd be something else. That memory, it gives Milu all the motivation she needs. In the blink of an eye, one of the thugs finds a needle-embedded square in his forehead. At the same time, Milu slices her dagger across his neck. I will grow stronger, worthy of an elder's title. She mutters, damn, these guys are tough. Who are these people? Watching from the side, Ying Ying is in shock. She looks like a little kid. I completely underestimated her. She's stronger than most of the clan heirs I've seen. Milu glances back and yells, stay right behind me. Babysitting is exhausting. Ying Ying's eyes well up with tears as she blames herself. I regret slacking off on my training. I'm completely useless here. All she can do is hide and watch as Milu fights off the horde all by herself. Down below, the elder yells out a plan. We have to break through his wind barrier. No matter how powerful he is, his inner energy has to have a limit. We have to surround him, even if it costs us. He flies up to counter the gale head-on. Tang Yeon-myeong seems unimpressed. The men pour their energy into a defensive wall. It's working, his pressure is dropping. But our guy just stands there, watching calmly. I get that you're grateful to your boss, but is it really worth dying for him like this? Just who is this alliance leader to them? He tightens his grip on his sword. Well, no time to ponder that now. With a sharp ring, a new barrier appears. Standing inside the barrier, Tang Yeon-myeong makes a single clean sweep with his blade. A rain of blood follows. The Serpent Guild leader looks up, horrified. Half of them, half of the 2,000 soldiers, gone in an instant. Him taking down a master in one strike, that wasn't luck. In front of this monster, numbers are completely meaningless. The serpent leader decides to play her trump card, yelling, everyone, stop! Tang Yeon-myeong turns his gaze on her. None of you can stand against him. Retreat now if you want to live. My apologies, Lady Yanxi. She releases her grip. I will definitely pay the price for my crimes today. Then she addresses him directly. I'm putting a stop to this charade, Tang Yeon-myeong of the Tang Clan, because not hundreds, not even thousands of you can stop him. Her expression darkens. To kill you. I'll have to use the alliance leader himself. I didn't want it to come to this. Her eyes turn blood red as tears stream down her face. But this is the only way. Tang Yeon-myeong just frowns. What are you even talking about? Sacred lotus incineration art. A violent flame suddenly engulfs Lady Yanxi. She screams. The crowd below freezes in shock as she is burned alive. Not a single one of you is leaving this place alive. I may be the first to die, but I don't care. She laughs like a maniac. I'll be waiting for you, on the other side. He just scowls. Tang Yeon-myeong, and you and I are left watching as the serpent leader burns Yanji alive in a pillar of crimson fire, sending the crowd below into an absolute rage. So what exactly is she doing right now? You'd think she'd be afraid of the consequences, but nope. She just smiles, even as the tears keep falling. Consequences? To get revenge for Mark Non-Kyo, I'd do even worse than this. I only regret that I don't have the strength left to do more. I just wish I could have seen the young master of the Tang family die myself. But, this is satisfying enough. She drives the dagger straight into her own neck, believing the faction leader will finish the job. In that instant, a kick flies through the air, slicing off both of her hands. She lets out a horrifying scream, realizing what just happened was a sword strike from Tang Yeon-myeong. He scoffs. With a wave of his hand, the flames surrounding Miss Yenhai are snuffed out. He then holds out his palm, absorbing the entire blaze. After that, he glares down at the woman on the ground. What you just did not only harmed innocent people, it was a disgraceful act that dishonored the sacrifice of your fallen comrade. His voice turns to steel. Even in a duel to the death, you trampled on the pride of someone worthy of respect, so don't even think. She just coughs up blood onto the floor. I should have just handed you over to your faction leader, but I can't allow this situation to get any worse than it already is. She still has the nerve to talk back. You think the faction leader will spare you? Absolutely not. All your little schemes are useless, young master. Today, the leader will definitely kill you. Tang Yeon-myeong is getting annoyed. I've been patient with you for a while now. I think I'm just going to tear that mouth of yours apart. Suddenly, a strange sound echoes out. A bizarre figure emerges from nowhere. He narrows his eyes, looking back as Mai Lu and Don Don freeze in place. The woman grins. He's finally here. Tang Yeon-myeong stares at the newcomer. Faction leader, she screams. The man's gaze is fixed on the mangled bodies on the stage, and on the dead scattered across the ground, one by one. His face is terrifying. This is the Black Snake faction leader. No wonder his subordinates chose to fight to the death. They knew that dying in battle was a far better fate than having to face this man's wrath. Below, his subordinates bow their heads in pure fear. Mai Lu's dagger clatters onto the ground. She clutches her shoulders, trembling. What is that thing? Is he even human? Now pay attention here. Tang Yeon-myeong grips his sword, preparing for a fight to the death. You can see it clear as day. Mai Lu and Duandon can't handle this aura. If a fight breaks out, our boy is on his own. And yet, Tang Yeon-myeong's gaze goes right past him, never leaving the woman on the ground. Is he looking down on me? On the stage, Miss Yenhai is barely breathing. The captured woman decides to add fuel to the fire. Leader, it was him. The young master of the Tang clan killed everyone and harmed the young miss. Her eyes burn with pure, undiluted hatred. Can't you hear their resentment? Hurry up and kill the young master of the Tang clan. To her utter surprise, the faction leader takes off his own cloak and drapes it over Yenhai's body. Then he lifts her into his arms. Leader, what are you doing? She shrieks. The enemy is right in front of you. But the man just walks away without a single glance back. Where are you going? Leader, she cries out, completely unable to understand. Leader! The leader finally answers her. All of this was a pointless act. She completely loses control of her emotions. Pointless? This is revenge. But he just keeps walking through his men, holding Miss Yenhai tightly. Where are you going? Leader, come back. Kill this guy. But before she can finish, Tang Yeon-myeong slams his foot down on her back. He snarls. You will not say another word. My patience has its limits. Annoyance is written all over his face. Shut your mouth before I cut your tongue out. The stage is littered with countless dead subordinates. This is more serious than I thought. My plan was to kill the successors in Sichuan and draw all the attention to myself. Let's pause for a second, because his plan was to stop them from marching north for the Murim Alliance's crusade. It was supposed to be a duel to the death, but with the leader's daughter dead, this just became a personal blood feud. Tang Yeon-myeong glances back at the girls. Where do you think you're going? Mai Lu asks, trembling uncontrollably. You're not actually planning to follow that faction leader, are you? Behind her, Don Don looks like she's about to burst into tears. He just nods. That's right. If I just go back to the Tang Clan now, it could bring disaster upon us. The two girls are completely speechless. He doesn't seem to care, slinging the rope over his shoulder and dragging the woman behind him. I have to see how this concludes. The two girls try to stop him. Don't go! You of all people should have felt that immense power, right? That Black Snake leader is the same person who overwhelmed the great Taoist master. He just rolls his eyes. I'm not going there to fight. If the leader is a man of reason, he won't kill someone who just wants to talk. Mai Lu is still terrified. But if Vresh She stammers. If you have to fight, what are you going to do? What else? He replies, suddenly clenching his hand into a fist. As the young master of the Tang clan, if my family is threatened, of course I'll fight with my life on the line. Inside the leader's hall, the royal physician looks terrified. Please forgive me, faction leader. I did everything in my power to save the young miss, but he hesitates. The fire poison didn't just invade her skin, it reached her very core. And because her meridians were already so weak, I am deeply devastated to have to say this. The old man stammers in fear, but the young miss has passed away. Yenhai. Captain, if I die, you must lead the Black Snake sect. And our Yenhai, you have to raise her as if she were your own daughter. Don't let her grow up without a father. I'm counting on you. He remembered those last words. The faction leader covers his face, unable to hide his agonizing pain. From that moment on, I felt as if something inside me completely broke. The pain of loss. I became stronger to overcome it, because I thought if I was strong enough, I'd never lose anything important ever again. The leader recalls his past memories of leading his disciples to the peak, of earning the loyalty of countless warriors, and of expanding his influence. But it turns out all of it was useless. In the end, something like this still happened, somewhere just beyond my reach. Yenhai, when your favorite doll was lost and later found broken, you cried for an entire day. It's only today that I finally understand how you felt. His eyes gleamed through a stream of tears. The sorrow of losing a child could shatter the heavens, but I am truly furious that I knew nothing of your pain. He looks down at his own hands, feeling the pain grow even sharper. What's the point of regret after loss? It is a useless emotion. The important thing is to not repeat the same mistake. The physician startles and falls to the floor. That's right, I have to kill them all. Anyone who has even the slightest potential of harming my people. His eyes burn with a deep rage. I will kill every last one of them. At that moment, Tang Yeon-myeong is dragging the woman to the leader's residence. The faction leader's great hall. Tang Yeon-myeong appears behind him, rope in hand, and asks, "Do you know if dragons are actually real?" The man looks back, muttering, "What an abrupt question." And yeah, that's where we're leaving it for now. Tang Yeon-myeong scoffs, thinking dragons are just myths. But trust me, you and I are about to find out how real they are. Jongak explains that in this world, dragon is a title for the absolute peak of power. Thangak corrects him, saying, it's not just a fancy title for humans. It's an entire species, a race of beings called dragons. So what's he getting at? Thangak drops the bombshell. The leader of the Black Serpent Alliance isn't human. He is, in fact, a dragon. Tang Yeon-myeong stops in his tracks, his face screaming, no way. But the lore continues. Dragons aren't born as beasts. They start as human-like children, created from the raw energy of heaven and earth. They experience life, then awaken as true dragons. While mature ones sleep for centuries, the awakened ones have the power to casually wipe entire nations off the map. Hearing this, our main character is still skeptical. He asks what proof there is that the Alliance leader is one of these god-tier creatures. Thangak practically calls him an idiot. How can he stand before a divine beast and still deny the overwhelming aura of a dragon right in front of him? But our guy only focuses on one thing, muttering, "An idiot?" He shoots back. "Have you forgotten whose powerful familiar I used to be in my past life?" Thangak explains why the legendary martial saint chose him. Human auras are a chaotic mess, but as a divine beast, he can perfectly distinguish a dragon's energy. That's exactly why they teamed up back in the day to hunt down a black dragon that was terrorizing the world. And here's where the plot thickens. His own ancestor hunted a dragon? The thought is insane, but hearing it from a 1,000-year-old being makes it feel terrifyingly real. He can't help but wonder, what level of martial arts does it even take to hunt a dragon? Could his past life's ultimate sword techniques even stand a chance? The realization starts to sink in for Tang Yeon-myeong, so if he's a dragon, we have to destroy him? But Thangak shakes his head. Not all dragons are evil. Some, known as azure dragons, evolve into divine beings. In fact, their entire purpose is to stop the evil ones, the black dragons. The problem? The martial saint didn't know anything about dragons back then. He mistakenly identified the azure dragon as a threat and killed it, only realizing his massive mistake after clashing with its allies, the spiritualists. So, to make things right, he took on the Azure Dragon's duty himself. And that, Tang Yeon-myeong realizes, is how his family got tangled up with the spiritualists. Dongok smirks, adding that the saint even tried to make him a dragon familiar before they officially became partners. Our hero just finds the whole story bizarre, and the creature's cheerful tone is seriously weird. But Thongok quickly gets back to the main point. He explains again that when dragons are born, they don't know what they are. They live like humans, forming bonds that ultimately shape their destiny. If they grow up surrounded by good influences, they can become a benevolent divine dragon, just like the Azure Dragon. But Thongok's face turns grim. If negative emotions become the main current of their psyche, they become a black dragon. And right there, Tang Yeon-myeong gets a sinking feeling. He knows what's coming next. Thongok confirms his worst fears. That's right. The Alliance leader is that dragon. Having lost his daughter and sworn brother in a single moment, he is on the verge of awakening as a black dragon. Meanwhile, inside the main hall, the Alliance leader sits on his throne. A subordinate reports that the young master of the Tang Clan requests an audience. He claims he's here to resolve a misunderstanding. The leader's hand crushes the stone armrest. Let him in. The doors swing open. So you're here to resolve things? Let's see you try. Okay, I know what you're thinking. This is an absolute suicide mission. The guy looks less like a clan leader and more like a demon from the underworld, daring someone to beg for their life. Staring into those terrifying eyes, Tang Yeon-myeong recalls Thongok's words. Is this man truly not human? Is he actually a dragon? He starts by expressing deep regret for the incident at Sichuan. He explains that the Sichuan clan leader kidnapped the man's adopted daughter, using her as a hostage to force him into a life-or-death duel. He grips the rope binding Yu Hairyeon and throws her toward the throne, yelling out, "Alliance leader!" The leader's eyes are pure murder. He sneers, "You seem awfully relaxed." Yu Hairyeon screams for him to listen, but he just cuts her off. There's no need. One of his eyes begins to glow ominously. In a flash, he grabs Yu Hairyeon by the throat and unleashes the Red Lotus Annihilation art. He slams her to the ground, engulfed in flames. Did you really think I wouldn't recognize the traces of my own technique on Yeonhee's body? You must have taken Yeonhee hostage and used the Myeong-Leon technique to get revenge for that pathetic Makaga of yours, didn't you? As the flames rage, he screams, "This isn't the end. You will die suffering the same way Yeonhee did." Tang Yeon-myeong starts sweating. The man's mind is made up. How can you possibly reason with this? His rage-filled eyes then pivot. He points right at Tang Yeon-myeong. Next, it's your turn, Tang Yeon-myeong of the Tang Clan. Do you know why I allowed the Tang Clan to exist until now? He asks, slowly stepping down. Yeonhee was different. She had an incurable illness, too weak to even practice martial arts. Medicines from every corner of the world, famous doctors, all of them were useless. I believed your Tang Clan's poison to cure poison method was her last hope. But now that Yeonhee, the very person who needed your cure, is dead, there is no longer any reason for me to spare the Tang Clan. Our hero fires back. So even knowing the truth, you're still going to do this? You're just playing right into the Sichuan clan leader's hands. The leader just scoffs. Are you suggesting I'm being manipulated? What a joke. Didn't you bring the Sichuan clan here yourself, hoping to avoid my wrath? He lets out a chilling laugh. The fact that you're trying to talk your way out of this is pathetic. Tang Yeon-myeong can only say, what? No matter the details, the so-called righteous factions are always connected to the deaths of the people I care about. Once in the past, and now, a second time today. This deep-seated grudge will only be settled when I kill everyone involved, including you. The awakening begins. This is no longer the Alliance's judgment. This is my personal revenge. And it starts with the Tang Clan. And that's it. You and I both knew it would come to this. With a sigh, Tang Yeon-myeong realizes the talking is over and he grips his sword tight. The leader even gives him a friendly reminder. You better hurry. All of my forces are already marching on your clan. If I finish you quickly, I can still catch up. An explosion rocks the entire hall. A chilling thought hits our hero. If that monster is telling the truth, his entire clan is in mortal danger. All right, let's dive right into this insane duel. Reincarnation is stunned as the sect leader blocks his blade with one hand, having already lost his friend Hoyen to this very cult. The leader sneers, Thon Tin, Tim Sin, Avai. I killed every last one of those righteous fools myself. That was just a warning. This time it won't end so simply. He roars, because I will eradicate every martial arts power in the Central Plains and crush any future resistance. From now on, the world will suffer my wrath. Meanwhile, back at the Duong estate, the Poison Phoenix sips her tea. She sighs, wondering if that boy Riang-men is holding up. Suddenly, a subordinate bursts in screaming, "Poison Phoenix! It's a disaster!" Seeing the terror on his face, she asks, "Vientan, what's wrong?" He just yells, "We're under attack." The Poison Phoenix freezes. Hordes of Dark Sect warriors are swarming the estate. A massacre is unfolding as she whispers in horror. Riang-men. Back at the fight, the two are still locked in combat, but the tide is clearly turning in the Dark Serpent leader's favor. Riang-men can't believe his eyes. He channels all his killing intent into the blade, but it's not enough. He lunges again, his strike so powerful it shatters the rock behind his foe. The sect leader, Cat Tan, gets a minor cut on his hand and smirks, impressive, truly worthy of being Min Yut Hyen's rival. Your compatibility with this style is even better than Hoyen's, he observes. Your internal energy and your body can sustain relentless attacks. Okay, now pay attention to this. Riang-men knows he's being outplayed, so he's about to bet it all on pure, untraceable speed. Cat Tan just stands there, unmoving, as Riang-men charges again. Suddenly, the sect leader's eyes glow a demonic red, tracking his opponent's impossible velocity. A strike that fast, and all it does is force him back a single step. Cat Tan glances at his bleeding shoulder. Couldn't quite block that one, huh? But still, this is strange. It feels perfected. A sword path optimized for pure destruction. Riang-men bites his lip. Did he really figure out my entire technique from that one exchange? To master such a style at your age, the leader muses, lunging forward. Could it be that eye power of yours? His fingers are inches from Riang-men's eye. Our hero swings his blade up, gritting his teeth and pouring every ounce of strength into the block. The leader counters instantly. Riang-men slams his sword into the floor for support, but gets knocked back again. No rest. The sect leader presses the attack. He sees it in an instant. Just as the leader lunges for the kill, Riang-men grips his sword tight and swings it back, creating a perfect, deadly arc. A flash of imagery appears with the slash. The entire hall explodes as their powers collide again and again. Riang-men relentlessly pursues, but the leader just casually deflects another blow. Their eyes lock. He just picks up his sword and prepares for the next clash. The leader unleashes his own attack. A horrifying vision flashes as the main hall is obliterated, sending Riang-men flying back dozens of meters. The entire estate is now nothing but rubble. Well, this is a surprise. The leader raises an eyebrow. To think we'd clash this hard and still have no clear winner? Calling you a sword saint wouldn't be an exaggeration. And yet he continues, I feel I haven't truly reached the absolute peak of this art. Perhaps I need a new perspective. All while Riang-men stands there, battered and bruised. He laughs. You will make an excellent stepping stone to elevate my own power. The leader doesn't look tired at all. He looks thrilled. Yes, I'm actually starting to enjoy this. Our boy Riang-men, on the other hand, is completely out of ideas. The longer this goes on, the worse his chances get. He knows he has to end it now, but his last big move drained his core energy, leaving him unable to muster his full power. On top of that, he's reaching his physical limit. He's been pushing his sword so hard that the blade itself is starting to fail. And just when you think it can't get worse, Riang-men gets distracted. I know what you're thinking, and yeah, big mistake. Cat Tan snaps. You dare ignore me? Before grabbing his face and unleashing a point-blank explosion. Riang-men spits out blood as more strikes land. The Dark Serpent palm style. The sect leader just keeps coming, relentless. He throws up a hand to block, thrusting his sword forward, but the leader just grabs the sharp blade with his bare hand. In response, Riang-men unleashes another powerful slash. His eyes sharpen, and he swings again, only to realize he's cut nothing but an empty coat. The sect leader has vanished. You could never comprehend it with your petty martial arts, his voice echoes. I've just had a rather useful epiphany. He reappears, pointing a single finger at Riang-men. I wonder how you'll handle this. Restoration divine art. A massive pillar of fiery energy plummets from the heavens. Just as I thought. Not even you can withstand my divine art. There's no way you could wait. What is this? His own aura? It's expanding? It's stabilizing? And there, high in the sky, Reincarnation appears. Catan stares in disbelief. Not a single scratch on him. He just floats there, completely unharmed. He swings his blade, unleashing a powerful wave at the sect leader. The man's jaw drops, a blinding light, and suddenly he's on one knee, clutching a massive gash from his shoulder to his hip. What in the hell was that attack? Reincarnation lands perfectly on the ground. I've reached enlightenment, he says with a smirk. The perfect way of the sword. To think I'd find it on the verge of death. The sect leader's face twists in fury. You used me as a stepping stone? Too bad for you, Reincarnation says calmly. Because today you die here. Behind them, a distant mountain peak splits in two from the aftershock. He thinks to himself, it was a spontaneous idea, but it worked. If this realm can change the nature of objects through will, then I can change the very nature of my own energy. He finally understood. The problem was that his raw power had always been too much for a normal human body to handle. So if he changes the elemental property of the energy coating his blade, he can use his ultimate sword forms without his own body tearing itself apart. The sect leader grinds his teeth in rage. Reincarnation stays alert as the man stomps the ground, unleashing his inner power. The very earth begins to tremble. In my presence, a creature like you. He seethes, erupting in a fiery rage. You dare claim you will kill ME? He charges, wrapped in terrifying dark energy, an insane explosion of raw power. Reincarnation activates his eye technique and rushes in to meet the sect leader's final attack. You and I both know this is where the real fight begins. But this time, his power is on a whole other level. And trust me, you can feel the shift in the air. The Serpent Lord unleashes a volley of vicious strikes, forcing our hero onto the defensive. He transforms, his body swelling with raw, overwhelming energy. Reincarnation is thrown backwards, barely holding on with his sword against the furious onslaught. But it's not enough. He's blasted away. He twists midair, jamming his sword into the ground to halt his momentum. The Serpent Lord closes in, channeling energy into his palms and thrusting them straight for Reincarnation's chest. You think a little epiphany is enough to defeat me? Pathetic. Nothing has changed. You die here, the Serpent Lord sneers. And the Tang Clan will be completely annihilated today. Then he sees it. You're smiling? Reincarnation just smirks back at him. I think you're underestimating my clan. And he's right, the Tang warriors are holding their own, their swordplay sharp and deadly. I personally trained them the moment I became the young master. Besides, you're not the only master-level fighter here. His thoughts drift to the lady of the Tang Clan. Risk your lives and fight for me, she had commanded. Hold them off until the Tang Yeon-myeong returns. Show them the Tang Clan is weak no longer. Reincarnation grits his teeth. The one falling today isn't my clan, it's you. With that, he lands a clean strike on the Serpent Lord. The Serpent Lord's eyes go wide. They dive back into the fray, clashing again and again. But something's wrong. How are you this strong? He snarls. You're pushing me into a corner. I was considering letting you live for saving Yenhe, but now you say you'll take my life? He roars. If you think you can, then try it. He puts all his strength into one massive blow, slamming it right into Reincarnation's chest and sending him flying. A huge explosion erupts, and Reincarnation coughs up blood. Kid, wake up! The Azure Serpent Spirit appears, panicking. With no other choice, it breathes jade energy into him. If you die, my soul-bound spirit dies with you. And just like that, his eyes snap wide open. You and I both know what this means. Round 2 is on. High above, the Serpent Lord prepares to deliver the final, fatal blow. Wait. The Serpent Spirit panics. I can feel it. His technique has a hidden power that weakens its target. So, that's how it works, Reincarnation says. Then let's see how you handle this. He rockets towards the Serpent Lord. Meanwhile, the Serpent Lord's minions are getting wrecked. Lady Nang picks them off from above, controlling a storm of deadly projectiles with her power. Half of her warriors are holding the line well, but Nang's assessment from above is grim. The enemy still outnumber them more than 2 to 1. The battle is far from over. A crushing aura slaughters her warriors from afar. That presence, it's on my level or higher, she worries. One of the Serpent Path's 6 heralds. I have to step in before we lose anyone else. Suddenly she looks back, gripping her blade. In the distance, a muscular warrior emanates an immense, powerful aura. That's definitely where the Serpent Lord is, she thinks, worried. Riang Men is fighting him, but is this really a fight between two humans anymore? Please be safe, Riang Men. Riang Men is badly injured, his breathing ragged. That last technique, it was annihilation, and just as strong as mine. But how did he analyze and copy my ultimate move in the middle of our fight? Cactuan just stares down at him, his gaze dripping with contempt. Riang Men's heart sinks. If I don't kill him right now, he's going to become a monster no one can stop. Cactuan finally speaks. I've always sought powerful opponents, but understanding the martial way is meaningless. He clenches his fist, remembering his brother's death and Yenny's grief. Even if I create new martial arts to protect those I love, it's useless. They'll just die at the hands of someone stronger. In this world, the strong devouring the weak is the only law. Finally, Cactuan makes his decision. I will no longer stand by and watch. And yeah, what comes next is your classic I'm taking over the world speech. I will establish a new order. This throne is mine now. I will become the master of this world. Cactuan fully transforms, his eyes glow and black scales cover his entire body. The sunset sky looks almost peaceful for a moment. Then, a blinding flash of light from the distance, followed by an explosion that shakes the very earth. Cactuan smashes Riang Men into the ground with one hand, launching him across the battlefield. Riang Men tries to use his sword to block, but he's tossed away like a rag doll. Riang Men slams his sword into the ground, desperately trying to stop himself. Just then, a beam of energy slices the very boulder he just flew past, clean in half. What? His power is on a completely different level now. Riang Men thanks his ancestors. A split second slower and he'd be dead. He bites his lip. I need to find a way to counter now. But when he looks up, Cactuan has vanished. The spirit snake screams. He's above you. Riang Men snaps his head up to see him levitating high in the air. He raises a hand, and a small serpent manifests. Then he raises another. The technique my brother left me. It's truly something special, he boasts. He throws both serpents into the air. In my hands, their power can be pushed to the absolute limit. They shoot upwards, piercing the dark clouds. The serpent palm is finally worthy of my reputation. Riang Men watches every move, his expression tense. Cactuan's arrogant laughter echoes across the darkening sky. Riang Men stares in shock at the ferocious serpent looming before him, wondering how any human could achieve this level of power. Cactuan looks down with disdain. Serpent palm, total annihilation wave. This is the technique that defines me. The two serpents dive straight for Riang Men. His spirit snake screams a warning. Be careful. Even a god couldn't escape that attack. Hurry, get out of there, it urges. But Riang Men calmly replies, don't worry, I have a plan. Now, you and I are about to see if he's a genius or just insane. Seeing him grip his sword tighter, the spirit panics. What are you doing? Riang Men answers. If that power hits the ground, every civilian in the region will die. I have no other choice. Transfer your inner energy to me. The spirit gives him a doubtful look, but complies. All right, fine. Just try to make it out of this alive. Riang Men furrows his brow, thinking, my own internal energy isn't enough to counter this. One annihilation strike won't do. I need one powerful thrust, straight through its core to shatter it. He glances at the blade in his hand. Everyone's lives depend on you now. Demon-slaying sword. With newfound confidence, Riang Men grips the hilt, his swordsmanship perfected. He unleashes a single, brilliant slash of light, rocketing straight toward the twin serpents. This is it, the enlightenment I've unlocked. The meaning of a single sword strike, as bright and powerful as the sun itself. A blinding light explodes as two immense forces collide. From above, Cactuan watches it all unfold, his gaze cold and calculating. And just as the battle rages, you and I get pulled into a memory. We see a scrawny, starving kid caught stealing scraps, his heart pounding when a voice booms out, "We caught the food thief!" The leader scoffs at him. So young and already a common thief, a real lost cause. He pulls back a fist, shouting, "Now, prepare to take this punch!" But suddenly another man stops him. Hold on, boss. He points. Just look at the kid. He's nothing but skin and bones, shaking behind that tree over there. The boss glances over, then lets out a dry laugh. Heh, he's way too small. Definitely not worth my time. He just sighs in disappointment. Then he turns to the boy. Hey you, you're coming with us. He walks closer, a kind smile on his face as he offers a hand. I won't let you starve. He even asks gently, So, what's your name, kid? This simple act of kindness completely floors the young boy. Cat Tuan remembers that was the name his chief gave him. You became my kin, my family. You taught me everything. An image of a girl flashes in his mind. Before you passed, you left her in my care. I wanted to be her rock, just like you were mine. But his thoughts turn dark again. But now, I can no longer face you, chief. His gaze turns venomous, his mind fixed on a single goal. Destroy everything. Leave no one standing. But then he glances down at a blinding flash of light from below. Cat Tuan is stunned. Wait, how is this possible? But don't blink, because before he can process it, Tang Yeon-myeong unleashes Sun Piercer, his blade of blur aimed right at him. In a flash, Cat Tuan's entire arm is sliced clean off. He looks at the wound, his mind blank with pure shock. Thang Jiak is freaking out. He broke through that barrier with one hit. What was that technique? Yeah, I know what you're thinking. Insane, right? Tang Yeon-myeong just looks at his broken sword and thinks, So, this was your limit. You did well, my friend. Demon Slayer's sword. He quickly calculates his next move. Taking one arm isn't enough to win. He reaches for the shattered hilt. Just need to stall for time, Demon Slayer. Then he rushes Cat Tuan, pulling out a hidden dagger and says, Let's end this. All right, let's dive right back into the chaos. Serpent Lord doesn't flinch, his cold eyes tracking Tang Yeon-myeong as he charges. A massive whirlwind slams into the earth, shattering stone and kicking up a storm of dust. A sudden flash of light engulfs them both. Without hesitation, Tang Yeon-myeong strikes, his blade piercing straight through Serpent Lord's one remaining arm. Serpent Lord grits his teeth, blood trickling from his lips as pure rage consumes him. He can't fail, not before he gets his revenge. Tang Yeon-myeong sees the opening in his fury. He closes the distance in a flash, a brutal slash severing Han's last arm completely. Serpent Lord looks down in shock, but Tang Yeon-myeong gives him zero time to react. He attacks again, eyes full of killing intent, driving his blade straight through Serpent Lord's torso. Han roars in agony, but somehow, he's still standing. Tang Yeon-myeong looks worried. Serpent Lord bellows, his voice thick with hatred. It's not over yet. I can't fall here. Tang Yeon-myeong just calmly replies, It's finished, Black Lotus Master. Time to pay for what you've done. With that, he unleashes his poison-breaking art, blasting a massive hole clean through Serpent Lord. Time seems to freeze. Thang Jiak is stunned, asking, You created another new technique? Tang Yeon-myeong nods, recalling how he fused Fire Dragon Guard and power-breaking True Chi to create this. Turning to Serpent Lord, he says, Time's up, Black Lotus Master. Somehow, even on the brink of death, Serpent Lord sneers back. You think you have the right to say that? But as the words leave his lips, he finally collapses. His eyes stay locked on Tang Yeon-myeong's back, filled with pure hatred. I can't die. I have to kill you for Dean Hai and Big Brother. Tang Yeon-myeong, however, just ignores him and starts checking his own wounds. Luckily, I'm not badly hurt, he mutters to himself. Then he turns to Thang Jiak and says, Give me more poison. Thang Jiak snaps back. You think my poison is water? I'm completely drained. But Tang Yeon-myeong doesn't care. He just asks flatly, You want to go back in that shell? Thang Jiak's attitude flips instantly. I never said I wouldn't give you any. Then it sighs. My life is so hard, how did it come to this? Tang Yeon-myeong just grabs it by the neck and orders coldly, Cut the crap and give it to me now. But neither of them notices a dragon with a mouthful of sharp teeth lunging right for them. And just when you think it's over, oh, trust me, this is where it gets absolutely wild. Tang Yeon-myeong feels a sudden sense of dread and turns just in time to get slammed into the ground. Using all his strength, he holds the beast's jaws open as it tries to swallow him whole. He's stunned, wondering. He broke through my poison-breaking aura and achieved dragon transformation? Tang Yeon-myeong grits his teeth, realizing, no, It's not a complete transformation yet. Damn it. And he still hasn't gotten the poison from Thang Jack. This is bad. The dragon that was once Serpent Lord roars, "I'm going to kill you!" From the sidelines, Thang Jack speaks up, his voice dripping with contempt. "You're about to die. What's the point of struggling?" It transforms into its giant form, yelling, "Just surrender and disappear." But as it prepares to attack, Tang Yeon-myeong shouts, "Wait, Thang Jack, stop!" Then he adds, he's already at his limit. And just as he says it, Serpent Lord collapses completely. Before his last breath, his final thoughts are of Dien Hai and his brother. Dien Hai, big brother, I'm sorry. Tang Yeon-myeong just stands and watches as Serpent Lord finally falls for good. One man, one beast, witnessing his body slowly fade away, Tang Yeon-myeong cautiously asks, "Is it finally over?" Suddenly, something falls and smacks him hard on the head. Thang Jack just looks on in exasperation. Tang Yeon-myeong rubs his head, annoyed, muttering, "Damn it, what now?" He's surprised when he realizes it's a dragon horn. Thang Jack explains, "It's a dragon horn. Keep it safe. It contains a dragon spirit and can be used to forge weapons that resist both strong auras and poison." Seeing Tang Yeon-myeong's silence, he asks, "Why so quiet?" Tang Yeon-myeong replies, "I was just thinking. If we had met under different circumstances, maybe we could have been friends, discussing martial arts together." Thang Jack is skeptical. "What, you feel sorry for him?" Tang Yeon-myeong says, "Hearing those last words, I can't help but feel some regret." He remembers Serpent Lord accusing him of being able to save Dien Hai, but choosing to stand by and watch. Tang Yeon-myeong frankly admits his thoughts to Thang Jack. "Back then, I didn't investigate the story properly. I just assumed they were fighting, and that taking the weapon to save the kid would be simple. The Lotus Master wasn't there for the same reason. He trusted his subordinates and thought I could easily resolve everything, and because of that overconfidence, an innocent child died." Thang Jack just scoffs. "You think you could be friends with him? Don't you know our factions are mortal enemies?" Tang Yeon-myeong sighs. "I know, but if I had just been wary of the Manhwa controller," Thang Jack cuts him off. "Don't dwell on it. Everyone makes mistakes." Then, Thang Jack tells him an old story. "Do you remember the tale of the shadowless guest, your ancestor? He judged only by what he saw and ended up killing the blue dragon, a benevolent creature. Though it was an accident, the blue dragon's death could have plunged the continent into chaos. So, the shadowless guest took responsibility himself, hunting down all the evil dragons. Learning from failure is good, but don't let it consume you. What matters is who you become after this. And let's be real, you and I both know a lesson like this is what separates a true hero from a monster." Tang Yeon-myeong hears this and asks himself, "Who will I become?" Suddenly he shouts for Thang Jack, running after it. "Hey, Thang Jack, what were you doing just now? If you'd helped me sooner, things would have been much easier." Thang Jack immediately yells back, "So now you're blaming me?" It fumes at Tang Yeon-myeong. "I helped with all my strength." Unexpectedly, Tang Yeon-myeong just replies nonchalantly, "Oh, is that so?" This makes Thang Jack even madder. "You're unbelievable. You could at least say thank you." Tang Yeon-myeong then says, "Thank you." Thang Jack freezes. "Ah," Tang Yeon-myeong continues, "when the Lotus Master knocked me out, I vaguely remember you sharing your poison with me." He looks at it seriously. "If it weren't for you, I would have been severely injured. I was going to thank you later, but with the situation." Anyway, he finishes, "Thank you." "I mean it." Thang Jack is completely floored by these words. "I thought you were a cold-hearted guy who didn't." In its memory, Tang Yeon-myeong had once told it, "Don't ever expect thanks from me." "Did you hit your head or something?" it asks suspiciously. Tang Yeon-myeong just glares. "You want me to lock you back in the shell?" Thang Jack immediately replies, "Ah, I was just kidding." Then it thinks to itself, "This kid, maybe he's not so bad after all." The scene then cuts back to the martial hall where the Tang clan leader is still fighting Elder Bak. The two are locked in a fierce battle, neither willing to give an inch. The clan leader fights while anxiously glancing around, wondering where the other masters are. She needs to deal with them before they arrive. Suddenly, Elder Bak unleashes a powerful sword strike, yelling, "How dare you get distracted in front of me?" The Tang clan leader, caught off guard, is sent flying. Elder Bak says coldly, If you're worried about those other masters, don't be. They're busy trying to break our formation. They can't get here. Once the formation is broken, the enemy's numbers will multiply. What's more, the Lotus Master is on his way. Today, the Tang Clan will be annihilated. He raises his sword, eyes glinting with murderous intent. And I will be the one honored for killing the Tang Clan leader. She has no strength left to fight, and closes her eyes, bracing for the end. But nothing happens. When she opens her eyes, she sees Kei Chung standing before her, having blocked the sword with his own body, losing an arm in the process. She's in shock. Dung Kei Chung? A mere warrior? Elder Bark is stood too. What? This piece of trash. He grabs Kei Chung by the head in a rage, raising his sword. If you wanted to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. Kei Chung closes his eyes, thinking, I served those incompetent old fools for too long, bringing shame to the Tang Clan. And that's where we leave it, on a sacrifice that might just change everything. Wild, right? Today, I'll reclaim my honor, even if I die. But suddenly, Elder Beck stops. He feels a chill down his spine. Something's wrong. Something is behind me. The entire battlefield freezes, and everyone turns to look. And yeah, you and I both know who just made his grand entrance. Yeon-myeong is back. Elder Beck stares in pure shock, his mind racing. Tang Yeon-myeong? But wasn't he killed by Ming Yue? Why is he here? And where is the alliance leader? While he's lost in thought, something thuds onto the ground in front of him, freezing him solid. To everyone's horror, Yeon-myeong speaks, his voice pure ice. I heard your little cult calls its champions the Six Venerables. He rolls a few heads across the dirt. Take a good look. See anyone missing? I finished off everyone who tried to break the Tang Clan's formation. I want to kill you all right now, but I'll give you the same chance I gave them. Take your troops and retreat. If you refuse, I'll send you straight to the underworld to reunite with your precious leader. Elder Beck can't believe what he's hearing, his face twisting in horror as he realizes the truth. That monstrous energy from before. Was this kid fighting his leader? And the leader lost? He screams, impossible. How could that kid before he can finish? Yeon-myeong cuts him off cold. Soul-crushing evil palm. Elder Beck instantly falls silent. Yeon-myeong continues, his ultimate technique was strong, I'll give him that. But in the end, I won, and I finished him. Still, the old man can't accept it. The alliance leader was truly defeated? His sword arm drops. He gives an order to his men. Everyone, stop fighting. His soldiers just stare at him in total confusion. Elder Beck speaks calmly. Our leader was defeated and killed by the Tang Yeon-myeong of the Tang Clan. Shock ripples through the army. Killed? How? The Lord of the Heretics. By some kid? Elder Beck continues. He survived hearing the name of our leader's ultimate technique. Not only that, he slaughtered all of the Six Venerables. I'm the only one left. He affirms to his men, his power is definitely on par with our leader. Then he gives one last command. This is the final order of Baekon-san. Everyone, drop your weapons and run. Save yourselves. His men obey, scattering instantly. Yeon-myeong asks him, You're not running away? Tears stream down the old man's face as he thinks, It doesn't matter if he's lying or not. I have zero chance of winning. Now this is where it gets heavy. He speaks, his voice cracking. My brothers are dead. His sword hand trembles. My daughter was murdered too. He angrily raises his sword towards Yeon-myeong, who simply draws a dagger and gestures, right? Come on. The elder remembers his fallen comrades, his family. What's the point of me living all alone? I am what I am today because of all of you. He charges fiercely at Yeon-myeong with one final thought. I'm coming to join you now, you fools. Everyone present is just stunned, watching the scene unfold. Of course, in a single fluid motion, Yeon-myeong easily splits Elder Beck clean in two, sending him to meet his friends in the afterlife. The Hyuksaryan's domination of Sichuan collapsed in a single night, and the reason was one person, the Tang Yeon-myeong of the Sichuan Tang Clan. Slowly, peace began to return. In the study, Gai Chung comes to see Yeon-myeong. Hearing our MC wanted to see him, Gai Chung nods. Yeon-myeong gets straight to the point. How's your arm? Must be pretty inconvenient, right? Gai Chung touches the wound and replies, I was used to using both hands, so it's fine. Yeon-myeong leans on his hand, speaking seriously. Is that so? I called you here because I heard you save my mother's life. And I want to thank you. The incident he's talking about is when Gai Chung used his own body to shield the Tang Clan mistress from a fatal blow. Gai Chung bows his head humbly. I was just doing my duty as a warrior of the clan. I don't expect any reward. Yeon-myeong gives a faint smile. Is that so? Still, I'm surprised. We weren't exactly close. And, okay, let's be real. This is a huge pivot for our main character. Gai Chung quickly denies it. No, not at all. Yeon-myeong continues, regardless, you have to be rewarded. Do you want to learn swordsmanship? Gai Chung looks up, shocked. Swordsmanship? Yeon-myeong explains, with one arm, you can't use hidden weapons anymore. I'll teach you the art of the sword. If you train diligently, I guarantee you will be even stronger than before. Gai Chung is so moved he's about to cry, quickly thanking him. Thank you, Tang Yeon-myeong. Yeon-myeong replies, no need for that. I'm the one who should be thanking you. Then he adds, I have a lot to do right now. Once you've recovered, we'll begin. Gai Chung nods, understood. The scene then cuts over to Elder Shang, who's sitting somewhere crying and complaining. Man, this is so exhausting. This is all that Tang Yeon-myeong's fault. Just as he's bad-mouthing him, Yeon-myeong suddenly appears from behind, startling the old man so badly he nearly dies from a heart attack. Elder Shang jumps to his feet, stammering, Why Tang, Yeon-myeong, you've returned. I'm so glad you're safe and sound. Yeon-myeong calmly replies, no need for formalities. Elder Shang groans, thinking he messed up. But Yeon-myeong continues, Ling Ling and Mei Li told me everything. You risked your life to maintain the formation and stop the enemy's advance. The elder forces a laugh. Ha, it was my duty, of course. But in his mind, he flashes back to what really happened. Back then, Ling Ling was constantly trying to convince him to use the chaos to just ditch the Tang Clan. In a crisis, you have to strengthen your relationships, she'd argued. Even Lady Mei Li and everyone else risked their lives to buy time for the formation to activate. Elder Shang had voiced his worry. But if the Tang Yeon-myeong went to find their leader, he'll surely be. Ling Ling shouted, He will definitely return. She stared him down with a determined gaze. I trust the Tang Yeon-myeong. Back in the present, Elder Shang thinks, yeah, no need to bring that up. He turns to speak, but Yeon-myeong places a hand on his shoulder and nods slightly. Thank you for keeping your promise. I'll keep my promise to you as well. I'll help the vassal families recover quickly. Elder Shang is stunned, stammering, thank you. After saying that, Yeon-myeong quickly turns to leave. Well, I'm off. It was a pleasure working with you. This friendly act completely short-circuits the elder's brain. He never expected the Tang Yeon-myeong, a man he always feared, to speak to him so kindly. Yeon-myeong was a completely different person than before. Suddenly, Yeon-myeong turns back and adds, oh, and by the way, don't try to run away next time. Elder Shang trembles. Yes. He's so scared his fake beard falls off, thinking, he knew? As Yeon-myeong walks away, he thinks, luckily, the clan didn't take much damage. Everything's been dealt with. The only thing left is, 2 days later, in a tunnel underneath the Hyksa Ryan's castle, a group of people moves slowly through the shadows. Wanjin looks around in awe. I can't believe a place like this existed under their fortress. Yeon-myeong leads everyone to a huge, sparkling pile of treasure. They all gasp. With this much money, the Tang Clan could operate for decades. It's an absolutely insane amount of wealth. Baizian looks at the treasure, confused. Was he really that obsessed with hoarding money? I don't understand why the Hyksa Ryan only operated in Sichuan. Yeon-myeong stares at the gold, thinking, the alliance leader ruled the heretics, but he never tried to expand his territory. He just stayed here. He ponders, when he recruited people, he used martial arts as a reward in exchange for their wealth. But given his personality, the leader wasn't a greedy man. Yeon-myeong figures it out. He must have only wanted to recruit those who craved power, which is why he demanded so much wealth as a condition. Then he turns to Wanjin. You'll stay here and arrange to move this treasure back to the Tang Clan. I'm going to look around ahead. Wanjin immediately accepts the order. Understood. Yeon-myeong walks deeper inside, the path covered in cobwebs. And you and I both know he's about to find something way more interesting than gold. Curious, he finds a place like this deep inside a tunnel. He's standing before a bookshelf, but wait, this looks like a library, so why aren't there any books? Suddenly, Yeon-myeong spots a lone book in the corner. He picks it up, wondering if the previous master wrote it, and curiously opens it to take a look. The book records the master's personal creed. Life is a cycle of repaying debts and grudges. He lived by one code: a kindness is repaid twice, a grudge is repaid tenfold. And so, he writes, he destroyed the Qingcheng sect warrior who killed his second-in-command, his sworn brother. Along with the Qingcheng sect, he also annihilated Diankang and Ma, the factions that dared to protect them. To make sure they could never recover and seek revenge, he studied and neutralized all their martial arts. This is my mockery and contempt for those who have vanished. After reading, Yeon-myeong quietly contemplates this guy researched and documented how to counter every last one of their techniques. With just over 10 books, an image of a massive, fully stocked library appears in his mind. He figures this place must have been the Qingcheng sect's turf before the Black Dragon Guild was built. This place was probably full of secret manuals. But Yeon-myeong realizes that even though these major sects were legendary, the old master decided to toss everything out, keeping only his own work. He lets out a sigh, marveling at the man's insane level of confidence. After looking one more time, Yeon-myeong thinks to himself, is that really all there is to it? Not even 10 books. The righteous sects were always arrogant and looked down on others, but their strength was only ever just that average. Now, as the Tang Clan tries to restore order in Sichuan, over in Qinghai, a war is raging between the demonic cult and the Kunlun sect. Okay, pay attention here because you and I are about to see this story explode into an all-out war. Naturally, the demonic cult's forces were overwhelming, practically the size of the entire righteous faction combined. The situation was quickly turning dire for the Kunlun sect. But just in time, reinforcements from the Kongtong sect and the Tang Clan arrived. With the appearance of the peak-level master Taeheo, the demonic cult was forced into a temporary retreat. The combined might of Kunlun's demon fairy, Gukun, and Kongtong's demon-subduing sword saint should have sealed their victory. But thanks to one man with a twisted heart, everything changed. An elder clenches his teeth, crawling on the ground. You bastard. What are you doing? The traitorous actions of Tang Yeon-myeong had turned the tables completely. He just sneers. Too bad. A pack of wolves can't have two alpha leaders. Back in a forge, the sound of metal clashing rings out. The blacksmith, In-cheol, is completely focused on his work, recalling when Yeon-myeong had asked him for help. You want me? Yeon-myeong cuts straight to the point, looking at the empty space on In-cheol's belt. Where is the demon-slaying sword? He answers awkwardly, it's broken. Hearing this, In-cheol can't help but cry out. Yeon-myeong just scratches his head, repeating, yeah, it broke. A breeze blows by, knocking down the last leaf from a tree, mirroring the tear in In-cheol's eye as he whispers, He talks to himself while continuing to hammer, I'm sad it's gone, but it did kill the Black Dragon Lord. A proud smile spreads across his face. Just then Yeon-myeong reaches out a hand to comfort him. It's because you forged such a legendary sword that I came to find you personally. I have something I want to show you. Can we go inside your workshop? Inside. In-cheol stares at a bizarre object on the table. What is this? He stammers. Yeon-myeong calmly replies, to keep it short, it's the horn of a spirit beast. Hearing this, In-cheol jumps back in shock. A spirit beast? Yeon-myeong continues, I asked the Tang Clan smiths to forge it into a sword, but no matter how much they raised the furnace temperature, it wouldn't even melt. I thought maybe you could do it. Suddenly, he notices In-cheol's strange expression. What's wrong? Why do you look so pale? In-cheol quickly snaps out of it. I was just thinking. My apologies. Okay, so forging with fire didn't work. You and I both know what that means. It's time for our main character's special, mutated skills to shine. The blacksmith explains, use cold energy. He continues, it might sound strange, but a spirit beast is still a living creature, right? The more Yeon-myeong hears, the more sense it makes. If it's frozen, it might react the same way as being burned. It's logical. Since all things exist within the balance of yin and yang, the realization hits him. If you can use heat energy, which is yang, to forge iron, then you could also use cold energy, which is yin, to forge a horn. Yeon-myeong points to it. Let's give it a try. Channeling cold energy isn't hard. Suddenly, he remembers. Speaking of absorbing a lot, I still haven't been to see her since returning to the Tang Clan. The image of a girl with a gentle smile flashes in his mind. Once this is all settled, I'll go see her. Yeon-myeong musters his ki, channeling the cold poison ki directly into the horn. A blast of freezing air erupts, covering the entire forge in a thin layer of ice. Incheol is stunned. What is this? A spectator, Chonggak, chimes in from the side. Looks like it's working. At this point, the horn is completely encased in pristine ice. Yeon-myeong gives the instruction, try hitting it with a hammer now. Be careful. Incheol follows his orders, bringing down a powerful strike. His eyes widen as he shouts, It's changing shape. I can do this. Yeon-myeong nods. All right, I'll be waiting. Incheol then notices a problem. But this horn is a little small. It's not enough to make a full sword. As if he already expected this, Yeon-myeong cheerfully replies, It can only be forged into a short sword. To me, the length of the blade doesn't matter. Incheol focuses completely on his work, a new determination in his heart. Master's demon-slaying sword has completed its mission. Now it's time for a sword forged by me to take its place. He pours everything he has into the task. He turns his head to compliment Mai. You are truly captivating. I'm starting to understand why Emperor Xuanzong was so obsessed with Yang Guifei. Baek Soyan wraps her arms around his shoulder, her voice sweet as honey. You're awful, comparing me to a woman who caused an empire to fall. My heart belongs only to the cult leader in our holy cult. My body and soul are yours. Yeon-myeong bursts out laughing. You're right, I misspoke. A comparison like that is an insult. Speaking of which, he says, I have a job for you. So, Yeon nods. Yes, it's the pass we must break through to advance into the Central Plains. Yeon-myeong continues. Exactly, but we still haven't been able to break through. It's not just because of Kunlun's solid defenses, but because of Kunlun's demon fairy, Gukun, and the demon-subduing sword saint, Taiheo, who came to help. Those two have completely halted our advance. Then he thinks of Tang Yeon-myeong, but there's been a lucky break. One of the Tang Clan elders who came with the Cultivation sect has secretly contacted us. He wants our help. So Yeon asks, surprised, he wants my help. Yeon-myeong responds, that's right. Your reputation as a physician has spread all the way to Sichuan. You remember Man Guillaume saying, the master of the world's largest merchant guild, don't you? He spent a fortune, but still couldn't cure his son's terminal illness. And yet, you cured him in a single night. Because of that, the Man Guillaume Merchant Guild has become a major financial backer for us. The Tang Clan wants you to treat a patient. So Yeon narrows her eyes in agreement. If it's the cult leader's request, I will do it. Who am I treating? And you and I both know this can't be good. He explains, they want me to treat his grandson. Apparently his arm was crippled. So Yeon tilts her head and asks, and what is our reward? He replies, a poison worth trying. The girl's eyes widened in shock. They're offering the route to Poison Valley? Her face fell. Is that it? But get this, the masked man cuts her off. Poison Valley is worthless to us. The real price? We assassinate the poison demon and the sword saint and deliver their corpses to the Tang Clan. That's our ticket to the Central Plains. Meanwhile, over in Hubei at the G-Clan estate, a man scoffs. How foolish. Is there anywhere in this world that's safe for a man like that? Even on Wudang turf, he's gotten sloppy. And now, the entire floor is littered with corpses. A man drenched head to toe in blood casually sips his wine. So, he muses, I hear the Black Serpent Lord is dead. Killed by some kid from the Tang Clan, wasn't he? Kwang Tian answers, rumor is he's a master of poisons, hidden weapons, and swordplay. He can even use, the man just smirks. Sword key? Not bad. His eyes narrow, a challenge in his voice. But that alone won't beat the Serpent Lord, unless he's reached my level of mastery. He sets his cup down. Or maybe I just overestimated him. Pathetic. He looks at Kwang Tian, his voice pure ice. I wanted to kill the Serpent Lord myself, but this works out just fine. His eyes turn terrifying. One threat down, now I can continue. He turns to Kwang Thien. Where's the Murim clan? They're disguised as merchants, secretly building up their strength. Kwang Thien bows his head, silent for a moment. My lord, something is approaching. The man is unfazed. I feel it too. Fast. Is that a Wudang aura? Just as he says it, the Wudang warriors appear. Well, well, you rats got here quick. I'll go say hello. You handle the Murim clan. He looks up at the moon, his voice resolute. Father, it's almost time. Elsewhere, Ling Ling trains relentlessly. Her arms are trembling, muscles screaming, but she refuses to let go. She remembers the argument she had with Elder Changshan. Back then, the elder asked in surprise, You want to learn our family's martial arts? Ling Ling nodded. Yes. It took so much to convince him. At the Sichuan tournament, I could only watch helplessly. I refuse to be that helpless again. She grits her teeth, filled with resolve. Her eyes snap open. Again. She pushes herself relentlessly until a voice calls out, Ling Ling, Uncle, what are you doing here? The elder places a hand on her shoulder, his voice grave. Ling Ling, listen to me carefully. She's confused, but he continues, Hubei was attacked. Our clan has been wiped out. Ling Ling freezes solid, tears welling in her eyes. Now here's where everything goes south. The elder explains what happened. Demonic Kwang Thien has returned. He's already annihilated 3 of the 5 great families, and Hubei is descending into absolute chaos. Wudang's sword saint tried to stop him from attacking the Gay clan, but Kwang Thien just told him, take one more step, and Wudang will be wiped out before noon. After that, we had to abandon the Gay clan. So they were powerless, Yeon-myeong thinks. The elder chokes back tears. Ling Ling, she was right. If we hadn't dealt with the Black Serpent Lord Demonic Kwang Thien would have killed us all, the elder adds. We're just lucky we survived. But my family is gone, he screams in despair. Yeon-myeong steps in. You haven't lost everything. The Gay clan members with the Tang are still alive. As long as you live, you can rebuild. I haven't forgotten my promise. I will help you restore your family with everything I have. So don't give up hope. Hearing this, the elder calms a bit, nodding. Yes. Yeon-myeong strokes his chin, lost in thought. What is happening? I have to prepare. Just then, someone walks in, Tang Yeon-myeong. Yeon-myeong looks up. What is it? A guest from Wudang has arrived to see you. Ling Ling hears and turns to look. Yeon-myeong's eyes widen. Wudang, he thinks. Then he speaks up. Show him in. He stands and tells Ling Ling and the elder, You two are grieving. Go rest. I'll see what they have to say. His face turns serious. Wudang. Better be careful. Inside, Yeon-myeong asks, You're from Wudang? The man nods. Yes, I am Chung-yun. I'm here to ask the Tang Clan for help. He continues, Are you aware of the chaos in Hubei? Yeon-myeong replies, I heard. Demonic Kwang Thien has returned. Chang-yun nods. Yes, the Gay and Murim clans were annihilated in a flash. We heard the Tang clan took down the Black Serpent Alliance. As righteous martial artists, please help us. We ask that you help us eliminate demonic Kwang Thien. Yeon-myeong lets out a cold sigh. The attitude of beggars is so distasteful. I refuse. Chung-yun is stunned, then shouts, Why? Tang Yeon-myeong, didn't demonic Kwang Thien also harm your clan? Your own rules demand revenge tenfold? Oh, you and I both know what's coming next. His voice is quiet, but his eyes are freezing cold. Watch your mouth. A swordsman from Wudang, the sect that stood by as my clan was destroyed, dares to lecture me on my own rules? Seeing his face, Chang-yun flinches back in fear. Yeon-myeong continues, pure sarcasm in his voice. I'm not letting him go. But when the Gay clan under your protection was wiped out, you didn't dare face him directly, did you? Your hypocrisy is really starting to piss me off. Chang-yun is sweating bullets, stammering, we mean. The martial world is in chaos. The Hubei alliance has fallen, and demonic Kwang Thien has taken over. A demonic power is running rampant in the Central Plains. The main cause is Kwang Thien's attack. Yeon-myeong thinks the righteous sects only protect their own turf. That's what caused this disaster. Even if we defeat him, who leads the righteous faction then? My neighbor's house is burning, not mine. Can we grab what's left? With no one in charge, it's a free-for-all. Without a common enemy, the righteous sects just fight for power. They're worse than the Black Serpent Alliance. I just want a quiet life. Why is it so complicated? He sighed in frustration. Then, an idea. His eyes widen. Unless I lead the righteous faction myself? So he says, first, we need a new leader for the righteous faction. Cheng Yun is ecstatic. Yes! Does this mean you'll work with us? He slams his hands on the table. Not yet. First, we help the Kong Tong and Kunlun sects defeat the demonic cult. Then, we deal with Kwang Tian. But we need a commander. Cheng Yun is confused. Yes. So please. Yeon-myeong cuts him off. No. The center will be Sichuan. I'm building a new martial alliance here, under Elder Changshen's command. After the Tang Yeon-myeong's declaration, the second martial alliance began to form. Everyone quickly built the needed infrastructure. Under Elder Changshen's command, construction began. He directed the entire process with blueprints in hand. And thanks to the general office buying up land so fast, property values in Sichuan skyrocketed. The government administrator was laughing his way to the bank over skyrocketing land prices, and just like that, the Azure Sky Alliance was born. All fancy blue and gold architecture, gleaming under the sun as they began a massive talent recruitment drive. And trust me, you and I both know these righteous alliances are never as clean as they look. The flyer calls out to all heroes. Yeon-myeong stares, stunned. This is the massive line of people wanting to join his new alliance? The sword god standing behind him confirms it. Yes. Yeon-myeong can't believe it, but it's not just the major sects and families, even smaller clans are flocking here, all because of his reputation. After all, he was the one who helped the Tang Clan crush the Dark Tassel Alliance, making him the new top dog in Sichuan. The old man continues. They've even given you a title, Tang Yeon-myeong. Yeon-myeong looks surprised. A title? The man grins. Shadow Venom's Sword Dragon. A bit cringy, sure, but he thinks it suits him perfectly. Let's be real, the image of a dragon with a sword in its mouth does kind of match Yeon-myeong's vibe. Getting back to business, the sword god says it's time to announce the leader. Since Yeon-myeong founded the alliance, everyone would agree to him. But our main character immediately shoots that down. Not necessarily. All right, you and I are about to get a front row seat to our MC's new political headache. The Righteous Heavenly Alliance was meant to fight demons, but Yi Myung sees representatives from Huashan, Zhongnan, Wudong, and Shaolin and just smells trouble. He continues speaking, asking if everyone truly shares the same goal. He knows damn well some of them are just here for their own selfish reasons. Under the blue sky, thousands of new recruits watch as a master from the Shaolin Temple faces off against Yeon-myeong. The sword god stands between them, watching nervously and thinking, the Tang Yeon-myeong was right. It's like he saw this coming. He remembers just a few minutes ago when a Shaolin master named Ziyun approached Yeon-myeong and said, Tang Yeon-myeong, your reputation is legendary. But none of us actually witnessed you defeat the Dark Tassel leader. So we want you to prove it in a duel. And right here, this is where you and I get to see the real drama begin. As he adds, I'm challenging you for the position of alliance leader. The sword god starts sweating bullets, realizing their scheme. They're using this as an excuse to seize control of the alliance. Pathetic. If they become the leader, they not only get the Dark Tassel's legacy, but also control over every single clan that joined. The sword god glares at the four representatives from the major sects, judging them silently. He sighs, hoping this duel will put them in their place. The Shaolin master Ziyun continues his introduction. I am Ziyun from Shaolin. The old monk puffs out his chest. Let's treat this as a life or death battle. Use everything you've got, shadow venom, sword dragon, poison, hidden weapons, swordplay. Don't hold back. Yeon-myeong just smirks slightly. Thank you for the advice, master, he replies coolly. But I'll only use my sword. I'd hate for there to be any accidents. The old man's face twitches in annoyance. Accidents? Then, let's begin the duel. Are you both ready? Ziyun nods. Yeon-myeong nods. The two face off, their gazes as sharp as blades. The sword god announces the duel to decide the leader of the Azure Sky Alliance between Master Ziyun of Shaolin and Tang Yeon-myeong of the Tang Clan. Begins now. But before starting, Ziyun sneers at Yeon-myeong. Accidents, you say? Your skills are impressive for your age, I'll admit. but you are far too arrogant. He stomps his foot, and the ground cracks beneath him. The onlooker's eyes widen in shock. It's Shaolin's ultimate defense technique, the diamond body. But then someone realizes that isn't the standard diamond body. It's the legendary, never-before-broken version from the Shaolin founder, the Diamond Aegis. Okay, I know what you're thinking, an unbreakable defense? Yeah, let's see how that holds up. Ziyun's entire body glows, but his voice is ice cold. You think you can poison me? He taunts Yeon-myeong. Even for the Shadow Venom Sword Dragon, breaking my Diamond Aegis is impossible. He's trying to provoke him, to make him give up the leader position. Yeon-myeong recognizes the cheap tactic and simply reaches into his coat to pull something out. A few days prior, at the Tang Clan estate, Luli's father had asked Yeon-myeong if he was sure about putting the alliance headquarters on Mount Qingcheng. He confirmed it. The place was abandoned and perfect. The man was saying they should buy up the whole area, but a voice suddenly cut in, Tang Yeon-myeong. All three of them turned to see who it was. Yeon-myeong was surprised. It was Mok In-chil, who bowed apologetically. My apologies for interrupting the meeting. He grinned, showing off his teeth while holding up a black box. But I couldn't wait any longer. I had to show you this. The sword god stared in awe at the white light glowing from inside. Huh? What is that? Even Luli's father had to adjust his glasses to get a better look. A magnificent short sword, he remarked. Yeon-myeong asked In-chil, have you named it yet? Yes, he replied. It glows with a white light and was forged with cold energy, so I named it Dragonhorn White Snow. And that is the very same white short sword that Yeon-myeong now draws. He's going to face the Diamond Aegis with a short sword? Just a short sword? Ziyun feels his pride has been completely trampled, and he explodes with rage. He rockets forward like a golden meteor. His massive, gleaming body appears right in front of Yeon-myeong. I'll make you taste true despair. The force of his punch is immense, sending a shockwave across the training ground. But then everyone freezes. Total silence. Yeon-myeong just blocked it with that tiny little sword. Ziyun can't believe his eyes. What? Yeon-myeong silently analyzes his opponent. So this is the internal energy of Shaolin, a purely positive, yang-based force. Interesting. With a flick of his wrist, he sends Ziyun's fist flying back. The golden aura around the monk's hand shatters into pieces. Ziyun stares in horror at his own hand. What? My energy was torn apart? Yeon-myeong recalls something the Dark Tassel leader wrote in his book. To defeat a school's martial arts, you must first break its very foundation. He grips his sword, thinking. Shaolin arts are Buddhist techniques based on the principle of forward flow. In that case, all he needs to do is sever the flow of qi. With that thought, he swings down again. Ziyun barely has time to react, throwing his arms up to shield his face from the ferocious attack. The crowd roars. Impossible! The energy of the Diamond Aegis is being shattered. In the crowd, a man in a black cloak from the Murim family watches with wide, disbelieving eyes. How? That sword technique. Ziyun collapses, falling to his knees in submission before Yeon-myeong. Ah, I admit defeat. I have lost. Behind the Murim family member, two others whisper in awe. Shaolin's ultimate defense was broken that easily? It seems the rumors about him killing the Dark Tassel leader are true. And with that, you and I just watched the legend get cemented in real time. Yonghui stares in awe, all his doubts gone. But how is it possible? How could the young master of the Tang Clan be this powerful? Yeon-myeong simply stands alone, watching the moon. A quiet voice calls out, Alliance Chief. He turns around. Yeon-myeong lets out a small cough, saying, hearing people call me that, it still feels a little strange. His subordinate sighs. Sir, you proved your power to everyone. You'll be hearing it a lot, so get used to it. He then adds, by the way, someone from the Murim clan wants to see you. Do you know them? Yeon-myeong is intrigued. The Murim clan, one of the families destroyed by the demonic lord? No, I don't know them. The subordinate pauses. Well, they said it's urgent. Something about a sword demon, a mighty physique, and the power-breaking core art. His eyes flash. What? In his study, Yeon-myeong comes face to face with Yonghui. You're the one who wanted to see me? The man calmly replies, yes. I am Murong Yonghui of the Murong clan. He bows deeply. I came unannounced because I have to ask you, Alliance Chief, about the sword style you used today. It belongs to the Sword Demon, hailed as the world's greatest swordsman 200 years ago. Now pay attention, because this is the moment the whole mystery starts to unravel. Yimyoung's gaze sharpens. You know about him? How? You don't have the mighty physique, yet you can use the power-breaking core art? Yonghui is stunned. You recognize my technique instantly? You have to be connected to the Sword Demon? He blurts it out. The Sword Demon. He was one of us, from the Murong clan. He was the clan head's illegitimate son, so everyone in the family looked down on him. However, before he even came of age, he mastered every single sword art we had, shocking everybody. The clan fractured, fighting over who would be the next heir. And the Sword Demon, who couldn't care less about the family, just up and left. 10 years later, he was famous all over the world under his new title. A few elders tracked him down, begging him to return, but he just said, "My sword art is not yet complete." Those were his last words before he vanished entirely. But the Muron clan never gave up looking. Eventually, we found his grave, marked Tomb of the Sword Demon. From then on, we, including me, started practicing the power-breaking core art from scrolls we found there. Yi-myung is confused. You all knew you would die before mastering it without the mighty physique, and you practiced it anyway? Yonghui clenches his fist. It's dangerous, but the training speed is insane. I couldn't stop. I believed the Sword Demon left a way to fix the flaw. But before I found it, the demonic lord attacked our clan. His voice trembles with rage. They didn't touch a single treasure. Instead, they tortured everyone before killing them as if they were searching for something. Then they took everything related to the Sword Demon's martial arts. This news shakes Yi-myung. Cut to a flashback. The demonic lord Ma Guangshan stands in a courtyard. Been a while. 10 years, he says. Of all the places I've attacked, only 5 great clans managed to survive. But today is different. Get ready. The Sword King, Namgung Jangchon, looks down from above with a low growl. Seems you haven't forgotten your last failure. You used fists then, but now you use a sword? The villain smirks. I've come to appreciate the finer points of swordsmanship. Plus, I've acquired a powerful new martial art. The Sword King scoffs. So after a measly 10 years with a blade, you think you can challenge me, the Sword King? Ma Guangchon is overflowing with arrogance. Of course. The Sword King is a worthy opponent. The Sword King versus the Sword Demon. Let's see whose sword style is truly superior. Zhang Chan gets into his stance. Come. 2 massive waves of energy collide, a perfect stalemate. Let's cut back to our guy, Yi-myung. And, yeah, I know what you're thinking. How does this tie back to him? He's wondering about Ma Guangchon, the man who stole the Sword Demon's arts. But why would he do it? As the young leader of the demonic cult, he already wields the heavenly demon divine art, their ultimate technique. Why would he bother with the Sword Demon's power? Yonghui nervously cuts through Yi-myung's train of thought, his voice hesitant. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have to ask one more time. What is your relationship with the Sword Demon? Yi-myung sighs. I've never met the man. When I was just a kid getting beaten up, a phantom sword appeared right in front of me. That's how it all began. Yonghui looks skeptical, but Yi-myung continues. It was probably just one of the techniques the Sword Demon left behind. A complete coincidence. But I saw the illusion of that blade and learned his martial art from it. Yonghui is still lost. But they say you can't learn it without the mighty physique, Alliance Chief. Are you saying you have that body type? Yi-myung shakes his head. No, I don't. I used my own Tang Clan's core art to perform the technique, so it was never the complete, perfect version. But in my fight with the Black Dragon Lord, I realized my clan's art could actually harmonize with the power-breaking core art, and because I'd reached the Transcendent Realm, it worked. A normal person could never replicate this. Yi-myung looks directly at Yonghui, his tone dead serious. You came here to find a fix for that flawed technique, but take my advice, give it up. Yonghui's shoulders slump in disappointment. Is that so? Yi-myung is lost in a memory. You know, in my past life, I never knew much about my master. It's wild that I'm learning his history like this. He remembers his master's hand on his. Before I held a sword, my life was meaningless. Therefore, I am only the Sword Demon. But you haven't found your own path. I will call you Yong. He gave me a name but never shared his. Even up to his death, he never revealed his true identity. Do you know the sword demon's real name? Turns out, in a crazy coincidence, his name was also Murong Yeonmyeong. Yonghui bows his head. I will take my leave. I will abandon this technique as you've advised. But Yeonmyeong's firm voice stops him. Wait. It seems fate brought us together. I can't just let you go. You want to master this art to get revenge on Ma Guangqiun, right? The righteous heavenly alliance exists to destroy the demonic cult. So why not join us and learn the sword art directly from me? Yeonmyeong smiles, his eyes practically glowing. Join the righteous heavenly alliance. I'll help you get the power you desire. Meanwhile, the Namgung clan lies in utter ruin. Zhongchon is on the ground, barely breathing. That day, he gasps, I shouldn't have let you get away. Ma Guangchon looks down at the dying man with a cold smirk. I only retreated because I didn't want to kill you with my fists. Still, the Sword King is the Sword King. You lasted longer than I thought. He turns away, his eyes like ice. The greatest obstacle in my path has finally been removed. The age of the demonic path is about to begin, and just like that, you and I just witnessed a major power player, the great Namgung clan, get wiped off the map overnight. All right, let's dive in. News of this new threat spreads like wildfire, from Huashan to Zhongnan, from Wudang to Shaolin, putting every righteous sect on high alert. The second he hears, the spear god Huang Huo rushes back to report to the alliance leader, who's in the middle of his training. The messenger is out of breath, but what he says makes our main character's face turn dead serious. Even his heavenly spirit can't help but feel a little uneasy. All right, let's drop into the war room, where the fate of the world is on the table. 2 major clans have been annihilated, and now even the 5 great houses are at risk. An elder speculates that dark forces have allied with the celestial demon lord, bringing more masters of the extreme demon realm into play. But as far as they know, all of the lord's extreme demon masters are stationed at Tamadao, 3 clans he established after crushing all opposition. Or more accurately, clans that willingly bent the knee to his overwhelming power. 2 of his top masters are there specifically to keep the Zhongnan and Huashan sects in check. Counting the celestial demon lord himself, that's at least 5 top-tier threats. But one elder disagrees, arguing the lord works alone, pointing to his mastery over gravity. Anyone who enters his domain, whether a master of the transcendent or extreme demon realm, would be crushed, unable to even move. Plus, he's the #1 swordsman under heaven, not someone you can just gang up on. In other words, only the celestial demon lord could have single-handedly defeated the Sword King. After hearing this, Yeonmyeong falls deep into thought. At least 5 extreme demon masters, plus the lord who took down the Sword King. The situation is beyond critical. Their original plan was to help the Kongtong and Kunlun sects, then join forces against the celestial demon lord. But with the front line stalled, maybe they should strike the lord first. The question is, can the other sects even hold out while they're busy with that fight? If they attack now, everything could spiral completely out of their control. How in the world do they allocate their forces? The room looks to their leader. Yeonmyeong opens his mouth to speak, but a terrified scream cuts through the air. A disaster. A man bursts in, leaving everyone stunned. And here's where things get really bad. His uniform is from the Kongtong sect. With their war against the demonic cult raging, what is he doing here? Yeonmyeong asks, is the leader of the Orthodox Alliance here? Yeonmyeong calms him down. I am. Take a breath and speak slowly. What happened to the Kongtong and Kunlun sects? The Taoist cries out, please save the Kongtong sect. Master Taihu and the Kunlun demon immortal have been poisoned. Yeonmyeong's heart drops as pure panic sets in. He remembers giving Kylan a pouch of pills. Kylan had asked what it was. Yeonmyeong explained it was one of the 10 great poisons, the killing insect flower, for dealing with the demonic cult's own extreme demon masters. Keep this from the 2nd and 5th elders, he had warned. Kylan was shocked, asking why. Yeonmyeong simply said that while they're quiet now, they're definitely scheming. He trusted the 1st elder because of a promise, but the others, not so much. So don't let the 10 great poisons. Yeonmyeong snaps back to reality, his voice laced with fury. What happened? What is the status of our forces supporting the Kongtong sect? His aura explodes, filling the room with pressure. Kylan feels a terrifying killing intent wash over him. Chungak climbs onto his shoulder, whispering, Master, your killing intent is too thick. Are you trying to suffocate him? Rein it in. If he came all this way begging for help, it's obviously not good news. Just listen to what he has to say first. Jin-myeong calms himself, takes a sip of tea, and apologizes. Can you explain in detail? Kylan stammers. Yes. The terrain of the Heavenly Mountains is treacherous, perfect for an ambush. The Tang Clan was covering our rear, but we suddenly lost contact. We went to check, and the entire Tang force had been wiped out. Only an extreme demon master could do that. Jin-myeong's face darkens. Jungkook just raises an eyebrow as if to say, See? Told you to listen to the whole story. He clenches his fist, telling himself to stay calm. He asks again, You're saying the Sword Immortal and the Demon Immortal were poisoned? Kylan continues, explaining that after the Tang Clan fell, the demonic cult launched their main assault. Two extreme demon masters, the left and right arms of the demonic cult's leader, entered the fray. To counter them, Master Taihu and the Kunlun Demon Immortal personally took the field. The pressure from these transcendent and extreme demon masters brought the entire battlefield to a standstill. The fight was evenly matched, but thanks to the masters' demon-subduing sword art, they were slowly gaining the upper hand. But right at that moment, the unexpected happened. An incident? Jin-myeong presses. Kylan explains that in the middle of this heaven-shaking battle, someone just walked right in. He called himself the Little Poison Demon, and with that, he poisoned both legendary masters. Okay, let's switch gears. We're jumping back to before the war, deep inside a demonic cult dungeon. Wen Quan is tied up, completely disoriented. He's wondering what the hell is going on. He was just supposed to get his arm treated. Are these cultists using his family's desperation to plot something else? The sound of footsteps catches his attention. A woman appears, her voice enchanting. You're the little one from the Tang Clan who wants his arm fixed, aren't you? Wen Quan. She gives a bewitching smile. A pleasure. I'll be the one treating you. Wen Quan is shocked. You're the famous demonic doctor? I never imagined you'd be such a young woman. Xiao Yuan sits down, touching his arm. What? You don't trust me because of that? Don't worry, I'll take good care of you. Your meridians are completely shattered. Normal methods are useless here. To be hated this much, you must have really ticked someone off. Wen Quan remembers. It's not someone else's hatred, it's his. His hatred for the one who stole the position that was rightfully his. As soon as this arm is healed, Xiao Yuan's voice cuts through his thoughts. Nope, not gonna work. We'll just have to cut it off. Then I'll reconnect the meridians and restore your martial arts. But your natural talent is a bit lacking. Patching it up won't make you any stronger. Cutting it off is the best way. Wen Quan panics. No way. I've worked so hard to get here. His voice trembles. Isn't there any other way? Xiao Yuan narrows her eyes. Well, it's not like there's nothing. If you learn demonic arts, not only can your arm be regenerated, but your poor talent can also be improved. Wen Quan immediately refuses. I am a member of the Orthodox Tang Clan. How can I learn demonic arts? He whispers, You're saying, if I just learn demonic arts, my arm can be fixed? Xiao Yuan smiles. Of course, not just any normal demonic art. I'm talking about the immortal divine demonic art. Master it, and you'll gain incredible regenerative powers. You wouldn't die even if your head was chopped off. Not only will your arm be restored, your entire body will become stronger. This art isn't for just anyone. Even within our cult, only a chosen few are qualified to learn it. He stammers, asking, What? What do I have to do? Xiao Yuan's reply is soft, but firm. Abandon the Tang Clan. He trembles. We already abandoned the Tang Clan long ago. She cuts him off. No, I'm talking about you. You must sever all ties with the Tang Clan, including your father and your grandfather. The cult cannot allow any loose ends that could sway your will. If you don't want to, I'll send you home right now. Make your choice. He's wavering, trembling as he asks, Will it really be healed? For the sake of revenge, he's endured so much. His chance is right in front of him. I've already abandoned the Tang Clan, he screams. So what's family worth keeping? I'll abandon it all. And there it is. The moment a man decides to trade his soul for a shot at power. Let's kick things off from the villain's perspective for a change, shall we? He stares at his mangled arm, thinking that the hidden energy from Taihoa's attack is stopping his regeneration. Normally, he would have regrown the limb and been back on the front lines by now. But without his special painkillers, the agony of regeneration would shatter his mind. The blood from his severed arm is toxic enough to kill most masters, but unfortunately that's the best he can do for now. Wen Quan chews on a pill, vowing to get stronger until he masters the undying fiend technique and reclaims the honor that was stolen from him. Just then, Xiao Yuan's enchanting voice congratulates him. Your arm is fully healed. I have to say, I'm surprised you had the aptitude for this dark art. The sect leader was right to let you practice the undying fiend technique. He glances at the iron bars restraining him, completely baffled. I can't believe a martial art like this actually exists. So this is the undying fiend technique. He turns to her and asks, thank you, but why am I locked up in here? Xiao Yuan turns back, a hint of something in her voice. Like I said, your talent isn't enough. The undying fiend technique might suit you, but at this level, it's basically useless. The true strength of this art is its ability to reshape the body without any side effects. You know, the founder of this technique, the immortal fiend himself, was once unrivaled in our sect. He even dared to challenge the sect leader's throne. What I'm trying to say is you also need to change your body to break past all your current limits. She pauses, then adds, oh, and by the way, don't even dream of copying him. In the end, he was still killed by the sect leader. Wen Quan looks confused. But didn't he master the art? He should survive even if he was decapitated. How is that possible? Xiao Yuan explains that the undying fiend technique is still at its core an art that uses demonic energy. And against our sect leader who can control all demonic energy, it's completely useless. He looks at her sitting beside him, blushing bright red. So what exactly are you planning to do to me? Xiao Yuan holds up 2 vials of deadly poison, her voice cold. Right now, your technique can only reattach severed limbs. In this state, you're nothing but a glorified punching bag. He stares at the vials, stammering, isn't that my grandfather's serpent's kiss poison? What are you going to do with it? Xiao Yuan just smiles. I told you, I'm going to help you change. And now for the fun part. She jams 2 needles into his pressure points, paralyzing him. The fastest way to master this art is through constant near-fatal injury. And I'm also going to fix that pathetic offense of yours. She uncorks the vial, biting her lip. Doesn't your clan have something called the state of the poison man? Reaching a level where your breath is toxic and a single drop of your blood can kill dozens. Now, I'm going to start you on this very poison. Even if it hurts so much you want to die, don't worry, you won't. By constantly being poisoned and regenerating, your body will adapt and take on the properties of the venom itself. She slowly pours the lethal poison into his mouth. Hold on until you become an immortal poison man. He chokes and spits out a mouthful of black blood that instantly corrodes the stone floor. He thinks to himself, damn it, my body still hasn't fully adapted to this stuff. Or maybe it never can. Every time he spits out this poison blood, the feeling of his guts twisting never gets easier to handle. A henchman runs up, calling out, Lord Poison Fiend. He turns around. What is it? The subordinate reports that thousands of people have been captured. We also caught some members of the Beggars Clan and the Kunlun sect trying to escape. How should we deal with them? He scowls. Prisoners? Whether they're from the Beggars Clan or Kunlun, their sects are about to be wiped from existence. They have nowhere to run back to, so how can you call them prisoners? He gives a simple, direct order. Kill them all. Anyone who stands against us doesn't get the hope of survival. In the Bakan forest, disciples of the Kongdong sect carry their 2 masters, fleeing through the trees. Shouts echo, urging them to run faster, because getting caught means certain death. The pursuers are closing in like hungry wolves, and at this rate, it's only a matter of time. Okay, I know what you're thinking. How bad is this new poison fiend? Well, let's find out. One of the men grinds his teeth, remembering how the battlefield changed the moment he appeared. He just hopes the news reaches Sichuan in time. Suddenly, he sees a dark figure up ahead and yells out, Great hero, Xuan Xiao, why are you stopping? They're right behind us. The man signals for them to go on. I'll hold them off. Brother, you and the Kunlun Taoists keep running. Xuan Xiao hesitates, calling out, Junior brother Yeon-myeong. A figure flashes past, and a glint of light slices through the pursuers' necks. Someone shouts, Wait, that flash of light. Xuan Xiao turns back, stunned with recognition. He's finally here. Yeon-myeong stands among the bodies, asking, Is everyone all right? Our reinforcements have arrived. Ju-yun and Taishu are on the ground, gasping for air. Yeon-myeong assesses the situation. The 2 seniors are in critical condition. I need to treat them immediately. Luckily, besides the poison, they aren't seriously injured. I'll start the detoxification now. Xuan Shao sighs in relief. Thank goodness the one who came to save us was the young master. Yeon-myeong mutters, then please hold them off until I'm finished. He looks up, recognizing the two leaders of the pursuit. Damn it, those are the twin envoys of the demonic cult. Yeon-myeong turns away, saying, I need about an hour. Please buy me some time. Xuan Shao panics. There's only the two of us. The female envoy? Sun Tai sneers. Detoxification? As expected from the Tang Clan. But do you really think we'll give you the time? She condenses her demonic energy into a blade, screaming, All of you die! Xuan Shao yells, Just 1 hour, I'll risk my life. Yeon-myeong says softly, Thank you, I'm counting on you. Another figure rushes forward, catching the twin envoy's hands, saying, 1 hour, I will do my best. Before Yeon-myeong left for Xinjiang, someone at the Righteous Sky Alliance headquarters asked, Are you not sending troops to Xinjiang? Yeon-myeong nodded. That's right. Splitting our forces would put us at a disadvantage. Think about it. If we send an army to Xinjiang, will we have enough people left to fight the demonic lord? The messenger kneels, worried. So we're just going to abandon the Kongdong and Kunlun sects? He stands up, resolute. Absolutely not. The Kongdong and Kunlun sects both have grandmasters. Losing them would be a huge blow to our morale and strength. Therefore, I will go to Xinjiang myself. He instructs, while I'm away, the Grand Strategist will command the entire Righteous Sky Alliance. Huo Yun worries, but if the Alliance leader leaves the battlefield, our morale will plummet. Huo Jing agrees. That's right. Besides, the leader is our strongest fighter. He contemplates. This is the best way to deal with both enemies without splitting our forces. Besides, the two seniors are poisoned. I have to go detoxify them. Master Ziyun speaks up. Then I will go with you. Although the Alliance leader's martial arts are profound, we must prepare for any surprises during the detoxification process. In the present, the old monk uses his diamond body technique to block the twin envoys' strikes, blasting them back with pure force. They retreat, shocked. Is that the legendary diamond indestructible body of Shaolin? Tan Tai just grins. As expected from the legendary Mount Tai, holding out for half an hour isn't going to be easy. Trong Tien adds with a grim look, not just that the other clans are fighting for their lives too. It's like they all believe that kid Tang Yeon-myeong can actually cure their two grandmasters. He turns, announcing first, we have to break his indestructible adamantine body. Buy me time, left protector. I'm charging my demonic chi. She looks confused. You're using that move? Fine. Tuvan roars, charging forward. Don't give them a single second. She immediately unleashes her hellish demonic river technique. The man's eyes glow as the demonic aura thickens. She taunts him. Come on, old man, I'll burn you all to ash. Meanwhile, Tang Yeon-myeong lays his hands on the masters. I've absorbed the poison, but their meridians are severely damaged. Especially Master Tai Hu, he won't be returning to the battlefield anytime soon. His face turns pale. This toxin, I hoped it wasn't, but it's corpse insect flower, one of the 10 great poisons. If our promise meant anything, the fourth elder couldn't have betrayed us. So then, was it them? Who is this poison demon? They say even the blood from Master Taihu's severed arm is teeming with the stuff. He frowns. Could they be working with the demonic cult to create poison-infused humans? I have a bad feeling. I need to heal these two, then get to Master Tuvan. A surge of demonic energy explodes. Now pay close attention. This is where it looks like it's all over for our heroes. A terrifying evil aura pours out from Tuvan like the breath of a monster. Trong Tien roars, I've pushed my demonic chi to its absolute limit, infusing this sword with the power of a war god. Do you really think your precious adamantine body can withstand this? He sneers as Tuntai attacks from the other side. They've got him pinned. Tuvan tries to stand his ground, but Trong Tien is already on him. Tang Yeon-myeong watches, screaming in despair. Master! He thinks frantically, damn it, the treatment is almost done. If I stop now, everyone is risking their lives for me. How can I just ignore them? Tuvan reassures him, just keep healing. I can handle this. He takes a stance. It's just one arm, old monk. I can take it. The villains just mock him. Only one arm? You say that like we're just going to stop there. They shout, that arm is just the beginning. Next, we'll burn you alive and tear you to pieces. A hidden figure watches, thinking, was I wrong? He's not a demonic practitioner, and yet I can feel a monstrous aura radiating from that sword. Another warrior gasped for air. Is the half hour not up yet? He stares at the endless swarm of enemies. Their numbers aren't going down at all. Master Tuvan is holding on with one arm, but he's clearly reaching his limit. His hands tremble. They're all exhausted after running all night, barely able to hold their swords. He pants. Is it almost time? Can we really last until the masters are cured? Just then, Tang Yeon-myeong steps forward. Fall back. From now on, I'll take care of this. The warrior's eyes widen. Tang Yeon-myeong, could it be? Tang Yeon-myeong calmly replies, I successfully detoxified them both, and it was faster than I expected. He grips his sword, all thanks to your fighting spirit. So now leave the rest to me. Tuvan blocks another one of Trong Tien's attacks. The villain is hyped. To think you can still fight after losing an arm? I'm impressed. Once I kill you, the morale of the Righteous Alliance will completely crumble. Tang Yeon-myeong appears, a blur of motion behind Tuvan. Trong Tien panics. What was that? All my subordinates were taken down in a single move. And yeah, I think you and I know what that means. Payback time. He yells a warning. Left protector, be careful. The boy calmly walks forward. I'm late. They stare in shock as Tuvan asks, You finished the detoxification already? Tang Yeon-myeong nods. Yes, thanks to you two buying me time. The villain's faces sink as Tuvan smiles faintly, looking at his lost arm without a shred of regret. Even if it cost me an arm, I don't regret it for a second, he thinks. Tang Yeon-myeong recalls the old master's words and feels a wave of shame. I misjudged the Tang Yeon-myeong No, the alliance leader. From now on, I will atone by wiping out every last demon. He looks at Tuvan with pure admiration. He's a man of incredible character and strength, yet he lost an arm before the real war has even begun. Such a waste, he thinks. The demonic cultivator's energy can't compare to the master's, so they must have something that nullifies Shaolin's holy techniques. Tang Yeon-myeong's face darkens, angry at himself for underestimating them. I swear I will never make such a foolish mistake in judgment again, he mutters. He gathers his toxic energy, his eyes cold, determined to get revenge. Gripping his sword, killing intent pours off him. Your lives aren't enough to pay for this. The force lights up as Tang Yeon-myeong attacks relentlessly. Tun Tai is in utter disbelief. How could the strongest members of our cult be cornered by some kid with a short sword? Trong Tien struggles to defend, shocked that a master like this existed in the righteous faction. Together they both scream, Who the hell is he? Tang Yeon-myeong unleashes a fatal strike, but they barely manage to dodge. Tun Tai pants, we can't beat him with normal moves. We need our ultimate techniques. She screams, let's see you handle this. Ultimate art, Hellflower Palm, Demonic Sunday. Trong Tien turns in horror. Left protector, are you trying to wipe out this entire area? Tang Yeon-myeong watches calmly, thinking, if that attack lands, this whole place will be turned into a wasteland. He swings his sword. A single wave of energy rips through her attack, shattering it instantly. Trong Tien's jaw drops while Tun Tai's body is completely obliterated. Who in the world is he? So, even the righteous faction has monsters like this? He sizes them up. A rare genius. The kind that appears only once in 1,000 years. The Tang Yeon-myeong. Tang Yeon-myeong's eyes narrow. I don't need to explain myself to men about to die, but I'll make an exception. I am the Tang Yeon-myeong of the Sichuan Tang Clan and the leader of the Heavenly Righteous Alliance. The man is stunned. This guy is the Shadow Toxin Dragon Sword. A single slash follows, and his head flies off. Tang Yeon-myeong turns to Tuvan. Master, is your arm okay? He laughs it off. Don't worry, this old monk has already stopped the bleeding. Besides, I think it was well worth it. I don't regret what you did. He smiles. You defeated the left and right protectors, severely weakening the demonic cult. Losing one of my arms is a small price to pay. Tang Yeon-myeong looks at him, his eyes full of regret. The master consoles him. Don't blame yourself too much. Saving the lives of those two seniors was far more important. Though he lost an arm, a ring of light now surrounds the wound, and a new limb made of pure battle spirit has appeared. As long as his will to fight evil remains, his power won't diminish. Tang Yeon-myeong let out a smile, feeling his resolve harden at those words. Even with his power drained, you gotta stick with me here. He's lucky to have an ally like Master Tuvan. He glances at the two corpses, noticing the unnatural aura still hasn't faded one bit. Normally when a life ends, that kind of energy is supposed to just scatter. Here, their murderous intent, Feels like it's been carved into the air. He decides then and there that energy has to be cleansed before they leave. He turns to Tuvan, asking him, Master, can you handle it? Tuvan replies cheerfully, the cleansing arts of the Shaolin Temple hold the power to purify all taints. I can easily erase this pathetic demonic aura. He kneels, placing a hand on his blade. All right, let's end this quickly and head home, but suddenly Thonjok appears with a sharp warning. Kid, stop that old geezer before he touches it. The aura isn't from the bodies, it's coming from the sword. The words barely leave his mouth before the dark energy lunges forward, aiming to consume Tuvan whole. Tang Yeon-myeong reacts instantly, grabbing the master and shoving him clear. He slashes at the vile aura with his own blade, then spins back around, worried. Master, are you all right? The old man stammers his thanks. But a loud noise makes him turn. His pure energy attack did absolutely nothing. Tuvan is horrified. The moment my Buddhist energy touched that sword, that demonic aura, it's a powerful mass of pure resentment, the power to slay a Buddha. What is that thing? Suddenly, the energy writhes and morphs as they watch in horror. It's taking shape. Thonjiak appears. I had my suspicions, but now I am absolutely sure. Tang Yeon-myeong demands, what is it? And here's the reveal, folks. A chimimorio, it explains. These things are not your typical cannon fodder. If resentment gathers over a long time and takes form, that's just a normal chimimorio. This thing, it's hundreds, maybe thousands of years of hatred, all sealed into that sword. In other words, this is a man-made monster. Aside from a few special cases, the only ones who control creatures like this as familiars are the forbidden Fangshi sorcerers. Even those Fangshi were strictly forbidden from creating these things through force. However, occasionally some psycho breaks the taboo, gathering resentment to create one. Tang Yeon-myeong struggles to grasp it. So you're saying someone in the demonic cult is carrying on the Fangshi bloodline? That taboo breaker's creation. Tang Yeon-myeong faces the monster as it lets out a freakish laugh. It lunges, swinging a clawed hand, but he manages to parry just in time. He grips his blade, striking the monster again and again. But he realizes it instantly. The creature feels absolutely no pain. It's probably because its very soul is formed from pure hatred. Worse, while it's immune to physical attacks, it can still counter with brutally powerful techniques. Thonjak chimes in, it's obvious you can't hurt it. That monster is nothing more than a clump of pure resentment. How about I handle this one for you? Tang Yeon-myeong is confused. You have a way? Thonjak just flashes a sinister smile. You seem to have forgotten who I am. I am a demon who has lived for over 1,000 years. All at once, a thick fog rolls in, blinding everyone. The monster inside it seems more terrifying than ever. Tang Yeon-myeong gives the order. Too many eyes are watching. Finish this quickly. Thonjak looks at him and nods. Fine. His gaze turns cold and piercing. For a newborn, your fighting style isn't half bad. Better than your average demon. But you're no match for me. I've been cultivating my power for over 1,000 years. I'll devour you whole and turn you into my nutrients. And with that, Thonjak opens his mouth and swallows the monster whole. Yep, we both just saw that happen. He ate it. Everyone rushes over, worried. Alliance leader, are you okay? He waves it off. I'm fine. Immediately, the praise begins. Of course! That fog was one of your secret techniques. He scratches his cheek. Something like that. Tuvan, still confused, asks, by the way, what in the world did the demonic cult create? I've never seen such a terrifying creature. Our main character explains calmly, this probably isn't the last of them. So, for safety's sake, Master, could you lead everyone back first? The old man is shocked and worried. Are you planning to enter the demonic cult's headquarters alone? You can't do that, Alliance leader. We already struck a huge blow by killing their guardian. That's enough. But he insists that thing was a demon. Normal attacks are useless against it. As you all saw, I had to use a special technique to defeat it. It seems someone in the cult is creating demons. A man stammers, so if there are more? The MC replies, their main force is still very strong. Besides, we still don't know the real identity of the little poison demon. If he's really connected to the Tang clan, I have to deal with this myself. He continues, it sounds reckless, but with the cult's main forces weakened right now, this is the perfect chance to deal them a fatal blow. Tuvan slams his staff down. I understand, Alliance Leader, but even with your incredible power, you are our leader. Please be careful. He turns with a small smile. I will return with good news. With that, he leaps and vanishes. Tuvan just scoffs. Humph. Not like he'd listen to me anyway. Who in the entire demonic cult can even harm him? Let's just tend to our wounded and head back home. Despite his words, he can't help but worry. It's not just the cult leader. There are so many monsters there. But I have to trust him. Please, Alliance Leader, come back safe. Xinjiang, the headquarters of the Heavenly Demon Cult, a voice announces, the little poison demon has arrived. Wenton strides confidently into the hall. Tiu Duyen greets him. Congratulations on your great victory. He sees the demon doctor smiling. Now you've truly become a demon man. The demon poison Yang Clan head is also very proud of you. And hey, shouldn't you be calling him father now? Days earlier, after reaching the Poison Man realm, the demon doctor brought him to meet the Yang Clan head. Go greet your father, he said. This is the Yang Clan head, our cult's main sponsor. From now on, he will be your guardian. Dung Wentuan bows his head. Dung Wentuan pays his respects, thank you. The Yang Clan head immediately stops him. No, that's not right. Didn't you renounce the Tang Clan? You can't use that surname anymore. I will adopt you. From now on, you are Yang Wen. Dung Wentuan bows his head. Yes, father. The Yang Clan head laughs heartily. Excellent. I've never had a child, and now I have such a powerful son. I am truly delighted. Dung Wentuan bows. Thank you for adopting me. Mayeja scoffs. A rather dull response. Anyway, with a victory this big, the cult leader will definitely reward you. What do you want? He says, seriously, I want to learn a movement technique. I want to join the pursuit squad and earn more glory. Ma Wai narrows his eyes. A movement art is fine, but why not something else? Our library is full of them. For example, the original scroll for the reverse blood demon art. His eyes widen in shock. The reverse blood demon art. I've heard of it. And trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. It's the same technique the demon god Quan Tian used in his last attack, a demonic art that explodes a user's potential, multiplying their power for a short time. But it's risky. If your internal energy runs out, you die. Our boy just smiles. For a normal person, sure. But for someone who's mastered the immortal demon god art, what happens if you mix those two? He's actually pretty curious himself what would happen if you combine two clashing martial arts. Just then, the army's strategist appears, saying he's here to check on troop deployment. Our guy thanks him for his hard work. Zhug continues, saying thanks to his quick arrangements, they were able to mobilize over 200 men in just a few days. The Yang Clan leader asks if he's met the Alliance leader and Master Ziyun yet. He means the people from Kunlun. Our hero looks down, no clue. I just hope they make it in time. Zhug continues his analysis. If the Alliance leader can heal those two masters and get them back in the fight, the Righteous Alliance will have 6 masters at the demigod level. Meanwhile, the demon god Quan Tian only has his 5 demonic poles. If they can just hold the line, the pressure will ease up significantly. Before the Alliance leader returns, they just need to contain the enemy and save their strength. However, the strategists have no idea that not only will they have to wait a long time to see their leader again, but that he's about to cause a world-shaking incident right in the demon cult's home turf, the Tian Shan Mountains. Van Tone stands below, listening intently as Teo Dakma speaks. Your contributions, along with the left and right emissaries, were huge. Thanks to you, our cult is one step closer to conquering the Central Plains. Huyen Dian, the man on the throne, surrounded by a sinister aura, finally speaks. Merit must be rewarded. It's only proper. And here we go, pay attention now. His eyes glint. Tell me, what do you want? Van Tone is sweating bullets. It's his first time meeting the sect leader, and Huyen Dian looks nothing like he imagined. Even at rest, the demonic energy rolling off him is absolutely terrifying. Van Tone speaks up, I want the true manual for the reverse blood demon art. Huyen Dian is surprised, his face hardening. The true reverse blood demon art. He shifts his posture, propping a leg up on the throne before lying down completely, hand on his chin. The true version, you say? He sighs. With your understanding of the immortal demon god art, you wouldn't seek this out by chance. It seems that woman Man Yi told you something. Do you really think that your immortal body can just ignore the consequences of the reverse blood art? He flashes a predatory grin, his eyes filled with a twisted curiosity. Ha, that curiosity. It's Man Yi's most charming trait. Fine, I'll be direct. The true manual for the reverse blood demon art doesn't exist. Vantone is stunned, his eyes wide. Huyen Dian continues. The reverse blood art is just a technique that uses a portion of your tainted blood to stimulate your demonic chi and unlock your potential. If you risk it all and use your entire tainted blood supply like the immortal demon god did, well, that is the true version. Vantone gets anxious, but from what I've learned, before he can finish, he feels something and freezes in terror. A horrifying pressure crushes his body, pinning him in place. He panics. This is it, the heavenly demon god art that Mang Yi warned him about. Huyen Dian raises a hand. Are you scared? I figured letting you experience it firsthand would be faster. He snaps his fingers and the immense pressure slams into Vantone's stomach, causing agonizing pain. Vantone coughs violently while Huyen Dian remains perfectly calm. Your own demonic chi is now running wild at my command. If this continues, you will self-destruct from chi deviation. Vantone writhes under the pressure, tears and saliva streaming down his face, his muscles spasming grotesquely. Huyen Dian explains, the heavenly demon god art is a secret technique that allows one to control demonic chi. Once mastered, the user can control every strand of demonic chi in the vicinity, thereby holding the life of every demon user in the sect in the palm of their hand. Okay, I know what you're thinking, but get this. Vantone suddenly hears a piece of information that shocks him. There was one person who escaped the control of this art, the immortal demon god. And yet, that man's body was completely unharmed. In fact, after his power erupted, he became an uncontrollable, immortal monster. Vantone struggles to his feet, asking, so, what happened to the immortal demon god? According to Man Yi, the sect leader at the time killed him. Huyen Dian speaks up. I didn't explain this clearly to her. He abused the reverse blood art so much that his immortal potential was pushed to its absolute limit. In the end, he couldn't control his own regeneration and completely annihilated himself. He continues the warning. If you master the immortal demon god art and then unleash the reverse blood art to its extreme, you will have the true version, but you can't unlock all the tainted blood gates of the technique by yourself. To gain power equal to the immortal demon god, you must go through the process. For him, someone who hadn't perfected the art, only death could bring him close. Do you still wish to learn it? Yes, my lord. He thinks to himself, if I can get stronger, I'll get my revenge on that man. I don't care how many times I have to die. Vantone gives a wicked smile. Please grant me the true reverse blood demon art. Sunlight shines down on the military tents. The strategist Jug frowns, feeling that something is very wrong. He's staring at the map, at a region where the demon god Quan Tian had been attacking martial arts families. But recently, total silence. He wonders if the enemy was seriously injured fighting the Sword King. If not, why so quiet? Just then, a man rushes in. Strategist, sir, we have a major situation. The old strategist is surprised, wondering what's going on. Why would Nok Duong be in such a panic? Hoa Kin stands at the entrance, panting for breath. Reporting! We have movement from the demonic. The old man is stunned, his eyes bulging. They're attacking Shaolin? A group of monks stands before the temple, facing a man holding a sword. A monk roars, you dare trespass here? You think you can touch Shaolin, which is protected by the imperial family, and live to tell the tale? The man, Trongkash, just smirks. The monk continues his warning. If you persist, this won't just be a crime against the martial world, but a crime against the entire nation. Trongkash gently cuts him off. You really think so? The monk is confused. What? Trongkash raises his sword, speaking with delight. It seems to me our great emperor values his own safety and interests, far more than his faith in Buddhism. You, what did you say? One slash from Trongkash, and the entire group of Shaolin monks is annihilated? Not a single complete body is left. He speaks calmly. The imperial family and the martial alliance. None of them are coming to help you. He smiles wickedly. And even if they did, it would be pointless. As of today, no monk will survive to see the moon again. His subordinates roar in unison, slaughter them all. The old man, holding the report, is trembling. Could it be? Did the imperial palace really decide to abandon Shaolin? He turns and shouts, "Njok Duong, assemble the troops immediately! We're going to Shaolin, even if we're late!" Njok Van steps in, cutting him off. That's impossible. The old man looks at him, confused. "Master Njok Van, who is that next to you? And you and I are about to meet a new player." The Sword Saint, standing beside Nok Van, answers coldly, "I am the Sword Saint. You're supposed to be at the dojo. Why are you here?" The general shot back. "Is that your strategist?" I'll repeat myself. No troops can be sent to Shaolin. Rak Jiol demanded, "What did you just say? Are you telling us that even the Heavenly Alliance wants us to abandon Shaolin?" All right, let's dive in. An elder reveals he never wanted war, but the Heavenly Demon Sect and West Shanxi forces are on the move. The others are stunned. He just confirms their worst fears. That's right, the Heavenly Demon Sect and the three demonic clans are pulling the strings. West Shanxi has already declared the Great War between the righteous and demonic factions. In a lavish estate, the First Lady's voice drips with venom, announcing the long wait is finally over. She calmly sips tea, preparing for war, as the demonic young lord listens to her every word. My dear boy has longed for this day. He believes only a grand achievement will make his father finally notice him. The First Lady's eyes narrow. This war is more than a bloodbath. It's the final contest to decide which of the three young masters will be the next heir. The head guardian takes a sip of tea, his gaze confident. That title of heir. It is reserved for my son, is it not? As the heavenly demon's right-hand man, I've served him faithfully. Is my loyalty not enough to put your mind at ease? He smiles, his voice gentle but laced with menace. A mother naturally worries for her child. I just want a straight answer. The guardian replies bluntly. The third Tang Yeon-myeong is simply on another level compared to the other two. If he pulls off a major victory in this war, his position as the successor will be set in stone. But she's still not satisfied. And what about his actual accomplishments? The guardian's voice turns to ice. Annihilating the West Shanxi sects, specifically Huashan and Zhongnan, is the only path for him to become the next heavenly demon. The Heavenly Demon Sect has already hit the Shaolin Temple, while the Imperial family conveniently declares they're staying out of it. Meanwhile, the Hua clan, a major demonic family, holds its war ceremony. The martial world descends into chaos. Again, reading the reports, the strategist just sighs. All of this in a single day? In a situation like this, where do we even begin? Tang Yeon-myeong, no, Alliance leader, you must return now. The Righteous Alliance desperately needs you. Meanwhile, Jin Myung is pushing his way through a desert. This is Xinjiang? No water. Not a single tree. This is easily the most brutal land I have ever seen, Chonggak remarks. Indeed, they call this place the Taklamakan, a wasteland of death. Long ago, the shadowless guest and I defeated the evil dragons that ruled this place. The aftermath of our battle turned this whole region into a desert. Divine or evil, all dragons possess innate energy that lets them control the five elements. The Azure Dragon commanded lightning, while the others mastered different elements. The Earth Dragon, master of the Earth attribute, basically sucked all the life force from this land during its final battle with the shadowless guest. To stop it, ancient sorcerers created a massive sealing formation, and here's the question you and I are asking. If the dragon is dead, why is the seal still here? Chonggak seems just as confused. I'm not sure. But one of the sorcerers argued against removing it, saying it would directly harm the people living here. A sorcerer from the demonic cult, known as the Heaven Defier. And yeah, despite being from the cult, his power dwarfed every other mage of his time. In fact, you could say he built this entire magical formation by himself. Even the legendary Shadowless Guest didn't dare challenge him. But this guy had his own twisted agenda. Unlike other mages who leveled up through practice, he leveled up by enslaving demons and monsters to be his underlings. With a level that high, he could act against nature and still dodge heavenly punishment. In other words, he used forbidden magic freely. So if you find his work, be careful. Chonggak angrily bites his head. Hey, I'm not worried for you, I'm worried for me. If you die, my soul is bound to yours, which means I die too. Jin Myung just sighs. All right, fine, whatever you say. He drags the spirit across the vast dunes, wondering, why is this desert so damn big? A figure appears, blocking his path. Slow down. Yeon-myeong glares with a warning. I will say this one more time. Stay within 3 steps of me. No exceptions. He stares forward intently. I followed the cult leader many times to find the blood fiend divine art. We are entering the desert's edge. Then, suddenly, the world around him begins to warp, and he no longer knows where he is. He scans the cliffs nervously. Is this a formation? Yeon-myeong's dark voice echoes through the silence. We're almost there. He turns and freezes, a colossal door in a desert. And, yeah, I know what you're thinking. It's about to get much weirder. From his sleeve, he pulls a talisman and slaps it on the door. It instantly bursts into flames, and the heavy gate grinds open, sending a tremor across the entire desert. Vantone peers inside, blinded by a flash of light. On the other side of the gate is a completely different world. Strange alien plants appear before his eyes. He had studied poisons and knew most herbs, but these species left him completely stunned. Yeon-myeong leads him inside. This is my personal training ground. He turns to Vantone, his voice dead serious. Only the blood successor of the first cult leader has the right to open and close this gate. That means, in here, absolutely no one can interfere with your training. So, focus, get stronger. When you and the emissaries reach the peak of demonic arts, our cult's power will be absolute. Vantone drops to his knees, bowing his head in thanks for this honor. Yeon-myeong gives a smug smile, then commands, All right, appear. Instantly, a towering figure materializes before them. Yeon-myeong smiles at the new arrival. Long time no see, Pangrok. Pangrok bows low. Greetings, Supreme One. Vantone stares in shock, thinking, What is that thing? That, Yeon-myeong explains, is a hollow mask. Pangrok looks down at Vantone. It seems I will be assisting in your training, sir. Yeon-myeong turns back to Vantone. While you train, Pangrok will see to your needs. He gets closer, asking one last time, Have you changed your mind? Vantone is firm. I have not. Yeon-myeong nods. Good. Without warning, he unleashes the heavenly demon's divine power, injecting pure demonic energy into Vantone's body. Vantone screams in agony, his eyes rolling back as his entire body seizes up. He thinks, What the hell is this? The pain is nothing like when my chi rampaged before. His body begins to twist and deform as he collapses, screaming. Yeon-myeong just laughs cruelly at his contorted body. The immortal divine demon survived this. I'm sure you will manage to overcome it as well. I expect great things from you. He steps outside, seals the door, and it slams shut. He walks away without looking back. Jin-myeong stands in the desert, staring in shock, as Chonggak's voice confirms, That's it. A massive formation materializes in the sand, the earth-sealing counterflow dragon array, and trust me, our hero just walked into a very, very big problem. Yeon-myeong peers down, a deep suspicion rising. He could feel a bizarre energy flowing from the formation below. And, apparently he wasn't the only one. Chonggak's eyes pierced through the array, revealing thousands of vengeful souls buried within, along with hundreds, maybe thousands, of demons lurking in the dark. So, the theory was right. They were feeding on the residual energy of the earth ley lines. All part of that heaven-defying freak's plan, using an army of ghouls as batteries to store power. Absolutely no scruples. Yeon-myeong stared down at the formation, his mind racing. He had expected thousands of them, but this was way beyond his calculations. He recalled the last fight. If these things were also immune to physical attacks, this cleanup was going to be a massive headache. He glanced at Chonggak, who was practically drooling, and smirked. If you ate all of them, you'd level up in no time. Chonggak's eyes lit up as he nodded. Maybe I should do just that. But he hesitated, asking again, Are you really going to let me do this? Yeon-myeong's reply was simple. I'm not a specialist in demons and ghouls, so I don't know much about them. With your power, this shouldn't be a problem. Right? Chonggak was stunned. He never expected his master to agree so easily. Good then, Yeon-myeong said calmly. Crossing that massive desert has drained both my internal energy and my stamina. I need a place to rest and meditate for a day before facing the demonic cult. I'll allow you to reveal your true form. Just finish it quickly and come back. Chonggak was thrilled. I know! His body began to shift, growing immense and powerful. He looked down at Yeon-myeong and gave him a tip. I'd advise you to head north, toward the desert's edge. There's a village there. I'm off. With that, Chungok plunged into the earth, discovering countless talismans buried deep within the soil. He wondered, what is this powerful energy radiating from them? He shot downwards and realized, it's not my masters. This is the aura of demons and ghouls. His golden eyes snapped open. Intruder alert. A massive wolf-like beast rose to its feet, its icy gaze fixed on him. It was the four-eyed divine hound, guardian beast of the heaven-defying dragon seal. It let out a roar, its terrifying face creating an invisible pressure. It doesn't matter who you are, all intruders must be punished. Chungok followed the ley lines down into a deep forest. Now this was strange. A dense, thriving forest? Underneath a desert? Perhaps the land's spiritual energy had been trapped by the formation for so long it created this. Then he spotted something else, a deep pit. Chungok slowly slithered down, stopping right at the edge of the chasm. He stared into its depths, sensing countless strange energies, suspecting that all the ghouls might be sealed here. He analyzed it carefully. If he could absorb all this energy, he might just break through to the next realm. Suddenly his eyes shot wide open as he sensed another presence. The divine hound launched itself out of the pit, landing before Chungok, its massive claws digging into the earth. From its towering height, it glared down with a challenging gaze. You dare set foot in this place? I don't know how you found your way here. The hound's growl and ferocious face created an immense pressure, but all trespassers must be eliminated. Chungok stared back, sensing the overwhelming power of a supreme-level master. But then the hound paused, its eyes filled with confusion. Wait a second. You look a little familiar. Aren't you the white serpent Chungok, the subordinate of the shadowless wanderer? Chungok stiffened. So, you recognize me. The hound sneered. That's right. Back when the shadowless wanderer ran rampant, I saw you. I thought when he died, you would have faded away with him. I can't believe you're still alive and still just someone's tool. And you dare come here alone? What's your purpose? Chungok was enraged. Tool? You dare look down on me? He coiled his body tightly around the hound, his voice filled with fury. You dare call me a tool? Chungok tightened his grip, roaring with pure hatred. The two colossal beasts began their battle, with Chungok screaming, You're nothing but a gatekeeper for a bunch of trash. So, while that epic kaiju battle is getting started, you and I are about to see what our main character is up to. The scene shifts to a village northeast of the Tower of Ultimate Demonic Joy. Yeon-myeong is sitting calmly. He sat cross-legged, hands on his knees, eyes closed. It's simple, but it's a place to rest. I wonder how Chungok is doing. He continued his thoughts. I'll let him handle it for now, but sooner or later, I have to face these ghouls myself. Their essence is resentment. If I can infuse my sword with an intent stronger than resentment. A frail, elderly voice startled him from his thoughts. My lord, this humble one has brought you a meal. Yeon-myeong opened his eyes to glare at the man. I remember telling you not to disturb me. The old man trembled. My apologies, this lowly one forgot. Yeon-myeong closed his eyes and sighed. Fine. Just leave it there and go. The man whispered, Yes, my lord. Then he cautiously asked, will my lord require a servant for the night? Yeon-myeong's eyes snapped open, and he stared daggers at him. No. My deepest apologies. Yeon-myeong recalled the ridiculous events from when he'd first arrived. All I did was ask for a place to rest. I didn't expect them to treat me like the son of some great demonic cult leader. All the villagers bowed low, not daring to even look him in the eye. He mused to himself, I suppose there's no need to reveal I'm from the Central Plains. But lately, their reverence has become excessive, and it's starting to bother me. Another voice called out, making Yeon-myeong look towards the door with an annoyed expression. My lord, are you in there? He turned his head, his eyes filled with suspicion. What is it now? Seeing the figure of Jang Sen-il outside the door, he frowned slightly. It's you. The man nodded. The moment I saw you at the gate, my lord, I recognized you. You are a member of the Tang Clan, are you not? Yeon-myeong suddenly remembered. Jang Sen-il. Years ago, back when the Black Slaughter Alliance was active, he was a martial artist for a demonic clan. One time, while he was away, the Alliance's men humiliated his son, who then took his own life out of shame. Jang Sen-il, filled with rage, sought revenge, but for that he was hunted across the land, forced to flee to this remote region. He sighed. I still have a daughter because of the wanted order. I wanted to ask about the situation back home. If the order has been lifted, I want to go back and find my daughter. Yeon-myeong looked at him with sympathy. I don't know what you did, but the faction in your homeland was destroyed along with the Black Slaughter Alliance. Your wanted order is meaningless now. Jang Saniel was stunned. What? The Black Slaughter Alliance was destroyed? Who? Who did it? Yeon-myeong confidently replied, I did. He immediately realized his mistake that could cause unnecessary trouble. He quickly corrected himself. Some high-level master from the righteous path. Jang Saniel's eyes filled with tears of joy. Ah, is that so? He bowed repeatedly before Yeon-myeong. Thank you for this news, my lord. Now I can finally go home and find my daughter. Yeon-myeong then asked about the strange village he was in. Look, this village doesn't seem very prosperous, yet they're treating me with this level of reverence. Is there another reason? Jang Saniel stammered. It's probably because of the divine pill. It's a medicine distributed by the heavenly demon divine cult. The more tribute you offer, the more pills you receive. The model, this stuff, the divine elixir, is dangerously potent. Once you're hooked, there's no going back. The guy explains that the villagers thought he was a high-level cultist and tried to suck up to him for more. Apparently, in a wasteland like this, cult members pop up every now and then for that exact purpose. Jin-myeong listened, thinking to himself, even in this god-forsaken land the Martial Alliance can't reach, someone's brazenly pushing addictive drugs and harming citizens? The guy continued, anyway, if your lordship wants to pass as a young master of the cult, but before he could finish, a sound from the distance grabbed their attention. What was that? The village's emergency bell. Seon-il calmly explained, it's the alarm bell. If it rings like that, it means one thing, bandits are coming. Sure enough, a horde on horseback was stampeding towards the village. Jin-myeong frowned. Bandits are showing up while I'm here? A frantic voice called from outside. My lord, are you in there? An old man pointed into the distance, his face a mask of terror. My lord, you heard the bell, didn't you? There are about 50 of them heading this way. He spotted Seon-il, surprised. Seon-il? You're here too? Jin-myeong stood up. I summoned him for questioning. So bandits, you say? The old man urged. Yes, the village has a hiding place. Please follow us. Jin-myeong's temper flared. Do you honestly think I'd run from a pack of thieves? The old man panicked. No, that's not what I meant. Jin-myeong's glare was ice. Take me to them. Immediately. He then stood in front, shielding the villagers as the bandits laughed at the newcomer. He's not from around here. So where'd you crawl out from? Jin-myeong just stared them down calmly while the villagers watched, a mix of pure fear and simmering rage on their faces. He remembered Seon-il's warning from earlier. My lord, if you fight the bandits, tell them you're a member of the demonic Poison Yang family. Jin-myeong was confused. The Yang family? Seon-il had explained they were the poison specialists of the demonic cult. If you use poison, no one will bat an eye. Jin-myeong had nodded. All right then, we'll go with that. He turned back to the bandits and declared, I am the young master of the demonic Poison Yang family. The leader sneered. The Yang family? A young master in this hellhole? The man taunted him, clearly not buying it. If that's true, then let's see some divine elixir. Prove you're the real deal. Jin-myeong awkwardly fumbled inside his robes, realizing he was trapped. The leader grinned, thinking he'd hit the jackpot. Time to take him hostage and force the sect to hand over a stash of elixir. But watch closely, this is where a greedy fool's plan goes completely sideways. Just then, a noise from behind made the leader whip his head around. His men were already on the ground, unconscious. He choked out, What the? Jin-myeong casually dropped a poison vial, muttering, How bizarre. I was told I needed to rest and circulate my energy, yet one idiot after another keeps interrupting me. And what a coincidence, right as the bandits arrive. The sheer pressure from Jin-myeong sent a wave of fear through the bandits. His voice was cold steel. Who was it? Who was the rat that sent for you? Speak up, unless you want to feel a world of pain. Seon-il watched, his face ashen. They're going to die without even knowing what hit them. My lord did this? I knew his skills were insane, but I never imagined this level. The bandit leader's face contorted in rage, veins popping on his forehead. I didn't even plan on killing anyone. Jin-myung immediately tensed. Was this guy hiding his true power? And then the man collapsed to his knees, slamming his forehead into the dirt. Even his horse gave him a look of pity as he wailed, "Please spare my worthless life. I'll tell you everything." Okay, let's pause for a second. You and I both know a confession is coming, but who's the real villain here? The bandit starts spilling. My lord, just like you guessed, someone tipped us off. He pointed straight at the old man behind him. It was him, the village chief. The chief's face went white. As the crowd gasped, he shrieked, pointing back at the bandit. "No! This is slander! He's lying!" How could I possibly do something like that? Kill him! Silence the man who dares to frame me. But the bandit wasn't backing down. "You sly old fox! You were the one who told us a naive young master was here, then hatched a plan to kill him and steal his money and elixirs, wasn't it?" He kept on talking. "My lord, the chief and I have a long history. We've robbed cult followers like this plenty of times. Whenever a merchant passed through, he'd send word, we'd steal the goods, and then we'd cut the old man his share. Turns out the village chief was just a greedy old trader. If he'd used any of that stolen wealth for the village, it wouldn't be the ruin it is today. If you don't believe me, search his house. I swear you'll find treasure piled to the ceiling." Exposed, the chief still tried to bluster. "Kaon Jung-gyol, you dare." The villagers immediately turned on him. "Chief, is it true? You knew how poor we all were." The chief stood frozen, surrounded by his own people. Their fury finally boiled over. "How could you lie to us all this time? The young patrollers who died fighting bandits. Was that your fault too?" They seethed with hatred. "You traitor! How many times have you led these monsters here to rob us?" Terrified, the old man just sobbed. "No, it's not true, no!" Jin-myeong flicked his finger, and a single poison needle embedded itself in the chief's head. The man was still trying to justify himself. "I only did it so this village could survive." He collapsed to the ground. Jin-myeong looked disgusted, revolting. The chief's body withered instantly. The bandit leader realized the speed of that feather needle. It's impossible to see. "So that's what took down my men." A wave of panic hit him. Wait a second. Since when does the demonic Poison Yang family use the feather needle technique? Hold on. Could he be? The bandit looked up in absolute terror. "Are you really from the Yang family?" "From the Sichuan." But before he could finish the name, another needle silenced him for good. As the leader fell, Jin-myung looked down at him. "You're a sharp one. Too bad you didn't pretend to be stupid." His voice was a cold confirmation that every word the bandit said was true. He walked over to Sian-il, his eyes glancing over the pile of stolen goods. Tossing his cloak over his shoulders, he said coolly, "This should be enough for the villagers to relocate and start new lives." Sian-il stammered, "But my lord, you're the one who defeated them." Jin-myung just waved it off. "Don't worry about it. I have no use for this stuff." He thought to himself that the mountain of gold back at the Hidden Truth Lotus cult made this look like pocket change. He really didn't need a cut. Seeing the villagers hurriedly packing, he asked, "So, all of you are really leaving?" Sionil nodded. "Yes. With the bandits gone, we can buy land in the Central Plains and go back to farming." He added with a smile, "It's all thanks to you, my lord. Because of you, I can finally go back and find my daughter." Jin-myung held out a small red pouch. "Take this. You know, after all that, you'd think he'd be done." But he holds out the bag and explains, "I've prepared some poison-tipped feather needles, just in case you meet more bandits on your journey." Sionel was stunned. "My lord, you are too thoughtful. I don't know how I can ever repay you." Suddenly the man calls out, "Ah, my lord, are you from the Sichuan Tang family?" Tang Yeon-myeong replies instantly, "Yes, I am Tang Yeon-myeong, the young master." And trust me, that answer sends a shiver down everyone's spine. They knew he wasn't just some nobody. All right, let's dive into this. Our main character is wondering why his subordinate Han hasn't returned yet. He trusted him, so what could possibly have gone wrong? Looking ahead, he decides he has no choice but to check things out himself. Meanwhile, Four Eyes gets blasted away, its head nearly vaporized as it crashes, motionless. The white serpent stands over it, eyes filled with pure killing intent. Its other form, Qingzhou, is slowly losing its sanity. It's because of the soul link, the connection between a master and their shikigami. It lets Jingming and Qingju share thoughts, but it has one nasty side effect. If they're too far apart, the Shikigami goes feral. Meanwhile, deep inside the Wudikang prison, the ancient sealed demons all look up at the sky in unison. They'd sense the death of the four-eyed guardian, the jailer of Wudikang. And right after, they feel an immense power descending from above. In a dark cavern, a berserk snake demon spews venom everywhere. Any low-level demons that touch the toxic mist are instantly annihilated. They know death by that snake is just a matter of time, so their only option is to devour each other to get stronger. It's the simple law of survival every demon abides by. The monsters slam into each other in a chaotic free-for-all. A black Keelin stomps a giant toad into a pulp, then moves on. Radiating killing intent, it roars that it won't let anyone get ahead of it. Looking up, it thinks, so the four-eyed guardian was actually killed. How strong is that snake? But no, not the time for that. This is its chance to escape. If it devours this toad, its power will surge, and then a sound from the cliff wall gets its attention. A black tiger stalks forward, commanding, "Stop. That one's my prey." It glares at the black Qilin and snarls, "Let go of that toad and get lost. I'll give you a clean death." The Qilin just scoffs back. "If you can, then try me, you stray cat." Suddenly, a voice echoes through the pit as the very ground shakes violently. The earth begins to rise, as if something truly horrifying is about to surface. The terrified monsters look up as a head with razor-sharp teeth bursts from the ground. This is the sacred octopus demon, a supreme-tier monster. The black tiger takes a few steps back, growling. The power difference is just too massive. It never imagined a beast like this was sealed at the bottom of Wudikang. The sacred octopus demon, a creature born from the primordial fear of the fathomless sea, possessing a power that is simply immeasurable. Though captured by many sorcerers, it couldn't be killed. Instead, it was sealed in the deepest part of Wudikang, bound by a curse to never escape. As long as the four-eyed guardian lived. The demon's voice is low, as countless green eyes light up in the darkness. Finally it rumbles. The time has come. I will escape this prison. It opens its massive, tooth-filled maw and screams, "I will devour everything. The heaven-defying sorcerers who sealed me, and all of humanity." Its sheer presence freezes everything in place. Even the white serpent can't move. The pit falls silent for a second, then a massive explosion completely shatters Wudikang. The black Keelin is confused. What was that roar? The tiger panics. Wudikang is broken. I can see the sky. It calmly tells the Keelin, "Look over there." A swarm of wisps floats in the air. These are the lingering grudges of the low-level monsters. If they absorb them, their power will skyrocket. The Qilin mutters that instead of fighting, they should just split the energy, power up, and escape together. The tiger glares at it. I don't like it, but fine. For now, we have an alliance. Meanwhile, the octopus demon rockets upwards, sensing a powerful aura. It sees the white serpent, its eyes full of bloodlust. "So you're the one who killed the four-eyed guardian? You're worthy of being my first meal." It opens its mouth and roars, "I'll devour you and shatter this seal." The seal breaks under a powerful force. The white serpent turns its head, just as the octopus demon freezes. After it leaves, the other demons continue fighting over the scraps of power. Some of the high-level demons notice a change in the sky. The tiger and Keelin look up. Impossible? The heaven-defying dragon formation was broken? The octopus demon is drenched in sweat. Who could possibly break a formation strong enough to imprison a dragon? Don't tell me he's still alive. It remembers the man who sealed it, just as Jingming descends from the sky. And let me tell you, this entrance is everything. The monster's eyes widen in terror. It's him, the heaven-defying sorcerer who sealed me. But it's not the sorcerer. It's Jingming, clutching his shadow venom sword. Well, still not done yet? He glares at his familiar. You're getting lazy, Qingju. The octopus demon freezes, sweating. What kind of technique is this? It sees the formation split in two and stammers, "No, wait. The formation wasn't broken. It's just open." It thinks with absolute glee. Perfect. We don't have to waste energy breaking the seal. With this kid here, we can just walk right out. Jingming gives the monster a confused look. What's wrong with that thing? He raises his hand. Whatever. Get back here, Qingju. A force yanks the familiar upwards. He catches Qingju. Good, you're not hurt. He sighs. You're so much trouble. A low voice interrupts him. Hey, you. The octopus demon glares at him with rage. Jingming looks at its form. Is that giant fish talking? The monster glares and growls, widen the formation. I can't fit through an opening this small. Our boy looks back at the portal. You want me to. What? The demon confirms. Yes. Open it wider, right now. Do it, and I won't interfere with your business. Jingming turns back, his eyes full of suspicion. That's not hard, but your tone is really annoying. What if I say no? Listen up. The formation is open. This is our chance to escape. Kill that brat and we'll all leave this place together. Watching the demons swarm upwards like a flood, Jingming can't help but sigh. That fish, so big, yet such a coward. How strange. He mutters, at least look at your opponent. Otherwise, all my training becomes meaningless. He grips his short sword, his cold gaze fixed on the horde. Fine. In that case, I'll test out the new technique I created just for situations like this. Jingming swings his blade, instantly creating a swirling vortex. The octopus demon is horrified, whispering, this pressure, it's terrifying. That guy. No. His sword. It's gathering a colossal amount of internal energy. Jingming looks down, deep in thought. Not yet. I have to be precise if I want to end this in one shot. His master once told him this technique was an attack on the opponent's spirit, designed to counter martial arts based on the principles of shockwaves. You and I both know what that means. It can directly damage the soul by combining destructive chi to create a spiritual shockwave. Jingming then throws his blade down, the power so immense that even the sacred octopus demon panics. What? What is he doing? Did he just throw his sword away? The blade whistles through the air, plunging straight down. Tang Yeon-myeong watches the sword's path, muttering the technique's principles, converging shockwaves, enhanced by inner force, creating a devastating ripple effect. And just like that, an energy wave erupts from the pit below, wiping out every monster in its radius. You got to see this absolute carnage. The Toad Emperor is instantly obliterated, its formation shattering into nothing. The dying Demon King can't accept it, whispering, impossible. After all those years of suffering, I was finally free. To die so easily? After the shockwave, thousands of monsters are now nothing but lingering, resentful spirits in a crater. Tang Yeon-myeong shakes the white snake, calling out, Thangjak, wake up! He flicks its face. Get up now. Thangjak jolts awake, eyes wide. Zien, Tang Yeon-myeong, why are you here? Then it remembers, wait, where are all the monsters from below? Thangjak stares, utterly shocked at the floating wisps of Yetnit. Why are there so many resentful spirits? Did Tang Yeon-myeong kill them all while I was out? That it wonders. Tang Yeon-myeong gives it a suspicious look. You were so confident, yet you passed out so hard you didn't even notice me? What exactly happened? Thangjak turns, stammering an explanation. I was fighting the guardian of this place. But for some reason, right after the fight started, I blacked out. My apologies. Tang Yeon-myeong sighs, replying gently, it's fine, as long as you're not hurt. Let's go, we've been here too long. Thangjak suddenly panics. Wait, before we leave, let me absorb all these spirits. If I absorb them, Tang Yeon-myeong cuts him off, annoyed. He pinches Thangjak's cheek hard. I spent 4/10 of my inner force killing them, and you want to waste time absorbing the leftovers? Have you no shame? I'm done with this place. Thangjak's eyes glitter with a pathetic, pleading look. Tang Yeon-myeong asks coldly, why are you looking at me like that? You think acting cute is going to work? Panicked, Thangjak blurts out, then I'll give you something else. I'll teach you an ultimate technique. Tang Yeon-myeong is confused. En ultimate technique? Thangjak confirms. Yes, the Manhwa Vu. Tang Yeon-myeong's eyes narrow in suspicion. How do you know that technique? Before the shadowless guest sealed me, Thangjak continued, he taught it to me. Now this next part is a major key to the whole story. He whispered that, if anyone ever freed me, I must teach them Manhwa Vu and become their loyal Shikigami. Even if I didn't want to, it was the only way to survive. Thangjak calmly explains, and I've been trapped in that furnace for over 1,000 years. Tang Yeon-myeong stares intently, then nods. So you finally became a Shikigami, just as the ancestor intended. But why didn't you tell me about the technique sooner? Tears well up in Thanjak's eyes. I wanted to use it to bargain for my freedom. I don't want to be a tool forever, only to be sealed away for the next generation. Then its tone hardens. But I accept my fate. I will continue to help you, but just this once. Tang Yeon-myeong asks, how long will it take? Thanjak looks stunned. Ah, you agree? Tang Yeon-myeong grits his teeth. I should have just told you to hurry up and absorb them instead of listening to this sob story. Thanjak transforms, confidently replying, not long, a moment. Just one moment is all I need. It flies off, gathering the resentful energy and absorbing it. Tang Yeon-myeong says quietly, it's a little late, but you've helped me a lot, and I don't see you as a tool. Thanjak cracks a smile, filled with gratitude. Thank you. Its body starts changing color. Tang Yeon-myeong quickly notices, are Thanjak's scales turning black? Thanjak turns back. I've absorbed enough. There's no need to stay here. Let's go. Tang Yeon-myeong is puzzled. Your scales are completely black now. Should I call you the black-horned snake now? Thanjak shakes its horns slightly. My horns are still the same color. Just call me Thanjak. The now massive snake bows its head respectfully. Thank you for agreeing, Lord Tang Yeon-myeong. I will never forget this kindness. Thanjak recalls its past life as Tung Lir, a demon that drained life force. The shadowless guest captured it, and with other mages they created the poison core. Not a simple poison, but a demon that embodied lethal venom. Over 100 demons were locked together, forced to eat each other to survive, and it was the last one standing the ultimate poison core. From there, by absorbing resentful spirits, its form changed, and it became known as the azure-horned white snake. After hearing the story, Tang Yeon-myeong is intrigued. So, like a warrior reaching the Grandmaster realm, Thanjak squints, sort of, but a little different. Demonic cultivation is a path that defies the heavens. More accurately, it's like a demonic cultivator who uses dark arts to rapidly increase their power. When they reach the highest realm, they become an extreme demon. He looks confused. But I don't sense that you're evil like an extreme demon. The snake nods. Correct. The more resentful spirits I absorb, the purer I become. Do you know what they're called after surpassing the extreme demon stage? They transcend their demonic nature, becoming a pure and noble being. Tang Yeon-myeong looks at it, thinking. He turns away, coughing lightly. If I let you keep absorbing spirits, will you break our Shikigami link and escape? In that case, I shouldn't let you absorb anymore. The white snake looks flustered. Hey, didn't you promise not to think about that? It turns. The soul link isn't something that can be. It spins around. Even if I could, I wouldn't want to break my bond with you anymore. Returning to its small form, Thanjak urges. So, let's go. You said we still have a lot to do. Tang Yeon-myeong smiles. Right. Wasting all this time because of you. He speeds off into the night. I've been running back and forth all day. I'm getting sick of this desert. Suddenly, Tang Yeon-myeong sees something and stops. Thanjak looks at him, confused. What is it? A village? Tang Yeon-myeong is surprised. Yes, this is the place I rested after the Fonglong formation. He looks at the quiet village, thinking, didn't the villagers all evacuate? Why do I still sense living people? Just then, Xuan comes out, panicking when he sees him. My lord, you've returned. Tang Yeon-myeong looks at him. Xuan, why are you still here? He stammers. No, this isn't the time for that. He points inside the village, terrified. The villagers! He leads Tang Yeon-myeong to see what's happening, and what Tang Yeon-myeong sees floors him. Stick with me, because the story just took a hard left into pure horror. Lifeless villagers are laid out in rows in the courtyard. Xuan, trembling, recounts the events. After you left, they started foaming at the mouth, collapsing and screaming in pain. The young ones survived, but the elderly and the children. Tang Yeon-myeong mutters, there must be a reason. Xuan hesitates, guessing it might be a side effect of the divine pills. Before leaving the village, Tang Yeon-myeong had looked at the pills in Xuan-yut's hand, asking suspiciously, what are those? Xuan-yut replied, they're divine pills. I found them in the village chief's house. Most of the villagers took them. In other words, they were all poisoned. I hope you can help us. And you and I are left with this chilling realization. Tang Yeon-myeong recalls the toxins he sensed in their bodies all along. At first, he thought it was just starvation from the desert. So he spoke with confidence, saying it was a small matter, and told them to gather everyone. So Not cried out in joy, "Really? Thank you, my lord." But our main character just stared at the dead bodies, lost in thought. He'd used a weak technique to draw out toxins, so why were there side effects? And here's the part you and I need to watch carefully, because this is messed up. Thonjiak explains that the divine pill is truly evil. The poison isn't strong, it just causes hallucinations, not death. The problem is the antidote. Tang Yeon-myeong flinched, asking what? Thonjiak calmly explained, what happens when paralyzed senses suddenly come back online? They're forced to feel all the pain they couldn't before. Even the slightest touch feels like being burned alive. They either die a slow death from the poison or die from the side effects of being cured. Just what kind of monster created this thing? Thonjiak saw Tang Yeon-myeong's face darken and his eyes went wide with shock. This kid. Tang Yeon-myeong walked over to a corpse and pulled the cloth from its face. He just stared, thinking, I only wanted to help them. He reached out, closing the victim's eyes so they could rest in peace, realizing his actions had led to their deaths. He then gave an order. So Not, take the survivors to Tushian Clinic. Find Dr. Detone and show him this pill. Detone will find a way to detoxify it. After saying that, he vanished. So Not just stared blankly after him, whispering, My lord. Tang Yeon-myeong remembered what the man had called the poison research lab, the demonic poison Yang Clan. His face went dark, his eyes filled with pure killing intent. After I reached the main cult's headquarters, the demonic poison Yang Clan is the first to go. Over at their base, men in masks were busy working with potions and herbs. The poison from this plant isn't strong enough. Bring more, one of them shouted, while another pointed out an unprocessed ingredient. He continued, Focus. Do you have any idea how valuable this divine pill is? The clan head is on his way. Then, a new guy was told to fetch more materials, just as a voice called from outside. The clan head had arrived. Meanwhile, at the villain's lair, you and I both know these guys have no idea what's coming. The clan head of the Yang family smiled, pleased, and nodded at his busy underlings. You've all worked hard, he said, feigning concern. Are there any problems with the divine pill's production? A subordinate, the chief poisoner, quickly replied, Thanks to your concern, my lord, everything is going smoothly. The Yang clan head nodded, unable to hide his satisfaction. The poisoner's flattery was getting smoother, and honestly, he didn't mind it at all. His mind was already on all the good news lately. Demand for the pill was soaring, and the supreme cult leader was trusting him with more and more responsibility. On top of that, Van Tone, his adopted son, had just scored a huge victory, defeating two masters of the transcendent realm. The old man was bursting with pride. He knew the demonic poison Yang clan was still weaker than other families in the cult, but if they kept this up, they'd soon become the strongest clan of them all. Thinking of this, a triumphant smile spread across his face. The chief poisoner then asked, Is the young master Van Tone doing well? The clan head proudly replied, The supreme cult leader himself is personally instructing him now. It seems our leader is very pleased with his achievements. But then his brow furrowed. Why do you ask about Van Tone? The poisoner stammered, It's been a while since the young master came to pick up his special medicine. Hearing this, the clan head froze. That medicine was a powerful painkiller that suppressed all sensation. The divine pill was just a watered-down version of it. He thought for a moment. Van Tone couldn't stand pain without that medicine. That's the whole reason he adopted the kid in the first place. Had he found a replacement? Or maybe he was about to say he'd go check on it personally. But before he could finish, a massive crash shook the entire building. What was that noise? He growled, as the shaking grew even stronger. He spun around in a panic. It's an earthquake! A subordinate burst in, screaming. It's an emergency. We have an intruder. The clan head's face went pale, and boom, just like that, the party's over. You gotta love the timing, right? He stormed outside, roaring, Who dares attack this place? But when he saw the scene, his eyes bulged. A young man stood in a sea of blood and bodies. All the guards killed. The lone figure spoke, his voice low. I've been looking for you all morning. the demonic poison Yang clan, the ones who created the divine pill and brought misery to the innocent. Tang Yeon-myeong glared at him, his eyes burning. Are you the head of the demonic poison Yang clan? The clan head's face turned ashen as Tang Yeon-myeong radiated pure killing intent. The old man stammered, "What did you say? You came here for us?" He scanned Tang Yeon-myeong's clothes and thought, that symbol, isn't he from the Righteous Heaven Alliance? He should be in the Central Plains. What is he doing here? Tang Yeon-myeong's gaze was like ice. You spread your poison to the people of this barren land, drove them into misery, and then sucked them dry. I'm here to put an end to your crimes. The clan head flinched, his face pale, but then he took a deep breath, regained his composure, and sneered. What nonsense. How ridiculous. You, someone from the Central Plains, what right do you have to interfere in the affairs of our territory? The people here belong to our cult. The power of life and death belongs to the great cult leader. Who are you to speak of our business? Our cult has never once harmed the Central Plains. Tang Yeon-myeong just smirked, and a short blade instantly appeared in his hand. His voice was cold as steel. You started a war in Qinghai, didn't you? All to invade the Central Plains and create your demonic heaven on earth. And during that process, your divine pill will play a key role in converting the masses. Just take one pill, and they become addicted, forced to depend on it. In the end, they'll have no choice but to submit to your cult. He swung the blade, its energy forming a razor-sharp edge. His eyes were resolute. I will never let that filth spread to the Central Plains. As the leader of the Righteous Heaven Alliance, I will annihilate you. The old man's face went white when he heard that title. The leader of the Righteous Heaven Alliance? You're the dark poison sword dragon, Tang Yeon-myeong? The distance between the regions was vast, but the rumors had spread. The infamous Huksa Ryan leader, who once terrorized Sichuan, was defeated by the dark poison sword dragon of the Tang Clan. And it was that same dark poison sword dragon who established the Righteous Heaven Alliance, the new coalition of righteous sects in Sichuan. Even as these shocking rumors arrived, his territory remained unshaken. They had their own legend, the cult leader, also known as the demonic monarch. They believed no matter how strong some kid from the Central Plains was, he couldn't touch him here. The clan head stared at Tang Yeon-myeong's aura, his mind reeling. But why is he here? Wait, if he's here, that means, he stuttered, you. Don't tell me you've already met our cult's left and right emissaries. Tang Yeon-myeong remembered the two powerful warriors who had blocked his path. Couple of guys like that, he replied calmly. They're all dead. You heard the man. He confirmed it like he was ordering takeout. Your cult's masters attacked and killed my people, he continued. I had no reason to spare them. The clan head could only scream, what? Tang Yeon-myeong's face was grim, his decision made. Enough talk. No matter how much you stall, the outcome won't change. But then, he suddenly felt a powerful demonic energy approaching fast from behind. Reinforcements? The Yang clan head just smirks. Causing a scene in my territory? Must be reinforcements from the other families. Gutsy move. Charging in here alone. The old man pulls 4 pills from his robes, roaring, You murdered our cult's envoys. You've gone way too far this time. You must have taken a wrong turn and missed them. With that, he hurls the pills, screaming, I'll make this place your tomb! The pellets explode on impact. Tang Yeon-myeong sees the red smoke and thinks, poison? Useless against me. But then an unexpected, mind-shattering pain rips through him. The energy around his blade weakens, and Tang Yeon-myeong clutches his face in agony. Thanjiak watches worried. What's wrong? Are you poisoned? It thinks to itself, he has the unique poison-devouring chi, he should be immune. The Yang clan head gloats. That's the Equinox pill. We made it as a painkiller. You of all people should know that. The Equinox pill isn't a poison. It's a completely harmless medicine. In fact, it increases your sensitivity when channeling chi, which is why you feel so overwhelmed. The old man glances aside. Oh ho! Look who's here. The elites of our heavenly demon cult have arrived. A whole crowd descends from the rooftops. They land with a thud. Yang clan head, we heard the commotion and came to help. Leave the rest to us. Black-robed figures appear everywhere, surrounding Tang Yeon-myeong by the thousands. The Yang clan head boasts, For you all to come despite your busy schedules is an honor. We've already got the intruder cornered. He points at Tang Yeon-myeong, shouting, "It's the leader of the Righteous Alliance." They all look confused. The Alliance leader? What's he doing here? Aren't you busy fighting the heavenly demonic forces? The old man puffs out his chest. Whatever the reason, he admitted his identity himself. We'll just capture him and verify it later. Before you arrived, I already made him inhale the smoke from the Equinox pill. It's meant to suppress pain, but inhaling it while perfectly healthy throws all your senses into total chaos. Now, pay attention, this is where the script gets flipped. As a strange demonic energy flashes in Tang Yeon-myeong's eyes, the assassins see their chance and charge forward. Just then, Tang Yeon-myeong forces a victorious smile. As their blades are about to hit, he vanishes in the blink of an eye. The crowd stares around, completely baffled. He disappeared, one of them screams in terror. Up there! Look up! Tang Yeon-myeong is just floating in midair, looking down on the chaos with a smug expression. The Yang clan head stumbles back, his mind reeling. Impossible. He overcame the pill's side effects and is using his skills? Tang Yeon-myeong thinks to himself, I don't know if this is a poison or a medicine, but thanks to the rushing current eyes. He pulls out a bundle of needles. Now I can use my techniques just by imagining them. He does a flip in the air, sending the crowd below into a panic. What is this? He can move freely in the air? As he moves, countless needles fly from his sleeves. Tang Yeon-myeong focuses his chi, guiding the needles through the flow shown by his rushing current eyes. I'll unleash them like a whirlwind. The men below look up, muttering, no way. Has he lost his mind? Tang Yeon-myeong uses his ultimate technique, needle wheel, creating a rain of shimmering green needles. They rain down, piercing every single person on the ground. Not one of them escapes. The assassins drop, eyes wide with shock. The Yang clan head is horrified. What the hell is going on? A literal death storm is pouring from the sky. Tang Yeon-myeong lands gently. I came here to destroy you, and you handed me the perfect opportunity. The old man sputters. Opportunity? You call this an opportunity? What in the world are you? Tang Yeon-myeong just gives him a cruel smile. It's time for the finale. You and I both know this is where the real show begins. The Equinox pill can take a user to a world without pain, but overuse makes the senses so sensitive it destroys the nervous system. Even the best medicine becomes poison if you cross the line. But luckily for him, his poison-eating chi absorbed the pill's excess properties, perfectly tuning its effects to the maximum level Tang Yeon-myeong could handle. The result? He's in a state of hyper-awareness, stronger than ever, as if high on some celestial combat drug. Tang Yeon-myeong quietly processes this strange new experience. He can even feel the power from his previous life awakening. The old man stares, completely terrified, unable to believe his own eyes. No one has ever overcome the side effects of the Equinox pill, yet you did it. Tang Yeon-myeong clenches his sword, thinking, no one before me? So what? Let's test it now. He focuses his inner energy, and his aura explodes to the heavens. I'm simply the first one to ever overcome it. The Yang clan head panics, chewing on another pill in a fit of rage. I can't die like this! Even without the cult leader's permission, I have no choice! He hits pressure points on his body, instantly getting enveloped in a new power. He leaps toward Tang Yeon-myeong, screaming, I won't let you get away with this. If I miss this moment, I don't know when I'll get this chance again. The power flowing through the rushing current eyes isn't an illusion. It's the flow and trace of every attack that ever existed. He finally understands. In my past life, I swung my sword until I reached the state of a sword god, collecting all those trajectories. Channeling his chi into that flow, Tang Yeon-myeong's senses expand in all directions. A sword technique appears before his eyes. At the same time, countless sword strikes pierce through the old man. Before I even drew my sword, the attack already landed. The old man's body is sliced into 100 pieces. The once proud Yang clan crumbles into ruin. The sword's trace obliterates everything. The shockwave echoes nonstop as dust and smoke cover the entire area. Tang Yeon-myeong stands tall amidst the desolation. Thanjak climbs onto his shoulder, awestruck. You wiped out an entire sect in one move? You really leave people speechless. It squints, looking around at the devastation, Shouldn't we wait? Tang Yeon-myeong calmly cuts it off. No reason to leave loose ends. Besides, I don't need to interrogate anyone. Just then, a massive demonic aura appears in the sky. He looks towards it, saying, "Beyond that mountain, I can sense an immense presence. That must be where the demonic cult's leader is hiding, in his fortress." Huyen Dian thinks to himself, "It's too late. The righteous envoy said he'd pursue them, but it seems he was too slow." He frowns. "I thought they would arrive before the little poison demon was sealed. Even so, there aren't many in the Central Plains strong enough to handle those two. The lord of the Namkong clan won't be showing his face, and even if some cleric from the Celestial Monastery wanders in, it's irrelevant. Let Han come to the waste himself. I couldn't care less. Because I've already sealed away all the demonic spirits and carved a divine nullification ward right onto my agent's blade. No matter how potent their sacred arts are, they can't do a single thing to him." But as their forces stalled, Huyen Dian sensed the shift. What was happening? All that demonic energy from the poison spring just vanished completely. Xiao Yuan runs in, panicked. "Sect leader, we have a huge problem." He just calms her down. "Relax. I've already felt the disturbance in the force. Get to a safe place." Huyen Dian grips his throne so hard it shatters. If the poison spring wasn't their final gambit, they're definitely coming here next, whoever they are. His demonic aura flares to life, thick and menacing. This cult will regret ever stepping foot in our territory. Meanwhile, Van Tone grinds his teeth through pure agony. How long has it been? He still can't get used to this berserk demonic power. He collapses to the ground in pain. Even with regeneration, he's at his breaking point. His body can take it, but his mind is starting to crack. If this keeps up, he'll become a mindless beast. He seethes with anger, refusing to let that happen. Van Tone thinks of the one man he hates most, Dwang-myeong. Until I kill him with my own hands, I absolutely refuse to fall. Van Tone sits up, crosses his legs, and makes a choice. This pain means nothing. His body will regenerate anyway, so he'll just let the agony consume him. He has to weaponize this out-of-control energy, not be devoured by it. He'll use the boiling power to blast open his core spiritual channels and shatter the gate between life and death. It's the only way out of this endless torment. Blood trickles from his mouth as he makes his vow. I will become a supreme demon. To kill him, I need at least that much power. I'm betting everything on this. His head promptly explodes from the sheer pressure. Now watch this because it gets absolutely insane. He regenerates and it explodes again and again. A little bit of progress, then boom. This continues until he just becomes calm. It doesn't hurt. In fact, his mind has never been clearer. He almost feels liberated. His body is still slick with blood. He thinks to himself, could it be? Van Tone clenches his fist, channeling a new energy. Demonic steel key. I actually did it. I've reached the realm of the supreme demon. He glances around and calls out, Phuong Lok. A shadow appears in an instant, bowing low. You called, master. Van Tone asks flatly, how long have I been here? Phuong Lok keeps his head down. My lord, it has been half a month. Hearing that, Van Tone cracks a satisfied smirk. Only half a month to become a supreme demon? Excellent. I'll keep getting stronger and get my revenge. He stands, surveying the wasteland around him. Is this because of the poison in me? This whole area has been wiped out. The power he released earlier had literally sunk the ground for a kilometer in every direction. Van Tone mutters to himself, first, I should probably find something to wear before seeing the sect leader. Just then the sky floods with black clouds as lightning cracks within the swirling vortex. He's confused. Thunderclouds? Why would they suddenly appear here? This is the first time I've ever seen the weather change in this place. Phuong Lok, what is going on? Phuong Lok murmurs quietly. The Lord of all demons is descending. Van Tone is baffled. What? The sect leader is coming here personally? Phuong Lok clarifies, the sect leader only rules the demonic path in this land. He is not the Lord of all demons. He is known by many names, but only one truly fits his status, the heavenly demon. From high above, a figure of immense power and dignity slowly descends. The sky is now black as ink. Van Tone's voice echoes, Heavenly demon? You're telling me there's someone else with supreme authority over the demonic path? He looks over at Phuong Lok, who is already kneeling in total reverence. Van Tone is floored. Even Fong Lok, who never knelt to the sect leader, is ignoring him to prostrate himself. Unbelievable. The heavenly demon slowly touches down. Van Tone is terrified. We're talking about a being on the level of a god here. He can't look away. The closer the being gets, the more suffocating the pressure becomes, far beyond anything he ever felt from the sect leader. The heavenly demon raises a hand, his cold voice booming, "Raise your head." Instantly, a massive hole is blasted through Van Tone's chest. He looks down in agony, thinking, for a demonic practitioner facing a supreme elder, you're supposed to bow your head in respect. The heavenly demon stares down at him. Lying on the ground, Van Tone realizes he feels no pain. It must be the body of immortality he gained when he became a supreme demon. And it's only because he has reached this state that he can finally understand this. He looks up, his heart filled with absolute terror. This person, no, this entity. Even if he died and regenerated 1,000 times, he couldn't leave a single scratch on him. Van Tone despairs, even as a supreme demon. Am I still completely powerless? The heavenly demon turns to Fong Lok. In this realm born from my own consciousness, why is there an insect that doesn't share the bloodline of the Yuan family? Fong Lok replies respectfully, Lord of all demons, I am a disciple of sect leader Heyen Dian. The heavenly demon scoffs with utter contempt. Disciple? A lowly creature like you is worthy of being called a disciple? Pathetic. He glances over at Van Tone, whose body has already regenerated enough for him to stand back up. The heavenly demon notices his bizarre body, clearly the result of his unique demonic art. Van Tone glares back, his eyes full of defiance, as if his regeneration makes him immune to execution. Van Tone kneels. Pioneer of the new sect, Junior Supreme Demon, Duong Van Tone. He bows his head. This humble one greets the supreme ruler of the demonic path, Lord of all demons. The heavenly demon huffs coldly. You speak the words but don't understand them. Fine, I will be generous and forgive your ignorance. With a flick of his wrist, demonic energy wraps tightly around Van Tone's body. I see. Your demonic art is focused entirely on physical regeneration. The heavenly demon notes, a bizarre technique, one that never appeared even in my era. He casually lifts Van Tone into the air, his judgment cold and absolute. It is merely a low-class, heretical art born from a pathetic fear of death. If I were to seize control of your demonic energy, that immortality of yours would simply vanish. The heavenly demon squints. However, for a lowly creature, you possess enough power to have drawn me all the way here. Your resentment, even without the Yuan bloodline, it's worth a look. He floats closer to Van Tone. Let me see the source of this obsession you carry. He raises a single finger, aiming it right between Van Tone's eyes. Relax. Don't be afraid. I just want to peer into your mind. The heavenly demon's finger touches his forehead. As panic flares, the demon realizes, you've ingested a supreme poison? Even your blood is toxic. An immortal body and a poisoned body. Your endless desire created what you are today. The heavenly demon muses, from the Duong family, huh? So you are a descendant of that person. He looks surprised for a moment, then a cunning smile spreads across his face. This must be fate. The path to enlightenment belonged to the Yuan bloodline, but his absence here is its own karma. You are very lucky. The heavenly demon continues, with your potential, you cannot escape destiny. Therefore, I will grant you a single drop of my spiritual blood. From this day forward, even if you are torn to 1,000 pieces, your resentment will ensure you cannot die. You will become truly immortal. Do your best. And just like that, you and I witnessed a monster get a god-tier upgrade. This is where the real story begins. All right, let's dive right into the chaos. Yeon Hui is bathed in light, screaming in agony as the city map shatters. He's left in a barren desert, gasping for breath, mind a total mess. What just happened to me? He looks up, sensing 2 immense auras erupting from the heavenly mountain. Wait, did that incident just sharpen my senses? One aura is the cult leader's demonic energy. The other, it feels disturbingly familiar. No way. The heavenly demon divine cult's predecessor was the Myeonggyo, the very sect that once served under his ancestor, the world's greatest exorcist. But unlike the stories, the Myeonggyo followed the righteous path and protected the people. In fact, one of its followers even became the emperor. The Myeonggyo's influence grew so massive it seemed poised to pierce the heavens. Becoming the official religion of the imperial family was just a matter of time. The leader of the Myeonggyo, who dreamed of that incredible glory, ultimately faced ruin because of his own oversight. Betrayed by that same emperor. Fearing the sect's power would eclipse the throne, the emperor used the nation's full might to wipe them out. The leader, filled with rage and resentment, was blinded by his thirst for revenge. He performed a forbidden art that he himself had once banned, and that's when the first heaven-defying exorcist was born. It's also why they couldn't stay in the Central Plains and had to set up a new base in the desolate land of Xinjiang. Their new path wasn't about forbidden arts or demonic pacts. It was about transcending limits. The twisted idea was simple: become an object of worship, and your power will grow. Once your power accumulates to a certain point, you break the chains of humanity and become a god. The ancestor, his plans wrecked by the emperor, began recruiting followers in Xinjiang to build a new faith. But the belief of the locals was limited. He needed the vast Central Plains. If he could just break through, nothing could stop him. He would unleash all the demons he had gathered, throwing the Central Plains into absolute bloody chaos. And get this, he would emerge as the master of the demons, the one hailed by the people as their savior. Then he would be worshipped as a true god. To set the stage, his son Ma Guangchon created the Ma Guangchon to weaken the Central Plains from within. All that's left, the leader thinks, is to remove his rival without a fight. The age of the demonic path's reign is at hand. Back in the present, Yeon-hui thinks, what in the world is going on? He faces Tang Yeon-myeong, completely baffled. You mean the noble leader of the righteous heavenly alliance came all this way alone to destroy my demonic path? Tang Yeon-myeong bluntly replies, on my way here, I saw more than enough reason to destroy you all. No need to delay. You've got guts. You can join your dead little envoys in hell. The leader pauses, confused. Wait, are those two really dead? Yeon-hui clicks his tongue, annoyed. All you do is run your mouth. Fine, taste it for yourself. He swings his sword, annihilate. He's the cult leader, not someone who'd go down easy. But the man just stands there, raises a single talisman, and blocks the attack without getting a single scratch. Thon Jak shouts a warning. That demonic energy from the talisman, he's a heaven-defying exorcist. Be careful. His fighting style is totally different from any martial artist Yeon-hui has faced. The cult leader pulls out another talisman. Sooner or later, I'd have to face this in the Central Plains. It just came a little earlier, which is actually a good thing. He channels demonic energy into the charm. Let me show you how a real exorcist fights. You're going to want to see this. He holds the talisman forward. Summon. Three-headed one, legged eagle. A massive winged shadow looms over Tang Yeon-myeong's head. It flexes its sharp talons, screeching in triumph. Thanjiak stares in awe, the three-headed one-legged eagle. He actually subdued a demon of that rank as a subordinate? I fear its power is close to my own. The eagle looks at Thanjiak and asks, Master, that thing next to him. The cult leader replies, yes, a demonic beast. He's no Taoist, yet he commands a familiar. He gives the order. Three-headed one-legged eagle, capture that snake. Thanjiak transforms, warning, you focus on the exorcist. I'll handle this bird brain. He lunges at the eagle, mouth wide open. Leave it to me. The two demons clash, perfectly matched. Tang Yeon-myeong thinks to himself, Thanjiak seems to want to test his new power. He'll be fine. The leader speaks. You're from the Tang Clan, so that must be the blue-horned white snake. I wonder why it's a black snake now. But anyone who follows a demon like that must be formidable. I'll have to use my full strength. He burns another talisman. Tang Yeon-myeong braces himself for another summon, but nothing happens. Then the ground cracks. A hand suddenly erupts, grabbing him tightly. Its eyes are locked on him as its mouth opens. A voice echoes with absolute resolve. Master, I will not let him touch you. The creature raises its arm, slamming Tang Yeon-myeong into a wall. Thanjiak screams, panic for his master. The eagle immediately presses its advantage, pinning Thanjiak with its talons. You lost focus, it says coldly. It grinds the snake's head into the stone floor. You'd better lie still. Thanjiak struggles, his voice filled with rage. You dare. From above, the cult leader speaks calmly. The Ghost King. The most powerful demon I possess, the guardian of the divine cult tied to the Yeon family bloodline. Consider it an honor. In several hundred years, you are the first to witness it. He gives a curt command, "Finish him, Ghost King." Immediately, the Ghost King materializes a weapon. As you command, it hefts a colossal blade and brings it down on the ground. The ground shatters. Tang Gyak, horrified, screams Tang Yeon-myeong's name again. But Tang Yeon-myeong's voice cuts in. "Focus on your own fight, Tang Gyak." He's standing, launching an attack aimed right at the Ghost King's leg. The leader is stunned. He withstood the Ghost King's attack? Tang Yeon-myeong thinks, now that I'm facing it, I understand. It's created from thousands of combined spells, an artificial being of high-level magic. Pamon is the best way to destroy it, but the attack range is too wide. It could injure Than Jiak. I have to contain Pamon's blast, minimizing the collateral damage. A shockwave erupts, a scream of pain rings out, the leader is sweating. What's happening? He didn't use a spell, so how did he damage the Ghost King's spiritual body? Where did a monster like this come from? He glances over at Than Jiak's battle. It seems the eagle regained its strength after confirming its master was out of danger. Tang Yeon-myeong relentlessly attacks the Ghost King's body, making the leader panic. The Ghost King, my most powerful demon, is he nothing special? He taunts. Is that all you've got? Defeating the Ghost King is impressive, the leader says. But taunting me when you have the upper hand? So childish. And then he vanished. And that's where you and I have to pause, because our main character is stunned. He didn't use a spell. His entire presence just ceased to exist. He whips around, searching frantically. Where is Han? A scream of pure agony rips through the air. It's Than Jiak, pinned down and covered in Huyen Dian's cursed talismans. Rage boils inside him. He can't even sense the enemy's presence anymore. Is this his magic? How can one measly talisman completely suppress a powerhouse like Than Jiak? Not just failing, but getting utterly dominated. How shameful. The demonic eagle begs its master for mercy. Huyen Dian's response is ice cold. What a disappointment. If you die, my reputation takes a serious hit. Get back here. He then turns his attention to the snake. You, however, you have value. Become my subordinate, Than Jiak. The great snake roars. Don't speak as if you know me. Huyen Dian just smirks. Of course I do. My ancestors are the ones who helped your master, Vokach An, seal the Earth Dragon. In the end, you simply owe a debt to my clan. Than Jiak spits back. 1,000-year-old grudge passed down for generations? Your family is nothing to admire. If you want to serve me, you should worry about the kid behind you. Right on cue, our hero attacks from behind, but Huyen Dian casually blocks it with another talisman. He's shocked. These containers, where did they come from? It wasn't the boxes that blocked his blade. No, inside each one. He felt the aura of a master capable of reacting to his swordplay. Huyen Dian grins, enjoying this far too much. You asked what other cards I had, right? The Demon King is strong, but he was never my best card. The lids on the containers slide open. I really didn't want to use these just yet. Inside are legendary masters and supreme demons, beings that have existed since ancient times. And every single one of them holds the title of the first. And that's all for this video. If you enjoyed it, please hit that like button so I can bring you even more epic stories. Thanks for watching, everyone.